Let's see. All right. Now, just to see if this is even working. Because if it's not, testing. It looks like it's working. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, so my microphone is working. That's progress. Now, what about if I plug in an external microphone? Does this work now? Does this actually work? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Well, at least the microphone is working. Well, not this, but you know, it's better than what it was yesterday. So, you know, I should do my selfie. Okay. You know, as long as the microphone is working, or like the internal microphone is working, that's all that matters. Because right now, like, yesterday was just wild. Well, at least the microphone is working. The internal microphone. The external microphone before we roll off into the sunset. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So the external microphone still doesn't work. But better than it was before. So that just means I have to be close to the microphone. Okay. Progress. Progress is being made. Still doesn't really help the fact that the microphone is not being the active mic on YouTube. But we know my mics work. Okay, Google, turn off light. So yesterday we had a crazy setup. All right. So there's progress. Yesterday we had a weird setup where we had a weird setup where we have to use the computer and all this other shit. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me right now. But at least they got the phone to work, because I know my microphones work. It's not like the phone needs anything new or I need a new phone. I would love a new phone, but it is what it's meant to be presently. I don't know if I'm going to make that light. Yeah, I'm going to make that light. I'm going to make that light. So yesterday, I was attempting to talk about trick. And it's so fucking weird how everything was just like so like bonkers. It was so like backwards. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Good morning. And I was like, man, this is crazy. Like my phone doesn't work. Like the microphone doesn't work on the stream. Like presently the external microphones still don't work. But at least they work when I'm outside of YouTube. So I know it's not a phone issue. It was some sort of configuration they did with adding games. When they added the game support or whatever, they must have disabled some sort of external like mic use. But the problem is I don't think anybody else knows that there's a problem unless they also contacted YouTube support for the same issue. On the computer, the live stream works fine. On my Android, it works fine. But at least now I have another way to stream if I have to, a horizontal stream. But I really don't like horizontal streaming. I like you get more in a vertical stream than you do in a horizontal stream. So, I usually name my live streams test when I'm testing to see if it works. But I think it's fitting that I name it test today. Trick, test, trials, tribulations. Yesterday I was talking about tricking, like how the mind will trick you into believing a whole bunch of shit. And last night I was talking with Danny. I spent about 4 hours chatting with her. And I know that I'm on the right path. I don't question it anymore because even she just had her awakening and she just realized like how time is too short to be doing things that are meaningless. Like we're here for a short amount of time and we're supposed to experience all the things that we want to experience. And you better fucking believe that I am marrying and I have married Lindsay Sterling. She's my wife and I'm her husband. And we have 2 kids, Serenity and Sephiroth. I love that woman so damn much. And she loves me. And we have an amazing family. We have 2 dogs, Luna and Artemis. I live in San Diego. I live in LA. I live in Laguna Beach. We have 3 homes in California. In fact, the penthouses, I combined them all as one, but I own the top floor on that building in San Diego. I have a place in Dubai. Once the war and all that shit is done, I have a place in Australia. We even have a place in France because she loves Paris. We have a private jet and we live our best life. I didn't come here for some short like bullshit. I didn't come here for some like life that is mediocre. No way. I refuse to settle. I know my damn worth. And her and I are together. And the mind's going to trick you into believing that you can't have that. It's not for you. No, it is for me. I know. With every fiber of my soul. There's no accidents why in 2010 I saw her for the first time. And I said that is my woman. And I love her so damn much. I couldn't explain why. But now I know why. I've known her for 16 years. 16 beautiful years I've known her. And I loved her for 16 years. She means the world to me. She means everything to me. But the mind's going to trick you because it thinks it sees what it sees, and based on what it sees, that's what you get. But it starts from within. And you have to really start finessing your mind from, you have to be delusional. Now, it's funny how Danny yesterday was talking about what she thinks is crazy is like people who are like crazy, but like people who are like Kanye or Jim Carrey, they're not crazy, but most of the world would think they're crazy. So for us who have remembered, everybody else who hasn't remembered are the crazy ones. Even though that's just a lack of a better word. But saying that lack for a better word, like those words don't really hit the mark. Anyways, it was just so fascinating just chatting with her. I told her like everything I could, but she is someone that I care a lot about, but she's not a client. My clients are paying me for my time when I speak, for their extra support. I'm really happy that we have part 1 is fixed. Part 2 will be fixed soon enough. The microphones will work. Rest assured, they will work once again. And everything will be hunky-dory. Anyways, to continue on with the word test today. Everything's going to test you. But here's the thing about that word test. It doesn't actually exist. Nothing can exist unless you entertain it as real and true. But Orion, are you saying that if someone is getting hurt, that doesn't exist? Are you going to turn a blind eye? Of course not. But there are things in my experience that I simply do not entertain as real. And because I do not entertain it as real, it simply is not being created. I always believed that life was created from the external and that I had no powers. But that was the trickery of the mind. I'm going to basically fuse today and yesterday's live stream into one. And everything tested my patience. It tested me to see if I will submit. However, the thing about this is that there are no tests. The universe isn't testing you because it's you actually creating all these false illusions saying that this is happening and that is happening. No. What's really happening is just is. And we create meanings and labels behind like the words. But when you break down all the words and the experiences, it just is. And fundamentally, like those dogs. And fundamentally, a lot of people just don't understand like words. Like for example, Danny was speaking about this yesterday, and like there's so many, like, oh my god, I'm so happy that she realized this. Like she always realized it, but she couldn't put it into words, and she thought people were like, her friends are making her feel like she's like crazy. You need more sleep, dear. But that's them also forgetting. And she was saying how, I feel like a lot of people, when they're speaking words, they're just not like, they don't know the power of their words. I'm like, I was just like chuckling inside, just like, oh my god, this is great, right? Like her mind is still processing, and she got exhausted after our conversation. Well, her soul was lit up, but her mind was very exhausted because it was like, oh my god, there's so much. I told her, like, yeah, I'm not gonna reply, I'm not gonna message you for a couple or several days, just so that this gets integrated, because it's a lot. And I have to remember, this character is gonna help people little by little to, tackle and navigate through this experience. Yesterday I was like, you know what? If this microphone thing, I'm gonna talk about this whole live stream bit. I was like, if this microphone doesn't want to work, you know what? Screw it. I'll find another way. And you best believe I found another way yesterday. I was like, there's no friggin' way that, like, I'm not gonna stop live streaming. I'm too close to the finish line. I'm way too close to this finish line. I have 19 days left. After that, I really don't know what is going to happen. In fact, next Friday, the 17th of April to the 21st, Monica said that there's something that she feels, but she doesn't know what it is. So, not that I'm going to wait on her, because I need to know for myself what is next. And I'm walking the path, and I'll take the actions. I'm not afraid to take the actions anymore. I'm walking with just blind faith, but true faith, that I know everything's working out for this character one way or another. To one of our sisters, enjoy your trip. Have fun. Enjoy that time with your people. May it be awesome and amazing. There's so many different avenues that I can go. But universe, I really require you to, get your butt in gear and help me to get some resources now. This character has gone through a period of struggle and suffer, and he deserves to be with everything he was meant to have, that he's ordained to have. I will not entertain fucking bullshit anymore, in my experience. Everything will just work. I will be in a frequency where everything just fucking works. There are no problems. Everything works. And even if problems show up, they're not labeled as a problem or something bad or negative. It's just an experience. Let's check something quickly. Oh yeah. Feels good to at least have the internal microphones working on YouTube again. But now they got to figure out the external thing. And it's funny because this morning, as I turned on the YouTube app on the iPhone, it says YouTube crashed. I'm like, it crashed? I ended YouTube yesterday, no problem. And I turned off the phone. How can it crash? It's weird. They still have to sort out the issues, but they're getting there, little by little. Morning. Little by little, they're getting there. It'd be funny if the very last day of the live stream, they finally get the mics to work. I do know that things have to change, and there's a whole new experience that I have to go through, and I'm willing to go through all that. I just need your help, universe. This time I'm gonna pretend to be human, and I'll ask and I'll pray right now. Here we go. Father God, I ask of you to help this character I ask of you to help me to get what I'm supposed to get, to help the people I'm supposed to help, to have the resources I'm supposed to have in the physical, to help this character, help me to finish what I started in many lifetimes ago, to help me to get moving and do my purpose work. I ask of you to please guide me and help me so I can get through this experience with love, with grace, with unity. I ask that all things work out for this character, for me. I ask that everything just is, helping him. And yeah, thank you so much. Now, back to regular schedule programming. I did a prayer just now, even though that's all an illusion, but I put it out there for the character. So everything is when we think everything's a test, nothing's really a test. It's just preparation. So like when people say the universe is testing you, the universe is testing you. No, you're the universe. So that means you're testing yourself. And really, you're just preparing yourself. And, everything that me and Danny spoke about yesterday, it came full circle. Because I once was where she was, and now I'm helping her and others to go through what I had to go through, and everything she was saying, like, I didn't influence her whatsoever. She was just like speaking and sharing like what has happened for her. She's like, Orion, when I speak to people, it's like they don't hear my words. Like, they hear the word that I'm speaking, but they don't really get what I'm speaking about, like, it's so hard to explain. I'm like, no, I completely understand where you're coming from. I know exactly what you mean, because they have lost access to fundamentals. They're so distracted, right? Many people on the planet right now, when you speak to them, right, there are people who understand what's going on, but there are a lot of people in the world, you speak to them and they hear words, but they don't understand words. They don't feel words. And she was like, Orion, like, I feel words so deeply, but like others that I speak to, they just don't get the same feeling. I'm like, because they're not awake. They're still distracted, because the world is designed to distract you. And when you realize the power of your words, you don't start saying just random things. You start to actually be very intentional with your word choices. You start to use your words differently. You start to operate differently with different word choices. So when you start to use your words differently, you start to see things differently. You start to feel things differently. You start to operate differently. Just like how I am right now. And I make damn sure that when I see other people, they are at least hearing these words, and they will eventually feel it. They will start to realize. But then, of course, she also said something yesterday, which caught my attention too. She's like, Orion, I don't want to leave people behind. I want to take them with me. Her boyfriend, who's from Africa, mentioned to her probably a year ago that in the next couple years, there's going to be an ascension on the planet. And he kind of like brushed it off because, she wasn't ready to hear that yet. But now that she had her own a little bit of, well, now that she had her awakening, where now, like, it's not that she was never aware, but like now she just feels like everything's like, what's the point? Like, why am I even doing what I'm doing? She's in that phase. And I'm like, you chose this so that you can help yourself remember who you are. And I was tasked to come to this planet along with the others who already remember, to help others remember. And we're supposed to be working together, serving together, not battling one another. That's the problem that's happening right now. When you look on social media, there's a bunch of characters just fighting each other. And of course, this character watches what they're saying and it gets into its own battle with them. Like, yeah, they don't really feel heart centered. Like, it's like they're talking about other spiritual people and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And of course, I've done it, right? I'm not, this character isn't like, you know, innocent of that. But the thing is, like, it's our perceptions that's creating all these problems. But we're supposed to be working together to serving the rest of humanity, to basically help them to catch up. So, when she said yesterday, like, she doesn't want to leave people behind, but she feels like they're never going to be awakened. I'm like, that's most likely, potentially, that can happen. That's a possibility. But everybody has the ability to wake up and remember. But will they? Well, they're only their version of their soul knows. Like their fragment knows. 74%. I'm gonna have to go this way. Shorter long walk. As much as I like to go through the other street with the school, I got to go through this street. So when she said yesterday, like, I don't want to leave anybody behind, but I feel like, life for them will be a little bit more challenging, even more so than it is now, because the new way of the new world, even though I don't like calling it the new world, because it's not new, it's returning. The returning world, it's going to operate slightly different, where people are going to be more unified. All of these things that are currently happening on the planet has to happen so that others can be aware. The Epstein files is basically COVID 2.0. COVID was a physical experience. The Epstein files is a mental and an emotional experience. And you can say it has a little bit of spiritual experience in it as well. And the characters that were caught up in the Epstein stuff, they had to go through that too, so that they can ascend, so that they could evolve and help others evolve. So then one will argue, then what the hell is the purpose of life, right? That question is what a lot of people ask at some point in their journey. What is the purpose of life? To remember. I can tell you that clear as day. It's to remember more of who you are and what you are. The you before your name, before your identity took over. The you that has infinite potential. The you that does not adhere to the mind, even when the mind is saying, that's not for you. You can't have that. You're not good enough. You can't do that. Who are you to think you can have that? Who are you? Right? This is the mind. But you know that that's not you, because you have a mind that operates on its own little agendas. But what you are cannot be explained by any word. And your experience and your potential it also cannot be explained by any word, but we use the word infinite. But even saying the word infinite doesn't really capture the true essence. And a lot of times when I'm speaking, when this character is speaking, and you all are hearing this character speak, I know that a lot of these words go over your head. And let me change that for a moment. It doesn't go over your head, it stays under your head. It stays sort of like I hear what you're saying, Orion, but like I don't really understand. Or like you understand, but you're not understanding it from the way that I'm attempting to share it with you. Because you have your own, definitions, your own personal opinions. You have your own meanings. You have your own feeling alignment. You have different variations of things. So like, good morning. How are you? Good. I'm great. Thank you so much. I kind of stuttered there. I'm like, no, I want to say I'm excellent. No, I'm stellar. Stellar goes beyond excellent. So, anyways, getting back to what I'm saying, a lot of things will be eluded over or it like under your mind, and your mind will just kind of like, oh yeah, he's just speaking, but I'm not really, flowing with him. Like I hear him, but like, and I know that happens because I can sense it. I can sense when you're listening, but you're not really. Hmm, you have your definitions of things, but you're not understanding like the words fully. That's not all of you, but like majority of people, when they hear other people speaking, they don't actually know what they're actually saying because they don't understand words properly. They don't feel words, they don't understand words, they don't know the fundamental about words, how words are very limited. It can only point to the experience, but it can't actually capture what the experience actually is. But we have to use words to navigate the world, because without language, there's it's going to be very difficult for this human race to navigate. That's why all the problems in the world right now are caused by words, and you know different difference of opinions which have different meanings. Like if you say the word love, everybody has their own definition of that word, and it's all accurate, right? And this is where a lot of the problem lies. But the thing is, there is actually zero problems, but because we have created our own damn meanings, and someone has said, you are doing something that I don't like from the character's experience, then that person will take action to stop the other person, not realizing that everyone is under a spell of words. And, yesterday I didn't get to talk about being tricked, right? Because when I was walking, the live stream was muted. And I thought YouTube is playing a trick on me, or the universe wants me to be playing a trick. At least today, the internal microphones are working. I have my external microphone plugged into the phone, but it doesn't work. It works outside of YouTube, but it doesn't work inside of the YouTube app, which is so weird. But, one could say you're being tested to see how you're going to respond, how you're going to react. You can say that you're being tested to realize you're not being tested. Let that one sink in for a moment. You are being tested to realize you were never being tested. Or another way of saying that, you're in the final test to realize there is no test. I've heard that saying so many times, especially in 2024. The universe is testing you. You're being tested. The universe doesn't test you, it prepares you. I was getting very frustrated when I'd be hearing other people saying, the universe tests you. God is testing you. God doesn't fucking test you. It's you testing yourself, but it's really you preparing yourself. And there is to realize there is no damn test. It's a paradox. In 2024, the word paradox wasn't in my mind, even though I knew the word paradox. But I didn't understand the word paradox the way I understand it now. So, when I say what I'm saying, like, you may not, and it's really challenging at times to explain it with words, because words are what I have to use to explain what what cannot really be explained. But essentially, what I'm attempting to say is, whenever you hear me speaking, it's to go above and beyond your mind. Not to think of the words logically when I'm speaking, but to feel it viscerally with your intuition. When I speak, it moves mountains. When I speak, it shifts the planet. When I speak, all of you understand. Your mind will get in the way, though. But I'm not talking to your mind, I'm talking to your soul. Many will mark me as crazy that he's gone off the rockers, that he needs help. But you all who have forgotten, who is saying that I require help, is the one that needs the help. Because you're the crazy ones. You're the ones that are still adhering to all this, all the lies, the bullshit. You still entertain a lot of these things because your experience has told you that this is how reality is. But that's not how this works. Take it from the guy who had the most fundamentally flawed brain to now having ultimate and universal wisdom. I have ultimate wisdom and I have universal wisdom. I know someone's going to say, oh, that sounds very arrogant of you, Orion, to say that. Call it whatever you like. I'm not going to be unapologetic about that. I have universal wisdom, and so do all of you, but the problem is your mind has blocked you from it because the mind has convinced you that I don't know enough, or I tell myself that I know nothing. Because in that way, that keeps you open to possibilities. But here's the thing. You can say, I know everything and still be open to possibilities. But then someone will say, well, if you're open, if you say that if you know it all, right? How can you be open? Because that would imply that, it wouldn't make sense. It contradicts itself. But here's the thing. Your soul has it all. Somebody's having a fire over there. They're cooking up a storm over there. Right? Your soul has all the answers, but your mind does not have the answers. That's why I say I have universal wisdom, because universal wisdom is within your soul. And everybody has universal wisdom too. And it's within their soul, because their soul and my soul is the same soul. Fragmented with different experiences, but when we go back, we're one complete soul. And when we're fragmented as separate beings on this planet, we are still attached and linked to each other. Even if you don't resonate with someone, you are still them and they are you. Enjoy your fire, whatever it is that you're doing, but make sure you put that fire out before you leave. I trust that your soul will do that and not cause calamity. Even though you're burning the trees. but they are meant to be used in all kinds of different ways. Today's supposed to be decently warm. Supposed to rain though. I trust that it doesn't. What I might do, I might have a dual stream. A horizontal stream and a vertical stream. That way, I can still use the microphone. The only problem is, like, those two streams aren't merged as one. It would be awesome if I can merge two different streams into one stream, but that can't be possible. Well, it's not that it can't be possible. I don't know if we have that ability. I'm going to have to look that up. But, I'm okay right now that the internal microphone is working. The external microphone is not being allowed to be used. They really should add a fucking feature that toggles your external microphone to be on. Like, there is still a disconnect with YouTube, but that's fine. I'm happy that at least the internal microphone works for now. And yesterday, I'm happy that at least I figured out another solution to live streaming should I need to do that. I had quite the setup though yesterday. Computer with the microphone, the wireless microphone plugged in. With the wireless microphone plugged in, had to do all kinds of extra shenanigans, but was able to sort it out. Yeah. There is no test. The universe isn't testing you. God isn't testing you. It's you preparing yourself to remember who you are. That's what's happening here. But so many people are finessed by their mind, believing such nonsense. What's happening is that you are preparing yourself. It's not God, it's not the universe, it's yourself preparing yourself to remember what the hell you actually are. Morning. You are preparing yourself to remember who you are. Little by little. That's what's happening here. All of these external things that you're seeing in the world right now is just smoke and mirrors to distract you. It's to distract you so that you can continue to focus on external things, not realizing that it's you that has to realize that this is just an illusion. It's not real. But you get to choose in every present moment what that looks like. Good morning. You get to decide what that looks like in every present moment. And when you hear those words, every present moment, I'm sure that eludes you because, yesterday, when I was speaking with Danny, we had so much like great conversation, like just amazing. I told her, or I shared with her, because she said, time is not real. I'm like, you're right, time isn't real. It's real, but it's not real. It's a paradox. We use it to navigate the world. We see seasons changes. We see, it goes from day to night. So we use this thing called time, but time doesn't actually exist. You're not aging. You're not getting older. The body is just simply transforming, evolving, shifting. Words are like absolutely stupid right now, really, to even be speaking. Remember, y'all practice love and authenticity, even though those are just other words made up. Kind of lost my train of thought. Got distracted by graffiti. Anyways, you're not being tested. You're being guided, prepared. There is no test. Even though Nero would say that there are two tests, past these two tests, being like amplify and magnify, or or magnification and maintaining, transmute, transcend, and transform. I truly know that even with him, he's still adhering to words, but he still hasn't figured that part out yet. That's why I'm much further along in the game than most others. I've moved my character to truly the final stage, and in this final stage, it's so vast and infinite that it's this is where the mind gets to see things for the first time and gets to to discover things that are considered new to it. But the soul has seen it all. And I can help anyone at any stage now. Quite literally. You want to talk about health? I got you there. You want to talk about finances and wealth? I got you there too. You want to talk about relationships? Oh, I got you on that one too. You want to talk about being more connected to God and being more intuitive? I got you there. That was one of the ones that I was going to be like, yeah, I'm not as intuitive yet. But who's saying that? The true you is intuitive. You are intuition. You are beyond intuition. You are God, but God cannot be defined by any word. So when it comes to intuition and being more intuitive, I got you there. I spent 2.5 to 3 years out of the 7 to be more intuitive. I spent the first 3.5 years to be like logical and studying and logic. 2019 into 2020, 2021, 2022. These were all majority was logical. I had intuitive hits during some of those times, but it was mainly logical. In 2023, when I went to San Diego, the intuition kicked in. I started to feel things. I remember an experience so viscerally that I'm sitting in the car after spending time at Solana Beach, which is like further out in like San Diego, much further out. That's like on the tail end of San Diego County. And when I got back into the car, I had this feeling that, God spoke to me saying, "My son, the answer to life is through sound and vibration." Now, it had to give me that at the time. The soul already knew that, but the mind wasn't ready fully to understand truly what that meant, like at the more deeper level, until I started texting it out. And the person I texted it out to was the girl that I thought I was supposed to marry. The girl that I loved, who I thought I loved the most, which wasn't the case. Pam was just another distraction. Same with Zoe, same with Ari. Same with Juliana and Julia. Same with Melissa and Sandra and anyone else that I entertain. Lena, like all these characters. But I brain dumped with Pam sharing my experience. And she's like, "What the hell? What's going on with you right now?" I'm like, I don't know, but I have to like type this all out to you. Like, I have to like share it with someone that like at least understands what I'm getting at. And when I had that experience, that's when things started to take off. I went down an esoteric route, came back looking for the interconnectedness of life, not realizing that it's really starts and ends with you. But I still have to go through more of a journey to understand the fundamentals and the foundations to reality. And here we are, 3 years later, 2026. Could have never thought that the answer was right here, all along, right here, right in front of me. Me. And by me, I mean, it just is. There is no me. The character has a me, but there is truly no me. But itself wants you to still retain your me, which is your memory and your experience. I've delayed my gratification. I've been extremely patient with the way I operated. But now it's time for the next phase to unfold, whatever that looks like. And I'm ready. I've been ready. You get me on stage, universe, and I will, and I am going to impact those people. And I will get paid for my time. There is no more hiding. It is go time. That's nice. There's a couple sitting on the bench at the top there, enjoying the morning sunrise. There's another person there as well, having his coffee, Tim Hortons, enjoying their time. If the day is going to shape up like this is going to be a really excellent day. And I might be outside to do my jump rope, which, by the way, to shift topics for a moment, jump rope is the hour long. We had a little bit of an internet outage there for a moment, which is all good. We're back. It takes a few seconds for it to kick in. It's funny. There's the moon right there. It doesn't look like it's far away, but it's extremely far away. Same with the sun. And that moon is a half moon. And yesterday they came back. I'm super excited. I'm super happy that they returned safely. And you know, when I started a conversation with Danny yesterday, like last night, and I told her, she asked me, do you think it's real? I'm like, to Danny, I'm like, whether it is real or isn't real, like, I have only love and respect for the 4 who are in the pod, who are inside of Orion. Like, they landed. Now, of course, there was a 6-minute, time gap from them entering into the planet. Because of the plasma buildup, of course, someone's going to say, plasma? We are not actually, and we didn't even leave Earth. But if this was a big scam, they did a really good job. But listening to all of them speak, how could they be faking it? Like, why would they? What would be the point? It would be a big waste of time to do that. And even if they were faking it, listen to this. They were at least helping people to be inspired, to show humanity a better side. That 4 people who are, they're not strangers because they've been training with each other, but they were once upon a time strangers, but they had to work together. They had to help each other. Even if that's the case, that they weren't actually in space and they were just locked in some room for 15 or for 10 days with anti-gravity, right? They were at least showing to the world what is possible. They were emerged from the capsule yesterday from Orion. It was tiny. I didn't think it was that small. Like, when looking at it, it was like, wow, they fit 4 people in there, and 4 people came out of that thing in their orange suits. Now, of course, there's going to be other conspiracy theorists out there that's going to say, well, they didn't have a camera directly on them. You could see 4 people, but maybe they weren't actually there. Yeah, you got like, you know, that's the thing about humans. They always want to, prove something, prove that this is real or not real. How about you do this? How about you start to focus on yourself? How about you start to focus on your inner world? Right? Whether that happened or didn't happen, whether that was real or not real, it doesn't matter. Focus on yourself. The answer is you. The answer has always been you. I took a fair bit of screenshots last night so that I could have it. I saw a lot of people on different live streams who were cheering and celebrating. Team Human. We are Team Human. I once upon a time said we're Team Human. And I love everybody. I really do. But I may not love the mind. I love the soul, but not the mind. And the mind and the soul are two different things. I love the character that is not the mind, but is being finessed by the mind, the puppeteer. I don't love the puppeteer. I don't adhere to no puppeteer mind. I don't respect the puppeteer mind either. The puppeteer mind has its own agendas. I don't hate it. It just is. Well, let me rephrase it. I do respect the puppeteer mind for doing its job and protecting when there's some sort of danger, some perceived danger. But I love every character's soul. How can I not? It's me, and I'm you. It's the Spider-Man meme. You know, I know that she is just another version of me, and I'm a version of her. I love Lindsay Sterling with every fiber of my soul. She is the one that I have married. She is my one. And I love her so damn much. And I know it's inevitable for her and I. It's inevitable because I declared it to be so. There is no other man who's going to love her like me because I love her. I love her. You hear that, universe? I love Lindsay Sterling. And as I speak those words, it created our experience. It already has been created. It's done. And I'm entering that frequency with her and I, living together, loving each other, supporting one another, evolving with each other, transcending, not only just us, with Serenity and Sephiroth. I either would name my son Squall or Sephiroth, because I want to keep the S name for success, for super, for stellar, for sweet, for serenity. Serenity will have serenity. That's her name. I imagine that they're both twins when Lindsay is when like not when Lindsay is pregnant. We had twins together, a boy and a girl. They're not identical because one's a boy, one's a girl, but they came at the same moment. Serenity and Sephiroth. And they are the most gorgeous girls and boys you'd ever see. Walking backwards. Morning. She's going that way today. We walked that way once. It's a shorter walk, though. Let's go. All right. Today I gotta pay attention to the text so they can come pick up my package. There's a run club. There is a run club. All right. Today we're gonna go through the street. You can hear the sound of the hammer echoing. Let's go. Toyota 86. Welcome back, whoever's here. I was just speaking into existence my love for Lindsay and my life with her. And that, time is ticking and we can have anything we want as long as we put our mind to it. Notice that saying, as long as we put our mind to it. We. Who is we? The infinite you. The you before your mind. You see, all these sayings are hiding in plain sight. As long as you put your mind to it, you can achieve anything. When you hear those words, it's referring to a you before your mind. Right? So when you hear that, you can put your mind to anything. It's you before your mind. And you can have anything. But when we say these commonly said phrases, we overlook it. And Danny said something yesterday in our chat. She said, Orion, I feel like TV shows and movies were attempting to tell us the answer, but we weren't listening. I'm like, yeah, it was telling us the answer all along. It wanted us to know. For Hollywood, you fucked up in some degree. If you wanted to keep humans trapped and stuck, you fucked up in 1999 because you didn't realize that The Matrix was going to eventually be the movie that tells you how reality actually works. But you didn't fuck up because you actually wanted us to remember. Because you're sort of like the gatekeeper. You wanted to see how this unfolded because, itself had assigned you, your souls, to basically go through this experience to trap humans, trap other souls until they remember it so that they can evolve. Because you understood what itself is it's as well. I can see it clear as day. It's a fucking another paradox. To most of you, you probably think I sound crazy when I say that, but I'm not, because I can see it. My eyes can see. And when I say my eyes, I'm not referring to my physical like eyeballs. my true eyes can see all of this. And I was sharing with Danny yesterday, how when I'm speaking with others, I can feel the limitations of what they're imposing onto themselves and to others. I can walk through here. It's a little dry. I don't know if the grass over there is going to be dry, but I think it's going to be dry. But we'll see. If not, I'll. Morning. Yeah, the grass is still wet. This grass won't be fully dry until maybe May or June, if there's no rain, of course. There's the sun. What is it, 14 billion miles away from us? And yet it's right here, keeping us sustained. We forget all these fundamental things that is keeping us alive. So many people take a lot of things for granted, like the oxygen. We forget these fundamental things. Like, you even forget that you have the ability to speak your words, that others don't have the ability to speak. You have the ability to understand as well. We're so powerful, it's crazy. Like, when you really think about who and what we really are, it blows your mind. In a great way, by the way. And I want people to see that. I desire, and I am making it abundantly clear for those who run into me, this character, that they understand how magical you really are as a being. You're so fucking magical. Even saying how magical you are, it doesn't even encapsulate how magical you really are. You get to write with your hands to create and bring something into form. You get to cook a meal and bring something that was once one form into another form. You get to build something that once was just part of the earth, now has been built house. Like, everything that you see exists on the earth as materials, like all these cars and the engines and the lights and the windows and the bricks. They all came from the earth. Like, a brick wasn't always a brick. It was some sand and dirt, right? It was it's all kinds of different elemental properties, and then it is formed into a brick that solidifies. And we have the understanding on how to do that from within. Our logical mind, for those who don't know how a brick is formed, you will find out how a brick is formed by looking it up. And that's your intuitive knowingness to find how it works. Like how electricity works too. These wires that are up in the sky here are what's giving everybody the ability to have electricity in their homes. The moment one of these lines go down, you see the mercy of the human. when I was traveling in the car, and hurry up, good job. When I was traveling in the car and sleeping in the car, I was at the mercy of power. Like, I had to conserve my powers wisely. I couldn't be like scrolling on my phone for hours on end or my tablet because I needed to use it for the morning so that I can use the GPS on the phone to get to my next location, to make sure my tablet had enough juice so that I can use it while I'm doing my play out at the gym. But I was at the mercy of power because the car wasn't solar powered, right? I didn't have solar panels around the car to give me juice. That's one of the things that I definitely am making sure with those camper vans. And my camper van is going to be so like tricked out that it has like state of the art solar panels. It has the Starlink internet thing, like unlimited data. It has a generator. It has like that panel thing that the Nomad Brad has. Like, my thing is going to be pretty maxed out. It's going to be like a $300,000 build, or even hell, let's put it $500,000 build, and keep it. Since I own all the parking spaces for the penthouses, I have, 8 parking spots accessible at my use. I don't have 8 vehicles though. I have one of those like camper sprinter vans that is like maxed out. It's matte black. It's got like the front lights. It's got all kinds of stuff. Like, it's so perfect. Like when I'm out camping or whatever, and it can fit me and Lindsay, no problem. Like we can live in that while we travel. She has her tour bus, but when we are not using her tour bus, I don't usually spend time in the tour bus with her. Like, I have been in her tour bus many times, but when she's traveling, I make sure I'm not distracting her. She's focused. She's locked in. She is locked the fuck in when she's like playing her music and serving and her and the girls and her manager and her photographer, like they're all like just there. I do show up at times, but I make sure that, because I have my own thing. I have my own, like, you can call it tour bus or my jet, right? But yeah, one of those like sprinter vans, completely like maxed out, balls to the wall, like completely, like, has the ability to pull another car if it needs to. It has enough horsepower to like do whatever I need to. I can spend like 7 or 8 days, you know, at a time spending at like parks. The one interesting challenge is uh, when staying in that is when I decide to travel to like Arizona is to you know find, well, there's actually no challenge because parking is easy. I find parking anywhere I go. But like, I remember like being at the whims of each car and its power usage and its gas usage, and I'm like, okay, I did it. I fucking did it. kitty. Phone battery at 7%. All right. Cool beans. Let's just make sure. Give my room some fresh air. But now let's just make sure that the microphone is still working. Let's get on the stream. Test, test, test. Yep, birds.
So God is not some external force that is outside of us. It is not something that we pray to and that we need to worship or see as something outside of ourselves. God is the miracle of the very moment that you're in right now. The immediate direct experience of life. The space that's here right now without a cause. The space that's here right now that you can't get out of.
Exactly. Doesn't matter, the microphone is not coming with me. This is so good, by the way. Final Fantasy 9. The music's so good. This person made it yesterday. Final Fantasy 9. External microphone is not working, but internal microphone is working. Thank God, at least that's working. I'm going to pause it for a moment, and I'm just going to leave that message in the chat. That way, let's see. It's mute so that there's no reverberation. Internal mic is working again with YouTube, but external mic is still not working with YouTube. However, external mic works fine outside of YouTube. There. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you can hear the music. Perfect. This is called Ico steam. This is Ico's theme, my bad. The theme before Ico's theme was, what was it? Maiden's Sari. That's the village she lives in, the village of the Lost Summoners. So the next theme is Steiner's theme, and then the Rose of May. Man, this is getting good. Yep, yep. Let's go. Holy shit. BTS breaks another record while eating spicy wings. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to the music in a moment. The guy in the glasses seems so chillin' and collected and show low key so hot.
Namjoon's body crying. Yeah, just dance it out. Just dance it out.
Wow, look at all these guys.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by BTS. They're a defining global force in pop music, the first group since the Beatles to have 3 #1 albums in a single year, and at long last, the return is finally here with their new album, Arirang, along with the new single, Swim, and an 82-date world tour to follow. We're thrilled to have you all in the biggest table this studio has ever seen. BTS, welcome to the show.
Hey, we are!
Yeah. Oh my God. RM is the group leader. I'm wondering if you have any predictions. Do you think you'll all make it through to the end?
A lot of Koreans have their kind of pride, like, they can eat like spicy food. We're the best, but I think we are kind of the weakest, actually.
Yeah.
So I want to give my hopes on JK because I think he's the strongest out of all the team.
And Jimin too strong.
Jimin?
Jimin too strong.
You're strong too, right?
Come on.
Let's leave it on these.
Come on.
Well, it's a historic day. 80 wings on the table. Let's see how many come off. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yeah, sure.
I'm ready.
Their English has improved. Oh man, I can't wait to see what transpires when they eat the bomb. They're all gonna get fucked. Well, some of them are.
Garlic delight. 마늘 기쁨.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Yummy.
they're liking it.
So sweet. This is great. Easy.
맛있는데요, 그냥?
Some of them can't really speak English properly, so they revert to Korean.
Coming little late.
Easy. Yeah.
Lemon squeezy.
So the album opens with Body to Body, banger by the way, and after 2 minutes, the beat falls out, and then it gives rise to the traditional Arirang chorus.
Yes, sir.
What kind of message is that to start the album? Like, what are you saying to the listener?
사실 이제 뭐 저희 한국에서 1988년에 이제
So this guy can't speak English.
했었는데 그때
And maybe he does, but very, very limited English. So they're giving him
버전
they're doing subtitles here.
시작을 했던 곡이었고 그러면서 이제 가장 한국적인
Then we started about simply
샘플링에서 쓰는 게 어떨까라는 의견들도 오가는 와중에
while going through the list, we then landed on Share It Again, and we thought it matched well with the song.
I'm done. That's it.
오늘 못 먹잖아요.
We're tired again.
Already. Are you guys ready to move on here to sauce number 2?
Let's go.
Come on, Wing. So this one is a pickled garlic sriracha.
Pickled garlic sriracha.
See, some of them.
Yummy. Come on, Wing. Easy. Yeah. A little spicy.
Suga silently suffering while Jin is screaming next to him is sending me.
Actually, these are good.
죽을래 그러는데.
우유 먹어.
우유는 먹어.
Look at his jacket.
I know.
It's red. Yes, his blood.
The face is about to be too, yeah.
1학년은 전혀 얼굴도 빨개졌다고.
When you think back to recording Danger in a garage in LA to doing your first US show at the Troubadour in West Hollywood, what does it mean to now be on the biggest tour ever by a single South Korean act?
Have you ever heard that a singer or a musician follows their song titles? We were really in danger at that time. we were just about to collapse.
Yeah. 근데 데인저가 있었기에 저희가 이렇게 좀 더 힘들어도 그 정말 힘든 일을 겪었었기 때문에 이 정도는 아직 힘든 게 아닌가라는 마음가짐을 가질 수 있게 만들어준 시기와 노래가 아닌가라는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Correct.
Correct.
The shows are projected to last 2.5 to 3 hours, which is a tremendous physical demand, especially with the way that you guys perform. What does the morning after a show feel like?
아침 사실 쉽진 않죠.
Pretty dead afterwards. I still wake up with tinnitus in my ears and hear it, it won't stop.
이게 사람이 힘들면은 보통 막 몸이 붓기
They say the
마련인데
body
아침에
falls up
저희가
for rehearsal.
리허설 하러
After we wake up, we meet for rehearsal, and then we'll see everyone with puffy faces. And then, well,
콘서트
our
들어갈
faces go
때쯤이면
back to normal as we near the concert. So then we look back and wearing puffy, as if I've eaten something spicy. Attempted to do as best my.
We actually have a very special sauce just for you guys. So Esther Choi, who works on First We Feast Heat Eaters, she has supplied us with her very special gochujang sauce. For sauce number 3, she's an amazing chef known for using traditional Korean flavors that she grew up with, putting an American twist on them. So let's dive in. I hope you guys enjoy.
냄새가 그거야. 한국 양념치킨인데요.
This smells Korean.
It smells Korean.
한국 양념치킨이랑
Do you know there's a Korean slang? It's a word called JMT. That means like super tasty. We call it JMT.
Jungkook, what is tteokbokki by JK, and can you describe to us how to make it?
일단 나는 그 떡을 얼마나 잘 졸이는가 중요한데 일단 그 제일 쉽게는 양념을 그 물에 잘 풀어서 만들어 놓고 이제 떡이랑 같이
Explain how to
잘
make this thing.
졸이기만 하면 맛있고 오래 졸여야 돼. 그다음 파 많이 넣으면 맛있고.
Jin, do you have a most treasured memory as a fisherman? Like, do you have an all-time greatest catch?
처음 받아보는 질문이라 너무 신박해가지고 잠시 생각을 좀 해보겠습니다.
Great catches.
Yeah, very great question.
형 육자 잡았잖아, 육자.
제가 이렇게 처음 낚시를 할 때 그 바다에 가서 이렇게 물고기를 잡아 올려서 즉석에서 그 잡아서 바로 육지로 와서 회를 떠먹었어요. 그리고 이렇게 주변에 있던 사람들과 같이 술을 한잔 하면서 그 회의 맛을 느끼는데 제가 평소에 알고 있던 회 맛과는 몹시 달라서 이게 바로 낚시하는 맛이구나를 좋아했었던 그런 기억이 있어요.
I know how hard they work.
Come on, Win. 맛있는데.
Good. Yeah. First impression, really romantic and great. But I'm scared of the after.
Oh, yeah.
After effect.
Delicious. 너 떠올려?
Okay, I'm sweating. And the wave is coming. That's why I'm wearing shades.
They're starting to roll in. Same way.
맛집인데 여기?
So the first half of this album is the most rap-forward BTS record in years, with songs like Aliens, Hooligan, Body to Body marking a clear return to bars. Suga, how would you describe the underground battle rap scene in Daegu when you were performing under the name Gloss?
Wow! What? 대박이다. Crazy questions. It's so good.
어떻게 알아요? 언더그라운드라고 하면 그렇고 그냥 뭐 어릴 때 대구에서 음악 할 때는 이제 서울을 보고 알겠다라고 생각했던 게 무대도 거의 없고 돈을 벌 수 있는 방법이 없어가지고 그냥 하루빨리 음악을 하려면 서울로 가야겠다라는 생각을 했었죠. 형 울어요? You cry? You cry?
No. Men don't cry. Fine. I'm ready.
Whoa.
Cheers!
Yeah, let's go.
Cheers. Wing. Wing.
약간 털이.
This is a little cake. Yeah. Same page.
Not crying.
엄청 뒤에 오네 얘가.
얘가 뒤에 오기는 하는데 그렇게 막 오진 않아.
이 정도면 그냥
정말 넌 진짜 의상 보면은 진짜 딱 그냥 식당 오는 사람 같아.
약간 땀이 나기 시작하는 것 같기도.
나는 몸이 약간 열이 약간.
You're sweating right now.
Are you? I'm okay. I'm okay if you're okay. Your body crying.
Your body crying. I think this shouldn't be copyright. Alright, so now that at least we you all get to watch this with me. I'm like, wait a minute, we're not streaming like we did yesterday. We're streaming like we do normally. So you all get to just kind of watch. These guys are funny though. Body to body crying.
What's up, man? From Tuho to Yunori, is there a traditional Korean game you suggest I learn? Like, which one is the most fun to play? Yunori.
제기차기가 제일 쉬울 것 같아.
Part 2. Yunori 어려워요. But we don't have that stick. Really? Like, you want to play something right now? Yeah, of course. Okay.
지은 사람 오늘 우유 안 먹는 거 어때요?
Oh.
So this game is called a 369. So each we'll just show you. It's 369. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. So you must include like 3 or 6 or 9.
31,
So, but if it's like 33, you have to clap twice. 36, you have to clap twice as well. Let's go. 369. Let's go.
Let's go. 1, 2,
4,
5,
7,
8, 10,
11, 12,
14,
15, 16.
Don't make it no
So
water.
sorry about water.
I know.
Put it out of reach. Okay.
No milk.
No milk. No water. It's his area, so.
Yeah. I never cry. Sorry.
That's funny. They're going up.
Whoa, come on, Wing.
Come on, Wing.
Come on, Wing. Cheers.
Cheers, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Homegrown hell.
Homegrown hell?
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared. Is it true that you guys recorded 120 songs during the LA sessions in the making of this record? And if so, can you pull back the curtain on the kinds of discussions and debates that go into narrowing it down to the final 14? 네, 의견이 되게 많았지. 그러니까 단순히 진짜 한데 모여가지고 1번부터 100번까지 그냥 다 들었어요. 그냥 그 다 들으면서 계속 얘기하고 이건 어떻고 저거를 얘기하고 진짜 약간 퓨어하게 저희 의견이 맞는 것들만 추려가지고 그리고 내 생각에는 아마 우리가 점수까지 매겼었던 것 같아. 맞아.
I always like their hairstyles.
Doing okay?
They got that anime hair.
You're doing okay? Are you doing good enough to move on here to sauce number 7? 7, 6, 7. 6, 7.
여기서 조금 매운향이 나거든요.
This is nasty.
Come on, Wing.
Come on, Wing. Come on, Wing.
Come on, Wings. Let's go.
Let's go.
That guy took a hella big bite.
Let's go. Yeah, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. tell me about this whole language around guys.
He's-
It can range from nicknames to inside jokes, memes, and so
They're
on.
starting to
So
die.
I'm gonna give you the definition. These are the things that came up in my research. What is namjuning? Like, how does one namjune?
They're starting to die.
It's like, using your time to
They're starting to die.
yeah. Hey, go for a museum, watch movies. Not like that. Yeah, that's not true. It's different. What does it mean when you tell someone that you got no jams? What does you got no jams? You got no jams. You got no jams means no fun. It's like when somebody's like kidding and it's not funny, it's like not no jam. Because jam means like funny in Korean. What does runch rada or bust mean? Wow. That was that was the name of the game character when I was like 13. Am I doing this right? Ketchup. 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 Very good. Little outdated, but do it. Ketchup. 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 No good. This is the original. Your best. Ketchup. Ketchup. Sarcastic. Ketchup. Okay. I'm doing good. No, I can't. I lost the game. Oh. If you guys are ready.
Oh, she came and gave him more milk. You eating cereal over there. Oh. Ooh, this one. This is the one that gets everybody. The bomb. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. I want to see how they're going to handle this one. No, this one's going to...
What's happening? Be careful. Be very careful.
They're dying.
Just dance it out. Just dance it out. So funny. What I want to do is some BTS superlatives. I'll give you a statement, like which member is most likely to change their hair color next week, and then I want you all to point at the person who it describes at the same time. Who in the group is the best chef? Okay, best chef. 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Virginia, JK, and Jin. JK and Jin at the top of the list. He's the best chef.
Damn it. Damn it all. Okay, hold on. So the copyright thing popped up. Fuck. Damn it, I have to wait a little bit. That's funny. That's funny. So the copyright thing popped up at the bottom, so I'm gonna wait a couple minutes. Let the time elapse a little bit. But that's hilarious how they all got destroyed. Well, not all of them. A few of them got absolutely destroyed with the bomb. And for those of you who hasn't watched this before, the sauce that they just ate is the worst one. That's the one that gets everybody. Almost everybody. Only a handful of people in the history of the show, the bomb couldn't like they handled it. Steph Curry, when Steph Curry came on the show, he wasn't sweating bullets. He wasn't like he handled it like a true champ. But if you saw not Dave Ramsey's, Gordon Ramsay's, he was like Pepto Bismol. He was running around. he was like talking about like a new hole was in his asshole. It's crazy. That's wild. I could have sworn I've been able to show hot ones on the stream before. Yeah. Heads up, we've detected video in your stream. So at least like the audio is fine, but the video is not. It's fine. It's whatever. When I move to Kick, because I feel like I'm going on to Kick, I won't run into these problems. I'll get to watch shit, whatever I want to watch, with my audience. Get to hang out and be like, yeah, y'all, let's chill out and watch some stuff. All right, I'm giving it a couple more minutes, just to elapse the space duration between, because like the last time I did this, I just played the audio in the background, and then the stream ended. So giving YouTube a little bit, this is why I get frustrated with YouTube with things like this. I want to hang out and spend time with you all and watch what I want to watch and share the experience. But how can I share the experience when YouTube does shit like this? Stupid. I need to make sure that I pay attention to text message today. Yeah, leave that there. Leave that there. Perfect. Okay. So I can't show you the rest of the video, which sucks, because the stream will end. But I'll kind of
Be very
periodically
careful
kind of show it.
around the eyes, Jin.
He's not exaggerating. Like I've never seen him like this like before.
That's crazy.
Most likely to miss the tour bus because they're still getting ready.
On a 3. 1, 2, 3.
3.
Oh, some mixed opinions.
난 준비 시간 진짜 빨라. It's V and Jim.
One more milk, please. Yeah. More milk coming in.
He needs more milk.
Thank you. Most likely to move and live on a fishing boat when they retire.
Jen.
He is dying. The guy who's
How about
screaming, he
this?
is
Least likely to make it to the final wing on Hot Woods.
Me. Give up. 1, 2, 5.
I'm tired. I'm done. Drink.
Better than
I can't. I lost the game. It's okay.
No, please drink.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Come on, Wayne.
Is it? Oh!
Come on, Wayne. That's what I'm talking about, Jim. And come on, Wayne. Come on, Wayne. Cheers. Okay. Cheers.
on to the
Don't
next
give
one.
up.
Let's go.
Respect.
There's one who's like, come on,
Do you guys
let's
want
do
some
it.
ice cream?
Yes, please.
They want some ice cream now.
Level 10. So delicious. Oh yeah. Million. How good is that ice cream?
Very nice.
Shut up.
No, nobody's talking. Like, nobody's talking, guys.
Shut up.
What are you saying to shut up?
Anime has produced iconic pop songs, right? From a Cruel Angel's theme to Gurren no Yumiya. As musicians and fans of anime, what makes a great anime opening song? And is there one that bangs the hardest, in your opinion? 왕바우 아는 사람 없나? 왕바우?
달려라
달려라 왕바우.
아무도 올 거야.
아 그렇게 따지면 난
그렇게 따지면 치키치키 자가자가 초코초코.
난 미래선을 코너인데.
그럼 쾌걸 근육맨 있어 어때? 갈비찜을 봐.
아 그건 오프닝이 아니지.
갈비찜을 봐.
그날에 본 꽃의 이름은 아무도 모른다.
몰라.
아니 그거
그 좋지.
그래 그리 쉽지는 않겠지.
Good time. Don't
비주얼
Digimon
사람,
and
비주얼
Pokemon.
사람. 버터플라이.
이거 안 되나?
아리싸 이거 안 되지. 이탈도 잠시만. 그거. 그거. 날아오르라 줄자기여 환상의 날.
지금 나 코리안 오프닝
I'm
송이라고.
not sure because of the Korean opening version.
우리 시절 우가니.
Sorry.
No, make no apologies. Yeah, there are too many goats for our opening animation.
Sometimes the comments will tell me that I look like One Punch Man. Agree or disagree?
One Punch Man.
I think you're too handsome for that.
RM.
Maybe it's because of your hair.
I think it might be because of the hair.
I'm sorry. Was that too honest?
They're the last one? Yep.
10번에 찍어 놓아야 되는 거야?
Let's go. The last step.
Sugar, dab it.
Whoa. Try? 야, 웜 이거 한다고?
거기 하면 나가지.
Try.
Let's go.
Okay, try. Let's go. Okay, try.
Yep.
Everybody try. Okay.
나 아직도 진정이 안 되네.
Everybody
Oh
try.
my god.
Come on, Wing.
Come on, Wing.
They're dabbing.
Come on, Wayne.
Come on, Wing.
Come on, Wing. 1, 2, 3. They're about to do it. Cheers.
For Army. I love you.
For the army. Oh, damn.
I know.
Sean.
I know.
This
Come on, Wing.
this is illegal. It should be prohibited
It
by
should
the
be.
law.
But the good news is the wings of death are behind us. You guys have conquered the Hot Ones gauntlet. And to close things out, you guys have a language that goes beyond speaking. For over a decade, you've
A language
communicated
that
with
goes
your
beyond
fans
speaking.
through poses, through hand signals, through gestures. So to close things out, So to close things out, I'm not going to ask you to answer a question you've already done enough. I just want you to hit us with a pose, one by one, that best reflects how you feel after eating the world's spiciest wings.
와, 진짜 에바다 이거.
Jin.
7, 8, 9.
Sugar.
He's like doing this.
RM.
He had to take off his glasses.
V.
He's like,
Jimin.
he's like,
Jungkook.
he's like smooth.
And with that, look at you taking on the wings of death.
Good job, boys.
Living to tell the tale. Now there's nothing left to do but roll out the red carpet for you. This camera, this camera, this camera. Let the people know what you have going on in your life.
자, 여러분, 저희가 드디어 이제 콘서트 투어를 시작하게 됐습니다. 저희가 정말
This time
이번에
around,
진짜
there'll be some
멋있는
amazing
무대들이 많으니까
I miss you.
분들
so when you all show up to the show,
단단히
I hope you all will be
각오하셨으면
ready.
정말 우리가
We really,
저희가
because
이때까지
we haven't
많이
seen you all in
얼굴
a
못
while.
보인 만큼
Yeah, it's been a while since
멋있게 무대로
they've been around.
보여드리겠습니다. 진짜 감사합니다.
Okay. Jin, are you okay?
They're dying. Right.
여기서부터는 그냥 써. 그러니까 써. 그냥 캡사이신 먹은 느낌. 맞아. 캡사이신 그대로 먹어. Can I one more ice cream?
He wants more ice
야, 근데
cream.
이거 바닐라 아이스크림 진짜 맛있다. 아이스크림 되게 맛있다. Very delicious.
어떤 게 제일
마지막 일단 7%가 없었어. 7%. 잘 맞아. 나는 개인적으로 난 7이 매운 거 같아. 7, 8, 9 어땠어요? 갑자기 확
This is
올라가서.
behind the scenes.
그렇죠. 갑자기 난이도가 7 갈았는데 얘는 안 갈았는데. 10이 말이 안 돼. 그렇죠.
They did good. They did good. All right. Are you for real? NASA to conspiracy theory takes off about staged. What the hell is going on here?
Truth or fake means vertigo bell.
Are you for real?
Vertigo, good evening to you. We stay with Artemis 2. The mission, of course, to the moon and back.
Apparently this is fake.
On Friday,
It was like a green screen.
further from Earth than any other humans.
Are you for real?
The flyby has inflamed.
Some people have way more free time than anyone else.
That's right, Mark. The Artemis 2 crew may have
So apparently, this is what they were doing. Apparently, this is like what, like, not real, or what they thought was real.
travel to the dark side of the moon, but waiting here on Earth is the dark side of the internet, because all of the excitement around this mission has caused some old conspiracy theories to take off. So let's start with one that we've had plenty of times before, that the entire thing is staged. Several internet users falsely claim to have proof that the astronauts were using a green screen. This photo was particularly shared online, showing the astronauts with a green screen behind them, and this video in particular was viral. Now, this is a snippet of the astronauts' live interview with CNN, and we can see the Artemis 2 mascot rise floating in the capsule as a sign of zero gravity. It's filmed from a mobile phone off a TV screen, but internet users claimed that this video showed glitches and that there was white lettering peeking through a transparent plush toy, saying that this proved that this has been faked. Now, this is false, because if we take a look at the original CNN live stream where this was broadcasted, there is no white characters or white text bleeding through the plush
You gotta
toy.
be kidding me. You have got to be kidding. Like, this is wild. Like, this is wild. Let's go back. She's gonna point out the thing.
Times before, that the entire thing is staged. Several internet users falsely claim to have proof that the astronauts were using a green screen. This photo was particularly shared online, showing the astronauts with a green screen behind them, and this video in particular was viral. Now, this is a snippet of the astronauts' live interview with CNN. We can see the Artemis 2 mascot rise floating in the capsule as a sign of zero gravity. It's filmed from a mobile phone off a TV screen, but internet users claimed that this video showed glitches and that there was white lettering peeking through a transparent plush toy, saying that this proved that this has been faked. Now, this is false, because if we take a look at the original CNN live stream where this was broadcasted, there is no white characters or white text bleeding through the plush toy. Now, it is possible that this has been edited, but most likely this is a TV graphics glitch where the text has been overlaid behind the footage by the broadcaster. Now, as for that green screen photo that we saw, this is confirmed to be generated by artificial intelligence. There is a Google Synth ID digital watermark present in this image, which confirms to us that it is very much created by Google AI.
Now, speaking of AI, artificial intelligence, there's also been a ton of AI slop.
That's a word I learned from you, Vedika. Running rampant on social media. Separate
See
the fact
how
from these science
see how
fiction
mainstream words are starting to make it everywhere?
Even though the Artemis 2 team have been sending back stunning images of the lunar surface, there is a ton of AI-generated content going viral, and even the most obvious of them are racking up millions of views. For example, thousands of users are sharing this video that they say proves, again, that the entire thing is staged, because the astronaut appears to have 3 legs in the spacewalk. Now, in reality, this is content shared by a space-related Facebook page, which openly says that it uses artificial intelligence to generate its content. Now, there's also a ton of very fantastical imagery and fantastical AI videos being shared online as well. For example,
I've seen this one.
This post claimed to show the Mer Orientale, which is a lunar basin on the western border of the near and far side of the moon. It is stunning imagery, as we can see there, but it is not real in any capacity. In reality, the Artemis 2 team didn't manage to capture such detailed and close images of the basin. They did photograph it, but their image is much different and much further away. You have to remember that these astronauts were still about 4,000 miles, about 6,500 kilometers away from the moon's surface. Now, I also want to show you this video, which claimed to show the highest quality video of the moon that has ever been.
Hold on. Do you see why I said that humans are distracted? Because they, look, whether they went to the moon or they didn't go to the moon, they at least showed hope for some humans on the planet to give them inspiration. But the human mind does not want to accept things as is and always is looking to prove something. It's always looking to prove, and it can't just accept. Because the human mind is not designed to accept until you realize that you're not the human mind. And this is why there's a bunch, that's why they said there's so many people. There was a comment that says there's so many people that seems to have so much time on their hands more than others. Yeah, because they want to disprove things. And I can go and tell those humans that you're not real. But then they're going to be like, how dare you say that, blah, 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 blah. But you're not real. Anyways, this is funny how this popped up on my feed.
This post was made, this video began circulating the same day that the Artemis team made its historic lunar flyby. We can see it had over 10 million views.
I've never seen this video or this photo.
Surprised that the moon isn't just grey. Now, in fact, this one isn't created by AI, but it's not been released by NASA. It's not an official photo. It's not sent by the Artemis 2 either. In fact, it is images taken by an photographer who shot tens of thousands of frames of the moon and merged them together. None of Artemis 2's images showed such a colourful moon, but they did note in their reports some colour nuances, shades of brown and blue. So there is a lot of gorgeous imagery online, but a lot of it is not real and it's not official. If you do want to see the stunning and very real images sent by the Artemis 2 mission, they are published online by NASA in the Artemis 2 multimedia folder. And I suggest that if you want to see these stunning images, you go there and have a look rather than search them online.
The rocket is a balloon. So you see there, the rabbit hole is about to begin. If I watch that video is going to pop up next. For me, like I said, whether they went or whether they didn't go, it doesn't matter. This is all not real anyways. It's a simulator. And also, even if they didn't go, their heart tells me a story. Because I listen, not with just this, but I listen to this. So when I hear them speaking, I can feel what they're saying and it feels genuine. So of course someone's gonna be like, well, how do you know that you're being persuaded and deluded? Because I am the ultimate awareness machine on the planet. I just came up with that name. I am the ultimate awareness machine on the planet. And I can claim that. I am the ultimate awareness machine. UAM? Yum? Sure. No, that's not yum. Sure, whatever. Yam, yum. I'm not watching the next video that popped up there. That's just funny. But I do have a bunch of stuff in the to watch later list. I see there's Nero's video. We'll watch that shortly. Let's see what's in my watch later's list. So we have 10 classic card games. We have PsyOps. Goldberg versus Braun Strowman. Let me see this match quickly.
And now we battle for the Universal Championship.
This was...
And John, what an incredible opportunity tonight for the
Even
monster
with the entrance included in this video, it's only 7 minutes long.
He's always wanted to hold the world title with
This is when COVID was happening.
He has that opportunity, and one of the best opportunities he will ever have. I've been around
This is
for
when
a long time.
there was no
I've seen
crowd.
City, Henry, Patera, Swenson, you name it. I've
Just
seen
want to
him.
see
This to me
this scroll through.
is even more impressive. How many people have taken time off for the prime of their life to come back? The monster among men. Goldberg and Strowman kicks out.
This is at the
And
Performance
the veteran
Center.
Goldberg, stay with what you know. Stay with your strength. Braun's hurt. It's working right now. Another spear. Number 4.
Wow, it's so quiet.
And Strowman is down, and Goldberg in a zone here at WrestleMania.
This was
Goldberg
WrestleMania?
senses
Oh
right
my
now the
god.
beginning of the end, which is hard to believe you would consider after 4 spears. And now looking for the jackhammer, but Braun Strowman counters into a power slam. And the power of Strowman again into another power slam. Just bomb after bomb after bomb. Goldberg was going for the jackhammer to put Strowman away, but now for a third time, Strowman with a power slam to Goldberg, manhandling the Universal
This is
Champion.
when COVID was.
Hector Hearns, but on a heavyweight level.
There's no
Just
audience,
hitting
there's
each other with
nobody here.
everything they have. Goldberg seems to be out of it. Braun Strowman now with Goldberg on his shoulder.
I remember my girlfriend walking in on me watching pandemic era WWE and asked me, are they practicing? And I responded, no, this is the show. My favorite was Seth Rollins versus Jesus. Was Jesus.
Universal Champion, Braun Strowman. For the first time in his WWE career, Braun Strowman is the Universal Champion, dominating Goldberg here tonight. And if you're in the WWE, you hate this right now, because that giant right there may hold that title till he relinquishes it when he retires.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
And Goldberg would
Title didn't last that long
Braun
with him.
Strowman with a number of spears in this matchup. And
It looks like they're
Strowman was
practicing.
stunned after a third spear. And we thought that Goldberg would retain John, but Strowman kicked out, and oh boy, how the tables turned. Goldberg defeated legend after legend with one spear. Braun Strowman kept getting up.
Okay.
But this right here is where Braun Strowman...
Okay.
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and today we're taking a look at 10 of the hardest classic Nintendo games ever made.
Let's see these hardest Nintendo games ever.
Before we begin, we publish new videos all week long, so be sure to subscribe to Mojo Plays and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
I will not subscribe.
Super Mario Kart.
Hey!
The first Mario Kart is still a joy to play on occasion, but the obscene difficulty has made it age horribly. Don't get us wrong, this is still fun to play
Look,
with
Peach.
a second player. Fortunately, the same cannot be said when playing solo on 150cc or even 100cc. The AI cheats in some of the most unsubtle ways imaginable. And it isn't just the rubber banding or the AI getting exclusive access to certain items. There can be 2 groups of item boxes on the course, yet your fellow competitors will somehow throw out 5 items in a single lap. Look, there's a difference between being a difficult game and being shamelessly, obviously unfair to the player. Make it make sense. Kurukurukururin.
The fuck is this?
Starting premise fool you. Sure, a game about a spinning stick sounds like it'd be basic, unexciting, and beaten in a matter of minutes. On the contrary, Kurukurukururin is among the hardest games ever made for the Game Boy Advance.
The title is misleading. It says 10 hardest classic Nintendo games. Classic Nintendo games implies, you know, Nintendo, not...
One touch of anything,
What the fuck is going on here?
take damage. Of course, the game does a good job of easing you into it, but trust us, this game will test your patience and make you question your skill level. Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and the Blade of Light.
The fuck?
In this day and age, many of us are used to tactical RPG games like Fire Emblem, offering retries, making permadeath an optional setting, and even offering a chance to redo turns. But the first Fire Emblem game does not have such safeguards. You have your army, you must make sure that each unit survives while being mindful of the kinds of moves you're making. Should Marth fall, your game ends. Should any other unit fall, they're gone for the rest of the game. There's no going back. So, Fire Emblem demands that you know what you're doing at all times, which might be asking a bit too much from today's players.
Well, because today's players can't handle such things.
Diddy Kong Racing!
This wasn't even hard. What the fuck are you even talking about?
We could somewhat forgive Super Mario Kart for making questionable decisions and maintaining its challenge. Diddy Kong Racing, on the other hand, is deliberately designed to be frustrating. It isn't the races themselves that are hard, but the silver coin races, many of which have their coins placed in very precarious spots that could cost you an entire race. It is highly important that you understand every bit of DKR's mechanics if you want to 100% it. Otherwise, you may just quit after the first race against Windspin. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Punch-Out has long been known to be one of the most difficult games ever made for the NES, but that's only what a lot of recognizing your opponent's telegraphs and reacting accordingly. However, this leads to a lot of trial and error.
Mario.
As every foe gets faster and more subtle in their telegraphs. But to call this the hardest NES game, there are way more brutal titles we have yet to get to. Super Mario Brothers: The Lost Levels. Welcome to the real Super Mario Brothers 2, in case you didn't know already. Prepare to get your teeth kicked in. Of any of the mainline Mario games, this one will forever be considered the hardest on account of some of the nonsense employed across every level.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're swimming in the air. Yep, I remember this stage.
In addition to poisonous mushrooms being a pickup, there are levels where you have to launch high into the air. Levels where only specific pathways lead to the goal, and even levels where certain pipes continue back to earlier levels. You know, maybe Nintendo was right to not release this to Western audiences in the first place. Donkey Kong Country 2.
That's crazy.
Diddy's Kong Quest.
That's Dixie.
The Donkey Kong Country games have long been known to be some of the most challenging games in Nintendo's catalog. Even the newer ones are rage-inducing. Have you played Tropical Freeze? Have you played Returns? But DKC2 is the most infamous of the older generations for a variety of reasons.
Oh.
So many levels put enemies in dangerous positions that can potentially cause you to lose a life in a matter of seconds. And God help you if you want to try and complete the game, because DKC2 will make hunting for those bonuses and Kong letters a real chore. Ice Climber. Ice
What
Climber
the
never
fuck?
gets the recognition for its difficulty, probably because, well, no one has played it except for die-hard Nintendo fans. Ascend 32 different mountains, composed of moving clouds, falling icicles, and annoying as hell topies that keep rebuilding floors that you're trying to break through. You thankfully don't have to worry about a time limit in this game, but the enemy placement and the overall level design can make things very frustrating. It won't be long before the catchy music becomes an earworm of nightmares, reminding you of all the mental pain you've endured. Trust me, I have beaten this game before. It is not easy. It's very infuriating. Dr. Mario.
Oh god. Basically Tetris.
If you can't play Tetris to save your life, you won't have any sliver of hope playing Dr. Mario. Yes, it is similar to Tetris, only you have to match 5 of the same color to clear up space in the bottle. Regardless of the adjustable difficulty, this game gets stressful quickly. Before you know it, every level is starting with an almost completely filled bottle of viruses placed in awkward spots, and the drop speed will become barely comprehensible. You need some serious skills in adapting and managing priorities if you want to get to level 20. And lastly, Kid Icarus. Yeah, of all the classic Nintendo games, Kid Icarus is undoubtedly the hardest game of the entire bunch. The verticality and level design mixed with the labyrinthian layout can make it tough to remember where you're at in relation to everything else. On top of that, there are plenty of enemies that can insta-kill you at a moment's notice. Yes, there are items you can buy to beat it up and make navigation easier, but those items tend to be really expensive and require extensive amounts of grinding. In other words, Kid Icarus is a game that will test your patience and more. What's the hardest Nintendo classic you've ever played? Let us know.
Okay. Oops. Look. Inception. Nice. Let's see what this is with PsyOps.
I think there's a very deliberate attempt to destabilize and confuse the entire populace. And the first way to destabilize anybody is take away the one thing that we stood for throughout time. It's like the united we stand. So we divide first, and then we confuse.
Yep.
Now for the enhanced visual episode of Target Intelligence, PSYOP, an ironclad original, hosted by Sean Ryan, presented by SVIR Advisors.
Don't you just love don't you just love how the AI sounds like it's from the 80s?
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Jesse, and I'm one of the people here at Ironclad that got to help make Target Intelligence PSYOP, hosted by Sean Ryan. The 8-episode series is a deep dive into the world of psychological operations. You can binge listen to the whole series now, wherever you get your podcast, or right here on the YouTube channel. But now that we've wrapped the 8 episodes, we wanted to give you 2 bonus episodes where we take you behind the scenes of the show and allow you to hear from someone who helped us make it and really craft a lot of the ideas that were featured throughout. His name is Chase Hughes. He's a Navy veteran. He's one of the world's experts in psychological operations, psychology, and he's the founder of NCI University. One of the first things we wanted to do early on in the series was talk to Chase about what a PSYOP actually was and how he would define it.
I would say a PSYOP is any operation that leverages something outside of a person to influence.
I'm gonna go get my meal. I'll be back.
Beliefs, decisions, identity, choices. And this used to be like in World War I and World War II, it was about information, controlling information. But now we're getting into an era where we have people that are exploiting things like I'm going to change somebody's neurochemistry. I'm going to do these other things. We have things like Havana syndrome, where there's these unknown energy weapons that are being used. Congress has published a report on this. So I think just information is no longer an accurate definition for PSYOP.
One of the goals early on in the series was to pull back the curtain on the history of real psychological operations, and that meant looking at figures like Edward Bernays. He went from a military PSYOP advisor in World War II to one of the most controversial figures in American media.
That ideas were weapons and were even more effective than bullets.
It started drifting in World War I, that little time frame right there. And I think it came to a head with the U.S. anyway. Down in South America, where we started, this company was down there that was U.S. owned called the United Fruit Company. And Bernays goes down there and massively influences the population. They did a disinformation and discrediting campaign against the sitting president so we could install this guy that would be friendly to the United States so we could continue getting all this, mostly bananas and stuff, out of the area. And it would have never thought like fruit and bananas could be world changing like this and make us do crazy stuff. But I think that was the beginning of our obsession with this kind of stuff, our obsession with PSYOPs. And we discovered at this time that if we could just do a few little things, and there's a low overhead, we don't have to spend a shitload of money on this. So just do a couple of things to change a few people's perceptions and then make those people look like the majority. We can get anything done that we want to. And I think we got addicted to that. We started getting addicted to that. And then we roll into Korea and we roll into World War II. And we have all these fears about brainwashing, and that we start this mental, psychological arms race between us and China and the Soviet Union. And we're going back and forth, just playing ping pong, trying to figure out the next step. What's the next thing that I can do to modify behavior and shift somebody's identity as rapidly as possible.
And now a brief message from our sponsors. Are you a small business ready to work with the Department of Defense? SBIR Advisors is here to streamline that process for you. We specialize in helping companies and small business founders secure DoD contracts and funding. If you're ready to take your business to the next level, head to SBIRadvisors.com and see how we can help your team win.
After assisting in propaganda and psychological operations in World War II, Edward Bernays, the father of modern public relations, was a sought-after figure. He was known for helping to popularize products like bacon and egg breakfasts and high-end cigarettes, and would eventually be hired by the United Fruit Company to promote another food item to Americans, bananas. Today, United Fruit Company is known as Chiquita Brands International. Bernays' plan involved getting bananas into high-profile places like hotels, sending them to celebrities, and associating them with a healthy, high-end lifestyle. Commercials like this, which depict an animated banana singing while being photographed stepping off of a cruise ship would even play before movies in the 1940s.
I'm Chiquita Banana and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way.
In the 1950s, his work with the banana giant took an infamous turn. After the people of Guatemala elected a man named Jacobo Arbenz, the government there adopted sweeping agrarian reform laws in which land owned by large estates and companies would be redistributed to individual local farmers. In the process, nearly 40% of United Fruit Company's land holdings were seized. However, the father of public relations had bigger plans. Bernays and United Fruit would execute a months-long, well-orchestrated operation to convince the American public and lawmakers that Arbenz presented a communist threat. Soon after their efforts kicked off, major newspapers across the country, where Bernays was well connected, ran articles about the threat Arbenz supposedly posed. United Fruit would regularly send these articles to members of Congress, create and distribute newsletters about it, and even host guided trips to Guatemala for journalists. The campaign worked. Enough political will was drummed up that the U.S. would take action. In 1954, the CIA launched Operation PB Success. Its mission was to execute a coup by backing a small militia force, successfully overthrowing Arbenz and installing a new dictator. To help the small militia in their coup, the CIA spent millions of dollars on psychological warfare efforts to intimidate Arbenz loyalists and supporters, even sending them small wooden coffins. After the coup, Bernays would run large PR campaigns to promote Guatemala's new leader.
Now, early on in our conversations with Chase, we realized it was going to be really important to look at a controversial series of mid-century psychological experiments, like one that's called the smoke-filled room. Now, those experiments have gone on to not only help inform how we think about psychology, but how we also think about modern psychological operations.
And you can change anybody's behavior at any time.
That's Chase Hughes, a former U.S. Navy chief turned human behavioral science authority. He's led advanced training programs on influence, persuasion, and nonverbal analysis for everybody from intelligence and military officials to corporate and law enforcement leaders.
And you could apply this to any experiment. And this is PCP. And this is modified perception, then context, and then permission.
As he explains, the method doesn't involve modifying the actual content or information a person sees or consumes, like traditional psyops. It's changing the way they consume it so profoundly that you can alter their actual behavior. He points to psychological research conducted in the 1960s by a pair of researchers named Bibb Latané and John Darley, called the smoke-filled room experiment.
If the room filled with smoke, would you stay seated simply because everyone else did?
So I'll give you just a quick brief overview. They have this waiting room where people volunteer to come in and take a shopping quiz or whatever. But you're in this room with 13 other people and you're kind of just filling out this quiz. There's only one actual volunteer. 12 of the people are actors. There's one person in there that's just the experimented on.
What he doesn't realize is that just beyond this door, chaos is about to unfold. A fire in the hotel kitchen, not a real one, but a carefully crafted illusion achieved through smoke and sound effects.
Suddenly, as the actors and one unsuspecting volunteer are filling out the paper, plumes of smoke begin filling up the room.
All of a sudden, smoke starts billowing out of a nearby door. The smoke detector starts going off. The person that's there being experimented on, they're looking around for some kind of confirmation. I need some confirmation that I can get up and get out of here. No one does a thing. Everyone's just sitting there calmly filling out these little papers. And you can even see it in this newer video where they recreated it.
She notices the smoke, glances around, and waits. No one else is moving. You can see the tension in her posture. It's as if she's looking for permission to act.
Lauren sat in that room for 20 minutes after noticing the smoke. If the danger had been real, firefighters say she wouldn't have survived. Not from flames, but from the air she kept breathing.
I'm still shocked I didn't move. I saw what was happening, but I just waited. I kept thinking, someone else will speak up. Someone else will do something.
This one guy who's an artist, he's like, rebellious. He's got this rebellious streak in him. He's like, nah, F this. I'm not sitting around here. So he gets up, he starts walking to the door. And one woman in this mousy little voice, she goes, she told us to wait here, didn't she? And he turns around and he goes and sits back down. He doesn't make it to the door. And it was 100% of people would sit in that room long enough to die of asphyxiation. So the perception of what's going on and the context changed, and the permission is not there because the people changed the context of we are going to sit here.
We ran the experiment 10 times. The result never changed. Alone, people reacted fast, escaping within seconds. But in groups of 3 or more, they froze. On average, they stayed for half an hour, surrounded by smoke, waiting for someone else to move first.
In the example Hughes describes, the experimenters didn't change the information the test subjects got. They all saw the actual smoke. However, the context in which they received it was so dramatically altered that it changed the way they thought about it to the point that it irrationally changed their own behavior. The room itself was solely under the experimenters' control. They could fill the room with mostly actors who would behave in ways they dictated, and they could watch what happened completely undetected. Now, imagine the context isn't a room. It's a social media platform where the overseers control and watch everything.
We're hardwired to do what the tribe is doing. And you see this so much in these experiments. Dr. Solomon Ash did this experiment where he had students look at these group of lines over here. They're all different sizes. And then there's one line over here that matches up to a line on there. Like, which line is equal to line A on this graph? 1, 2, or 3. And they had these actors, like 9 actors, and then one person that was actually in the experiment. And all these actors would deliberately say the wrong answer over and over and over. And it would get to this guy at the end, and he's like questioning himself. But 100% of the time, 100%, they would say the wrong answer just because everyone else did. And this is kind of a diet example, a caffeine-free example of this. And this is just kind of the light version of that. In England in the 1970s, there's a fire in Woolworth's department store. And most of the people that died in the fire were eating in the restaurant. But it was during the day. Everything was open. The restaurant is right by the exit. So it turned out, after the fire inspectors did all this inspection, that the people had waited to pay their bill in a fire. So they've done experiments now where we get this group of people, the room starts filling with smoke detectors are going off. And if a person is in there with a bunch of actors, that their only instruction to the actors is do nothing. And there's a clip on YouTube if you want to bring this up. So they're told, do nothing. And 100% of people sat in that chair long enough to die of asphyxiation. So this hardwiring hardware that we've inherited from our ancestors to do what the tribe is doing is surpassing our willingness to live, is able to keep us in a room long enough to die. So if that doesn't tell you the number one thing that we need to exploit if we're running some kind of psychological operation, I don't know what does. So if you look at psyops and you break down every single psyop, the true thing that's being weaponized is cognitive dissonance every single time.
Chase also explained how these tactics can be used to radicalize people online and even normalize political violence.
So when we see this normalization of political violence, that has a few steps. And the 3 steps, like if you want to radicalize a person to where they don't even know that what they're doing is radical, there's 3 steps to really doing that. And that's first, changing their ideas. Second, changing their ideology. And third is their identity. So most political campaigns, most little things that we see that are psyops, try to change our ideas. And that's kind of a pretty moral area. When you see a commercial on TV, it's trying to change your ideas about something. The next level that you change in a human being is that ideology. This is, you believe this. And the way that I get you to adopt that really quick is I give you an ideology that instantly, you don't have to do any research, you don't have to do any work. I give you an ideology that you're willing to accept that automatically makes you feel more intelligent than other people and morally superior to those other people. And the moment that you do that, you're able to join this group. And if I can get you just a couple of times to make really small posts on social media, now I'm getting you to make your ideology public, which starts to make it identity. Because now, if I've got you to make an identity statement out of some of this stuff, you will not deviate from it because of those two guardrails are cognitive dissonance on either side. I can't deviate from it because I've made so much identity agreements about this. So I've completed a statement of I am X. I am
So
this
basically,
kind of person. So the moment, even if somebody
I have to
that's
pause.
in my tribe, the authority member in my tribe starts doing
Pause for a moment. So, to some degree, this character is doing what he's saying, like the whole, I'm on a live stream and I have my own sort of ideologies of the world now, and I do pose like these things to others and I share, but I'm aware of what he's explaining because, you know, I'm you know, I'm on social media. I'm a social media creator and I create content to basically help you to remember who you are. The true you, not the false you. But of course, that in itself is a paradox because that in itself is also doing similar to things to like a psyop where, it's getting you to believe or know that you are God, you're the infinite. You were never broken, you were never fractured, you were always whole, complete and perfect. But the thing is, right, if that goes against your current ideology, then it's like me attempting to sort of like coerce you into believing that. But my angle is not to do that. My intention is so that you could see a different perspective of who and what you are. And Danny said this yesterday. She was speaking to one of her friends that she's known for a very long time. Danny has expressed many, many times to her friend the value that she offers. But her friend does not see the value for herself. She works for a company where they basically take her ideas and they capitalize on her ideas, and she doesn't get any credit for those ideas because she just accepts that this is it. And so with someone like her, right, if I were to go against her current beliefs, it's like I'm the enemy and I'm like creating a psyop, reminding her that she has the power in every present moment. So I'm aware of what's happening when he's talking about this. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance that's happening, but the thing is, if I was the only one thinking the way I'm thinking right now, then no one else on social media would be thinking the way I'm thinking, and there's plenty of other people thinking the way I think because we're all returning back to our original source, and we're letting go of this delusion of the game that we've been playing all along.
crazy stuff, just off the rails crazy stuff. I'm going to stay in line because I agreed and agreed and agreed, and I made those agreements public. That's the fastest way to do it. And the thing that's underlaying all of this stuff is social media is not really compatible with the human brain.
Nope.
And we see this thing in every psychology course called the Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yep.
And it starts out with like survival, and then we have safety, and then we have social belonging and self-esteem. When we get into the survival, we get safety taken care of, and this social need that's right there. When we have social media, our brains are wired to handle about 120 people max. social media gives us a placebo of connection. It doesn't actually fulfill it. So it gives us an illusion of having that little thing filled. So when we try to do some kind of self-esteem or any work like that, we collapse back down and no one can figure out why. And this explains why we have this, we're being exposed to violence and violence and violence every day. So A, violence is becoming normalized. And B, we have no social fulfillment on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's a placebo of fulfillment. So the difference between the real fulfillment and the placebo is our brains are wired to handle a small amount of people. A massive amount of people cause massive confusion. So the moment that we're on social media and we think that we're getting this thing fulfilled, we're not getting anything fulfilled. We're still at survival and safety. So we never cross over that social level. So the moment that that happens, we have this pandemic across the whole world. It's happening right now. Everybody would agree we're in a pandemic of loneliness. But nobody's going to say, I'm lonely. We're going to act out. We're going to lash out. We're going to do something to feel significant. So everybody watching social media, looking at all these highlight reels, looking at all these things, and then getting exposed routinely to violence, is seeing violence, letting violence get normalized, having no social connection whatsoever, and then feeling insignificant. So that's the final piece. I'm going to do one thing to make myself significant because there's so much data out there that I can't stand out in my tribe unless I do something to be significant.
And now a brief message from
Yep.
our sponsor.
Let's take a quick break because there's an exclusive gift for PSYOP listeners from America. Right now, they're offering $100 off when you join their.
We're moving through a world and an information system that's increasingly telling us that things are in fact black and white. And as long as we keep choosing white again and again and again and promulgating that and virtue signaling about that, then we're on the right side of history and then we're protected and insulated from anything we do. And people are doing some pretty awful things. We've seen a big growth in permission structure for political violence and now assassination. These things grow within a culture and they're being fed by a lot of tributaries that source back to regimes that want to see us starting to shoot our politicians and our leaders. Yeah, look at what happened.
1 year ago today, then presidential candidate Donald Trump was shot.
As we are following breaking news right now, sources telling ABC News that 2 Minnesota state lawmakers have been shot. And when
Do you see what they're doing with this as well? So this is a paradox of itself. The paradox is they're using imagery and things like this to jack up everyone's cortisol, even on this YouTube video, to get you afraid, to get you to start to panic, to get you to start to think some different thoughts. But what you're supposed to be doing is just observing. All you're supposed to be doing with any video, like I'm just observing, I'm not watching, I'm observing. Especially when it comes to these types of videos, I observe, not watch, and not get sucked in. So like I'm observing even what Chase is saying, and he's spot on, but he's also still playing at the human level. We're on this channel, we're not at human anymore. We're at God. We're at the universe level. So we bypass all this, but we get to see the trap of what's happening to the rest of the planet right now. Doesn't mean that we're immune to it, but we are able to better navigate because we understand what is going on. And we can see what's happening with the rest of the rest of itself playing out different characters.
law enforcement officials say it was a targeted incident.
Police now reviewing a list of potential targets they say the suspect left behind, including the names of many Democratic lawmakers and abortion rights advocates.
So we are coming over here with reports of a shooting at Utah Valley University. The university saying in a statement that shots were fired at an event.
Remember, just observe.
The man described as the spiritual leader in a plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer is now headed to prison.
Croft was a truck driver from Delaware who long had spouted anti-government ideas and who the judge said wanted to overthrow what Croft considered a tyrannical government.
So if these information streams are pounding the respective fears of these sides, what happens is they move and they solidify, and they use tactics that are more and more liberal, and they reach to bullies that are more and more terrible on their side.
So what this guy is explaining is exactly what I just explained, but even this video, even using what they just did there, is basically the same thing of what they're doing. They're paradoxically doing the very thing that they're talking about right now. If you haven't caught that. Because they want you to also be aware, which is good. They're attempting to help, but they also are doing the same tactics behind the scenes.
Tactics that are more and more liberal, and they reach to bullies that are more and more terrible on their side because they believe they're in a terrible faith. And if you're pushing that fear constantly, you can push it into a reality.
Chase explained how these algorithms have been weaponized to increasingly cause social destabilization.
When it comes to a nation, if we're looking at algorithms all the time, the algorithms are following one big thing, and that spells out the word fear: focus, emotion, agitation, and repetition. Those four things in order. That's a formula to brainwash any human being in the world: focus, emotion, agitation, and repetition.
That's if you don't know who you are. Big distinguisher. If you don't know who you are and you're watching these things and you get easily emotionally hijacked by someone saying something. So, for example, was it yesterday or the day before? It was the day before. Ivanka Trump. The name alone will either create something, a feeling within yourself. Whether you like Donald Trump or you hate Donald Trump or you don't give a flying F about Donald Trump, his daughter, right? It's his daughter, and of course she is a part of his she's a part of his political stuff, and she's her own person. But I chose to listen and observe. Now, a lot of people in the comment section, of course, because most people, they don't really watch YouTube videos now. They go to the comment section and they go and start World War III with each other. I drop comments in the comment section at times too, but not to start World War III, but to basically like give you a little bit of a shift. Because when I see like limitations, when someone's saying, well, Nero, how do I do XYZ? He just said it in the video. Did you not hear what he said? Your mind is just obfuscating the problem. Anyways, so I go in the comments to help people, not tear people down. Once in a while, I'll be a troll and I'll basically, comment something to be a human, but I know what I'm doing when I'm doing it. So the thing is, like, when you don't know who you are and you're watching anything, that could be a movie, that can be the news, that could be TV shows, that can be social media, that could be scrolling on TikTok for hours. There's two things that's happening. When you're scrolling, you get into theta. Theta is the brainwave state where you're very suggestible. And when you get into a relaxed state and you start to scroll and you're just like mindlessly scrolling, right? You're being influenced from the mind. And remember what Nero said, you're probably catching a stray bullet that was never yours. So you see a man talking about a woman saying how he got cheated on or blah, blah, blah. And then you're a man who also feels for that man. And then you're like, yeah, you know what? All women are XYZ. Right? Because there's a lot of content out there for relationships right now. Because I've just run back into a couple of them on my newer Facebook just to kind of see what's going on. I see the game, what's happening. To ultimately get you to fall victim and be sort of what's the word? To fall victim and to basically be under their influence. But when you know who you are, the word fear, focus, emotion, agitation, and repetition does not exist to you, because you know that you're God and you're infinite, and God cannot be swayed by these things. The human mind can. But when you go beyond your mind and you know what is happening and you can feel everything that's happening, you start to pay attention to everything. Even this video, I'm seeing all the tactics that they're doing, like the different sceneries that they're playing. You know, they're changing the camera angles every 5 seconds. If you haven't noticed that, like they change the angle. Like you'll see Chase talking, but then they change the angle, or they flash something on the screen, because they know the human mind is very the current human minds on the planet need some sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? Engagement. So they give you fake engagement through videos, such as like they go do a B-roll. A B-roll is a secondary scene, or they flash something on the screen for a second so that you pay attention. Because when something new is showing up on the screen, then it forces you to pay attention, right? Why do you think Nero, he speaks for an hour and people can watch his content? Because he doesn't edit his video where when he's wiping the whiteboard, he's not editing that out. He's keeping that in. Yes, he flashes some stuff on the screen once in a while, like when there's a quote, but he doesn't do hyper editing. And I can show you a video of hyper editing versus not hyper editing. But this video has some hyper editing in it, and I'll point it out in a moment. So we'll go back to it and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Agitation and repetition. And you know, like you'll scroll your social feed all the time, you'll see violence, horrible stuff, fist fight, someone robbing a store. And then after those like 8 or 9 repetitions, you'll scroll. Then you'll see that little video of like, oh, we found this baby bird on our porch and it was wounded and we decided to take it in and we bottle fed it. And then it like cuts to them like having this big ass hawk or something in their house. And it makes you feel good. So you have this up and down.
Right there. Did you see how it wasn't 5 seconds, but did you see how they shifted the camera angle? Now it's closer to his face. This right here. Why don't they just leave it to his face, like the original camera angle? Because they themselves are also doing tactics, so that you can stay engaged. Because when you change the camera angle, right, it informs the mind that something new is about to happen. But if the human mind doesn't see anything like new, it's going to consider it bored and it'll just click away. Why do you think his videos, they're very engaging? Because he does a whole bunch of different tactics. You don't see him just talking on the screen and it doesn't cut out to a different scene. There's always in his videos, even his Zoom calls that he has, his Friday night live streams, there's some I've seen some editing happening. Right? You can say that even my live streams have that right now, because when I'm not talking and I show you all videos, then technically speaking, I'm doing the same thing. But I'm using other people's content to kind of fill up some of my time when I'm not talking to you all, so that you all can just like hang out and just chill in the background, just taking in some information that you may or may not have looked for. And not exposing you to new things, but helping you to remember who you are. More and more of that. But basically, the scene that just happened, watch as the scene's going to pan out again.
Emotional roller coaster that you go on. And in hypnosis, this is called fractionation. And if I can bring you up just a little bit, the next time I put you down, you're going to go down further. So that's fractionation. Part number 2 of this is the algorithms on social media are designed to sell. So the first thing you're going to see after that little...
See? About 10 seconds. That scene lasted about 10 to 12 seconds, and now it's back to the further shot. So this is what I call this is not hyper editing, but this is editing that is supposed to keep you engaged, because it keeps changing the angle.
cute video.
You're gonna see it's gonna change again in a moment.
And I'm not immune to this. I know all about this stuff. I'm not immune to it at all. I buy stupid stuff on Instagram on a pretty regular basis. So the moment that we have this FEAR completing, the social algorithms, I do not think, are wired to do any kind of destructive thing to society or to have some like overarching outcome. I don't think the social media algorithms have anything behind it where there's some guy at a conference table smoking a cigar in a dark room and planning it out. I think that is specifically designed to make money. And the algorithm says this makes a person click on the ad
And they did it again. Do you see what I'm saying? So the reason why they're doing it in this video is so that it's keeping the scene fresh in the mind, so that the different camera angles gives like a different sort of like perspective while he's talking. Meaning like it's like you're listening to him from two different like viewpoints. This is how this brain is deciphering this what's going on here. Right? So it's like, for example, say me, I'm in this room and then I pan out to the outside. I'm talking about something and I come back inside. I'm talking about something inside here. Then I pan back outside. I'm talking something where I'm sitting outside. Then I pan back in this room and I'm sitting on the chair doing something and saying something, and I pan back outside and I'm walking in the field talking about something. Like, you have to be mindful of these things. This is why I say, when you know who you are and you've come to realize how everything just works, you can't unsee these things. This is why, like, when he's talking, he's talking to people who have not figured out how the mind fucking works. This is who this is targeting. People who are still playing human, who haven't figured out their God, pretending to be a human.
Says this makes a person click on the ad, and if I show them these things before they see the ad, they're more likely to buy the product. So that's kind of what the algorithm's looking at. But on a societal basis, I do think there is a deliberate attempt, and I won't say by who, because that would just be.
See, it panned out again.
I think there's a very deliberate attempt to destabilize and confuse the entire populace. And the first way to destabilize anybody is take away the one thing that we stood for throughout time. It's like the united we stand. So we divide first, and then we confuse. And in hypnosis, there's this guy who's a grandfather of hypnotherapy. His name is Dr. Milton Erickson. And he invented this method where if you confuse a person enough, the first logical thing that comes after that confusion, they will automatically accept. So he would use these phrases that were deliberately very, very confusing. And then he would say, and you can just do X and Y and Z. So if the statement was really logical, then you automatically accept it. So in a time of disruption and division and confusion in a country, after all of this happens, if there's some big logical thing that automatically pops up, that's what people will latch onto. So keep in mind that anytime there's destabilization, we don't follow the best leader. Our brains are not wired for truth. They're wired to make us right. They're little defense attorneys that spend their whole time in our head justifying why we are right and justifying our own opinions. So in this time, when something happens, somebody steps up with this clear message. We do not follow the best leader. We follow the most followable and easy to follow thing.
One of the other major themes that we explored throughout the series was how effective psyops.
So you see how now it's panned out to this guy, right? So because he has to kind of, explain some stuff, right? You can see I've already analyzed this video within a couple minutes of what's going on. Of course, I went to grab food in that first little bit. But you see what Chase just said about people and they want to be right? We're not designed to follow truth. Because if we were designed to follow truth, then everybody would be basically knowing who they are. Because the world has been so diluted and there's so many fucking layers that you have to dig through and you have to realize, and then when you finally realize this, it gets very fucking overwhelming, and then you're like, what's the point? Like you get lost. You get like stuck And for years I spent getting stuck in these layers, and I couldn't figure out what was the trap. When in reality, it's the fucking mind playing a game on you because it's attempting to keep you safe. It's wired for safety. It's wired for being right. Because if you're wrong or it threatens your identity, then it's going to do whatever it can to put up the defenses. So knowing what I know and seeing what I see when it comes to watching these types of videos, I see the tactics. He's not wrong with what he's saying, but he's basically mentioning that which is being done in this video to sort of target your mind to understand, to get you to understand. It's sort of like what I'm doing. I'm attempting to tell you all that what is actually happening in this video in the background of what they're saying. They're doing what they're talking about basically without them potentially knowing why they're doing what they're doing. Whoever's editing the video knows exactly why they're doing what they're doing, to capture your attention. And remember, your attention is the most important currency. So I know he has the fear model, focus, emotion, agitation, and fear, but I would also add that the A could be attention, focus, emotion, attention, and repetition. Because your attention, the moment someone has your attention, that's it, right? And what he said was, you're not wired to follow the truth. You're wired to follow what's easy to follow and is followable. So like things that I'm saying, it's not easy to follow because, well, let me rephrase that. It is very easy to follow, but the mind will finesse you into believing it's very difficult to follow. But you're not following me, you're remembering who you are. I keep saying the answer is you. The answer will always be you, no matter what video you watch, no matter what book you read, no matter what podcast you listen to, no matter what healing modality you undertake. The answer is and forever will be you. That's all you need to know. That's all is required to know, that the answer is you. The you before the mind, though. Not the you with the mind, the you before the mind. The true you.
To follow things. One of the other major themes that we explored throughout the series was how effective psyops actually adapt the strategies of cults and cult leaders.
It was in the early 2000s.
Do you see how they're doing a bunch of B-roll right now?
One of the strangest experiences of his life.
Look at all the B-roll. Switching to different scenes, someone speaking differently, right? It's changing different words, different things. See?
If they were ready to change their life that day. But soon, things got very strange.
I was watching and filing notes, so I had to be a little bit careful because I didn't want to be so overtly out, but it was shocking.
Not long before the event, Greg had a friend who told him that he lost his sister to what he describes as a mind control cult. The idea fascinated him. How could smart, well-adjusted people get sucked into a mind control cult that takes over their lives?
Right, they're looking for people who are smart, who are articulate, who have resources, better to give money to the cult.
One would argue that what I'm doing is sort of like a cult too, but it's not. It's literally giving you back your autonomy to yourself to be fucking aware of what is going on around you at all times. Like even watching this video. Do you notice all the B-roll that happened in what? Not even a minute? Look at how many different scenes has popped up, different texts, right? Like they popping up texts to keep you engaged so that you're paying attention, because this is what they do on social media. Especially the bigger YouTubers, They play this game. Because if they could actually capture your attention, they wouldn't be doing all of this smoke and mirror shit.
The better to work on behalf of the cult for whatever that means doing, and the better to recruit other people. They want attractive, normal people with resources who are in a time of
Look,
transition.
another scene change, another scene change. Not even 5 seconds. This one's like 10 seconds.
Is a best-selling novelist whose work is based
The text
in
is
the worlds
different.
of intelligence,
Now the scene changed.
espionage, special
Another scene
operations,
changed. That's
and is
3
known
seconds.
for in-depth research
5
and
seconds.
authenticity. The idea of
They're changing it
infiltrating
up,
a strange
being random,
world of modern mind control cults would become the premise for
so
his
that
novel,
it's
The
they're
Program,
keeping it fresh.
in which a deputy U.S. Marshal attempts to rescue the daughter of a Hollywood
Change again.
who gets sucked into it. But to understand how a successful,
Change
well-connected
again.
person could become involved,
I'm paying attention to the timing. Change. 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 Change.
Literally, I was researching the book, and a friend of
Change.
mine who is an actress called and
Change.
said, "Hey, I have this thing. It's been super helpful. I was wondering if you want to go. It's really helped me in my career, my life." I said, "Well, what is it?" "Well, it's just a complicated new way of thinking of things. Everything's very circular, right? Well, what does it do? It just really takes things to the next level.
Change.
Like you can't ever get a concrete answer." And so I said, "Oh man, tell me. I'm going. I'm showing up." And so off I went.
Change.
However, none of his research prepared him for what he would experience in that Radisson ballroom.
So I've written 26
Change.
novels now, and I've done a lot of outlandish research. I've gone up and studied airplanes, I've swum with sharks, I've snuck on demolition ranges with SEALs and
Change.
cars, all sorts of stuff. The only thing that I've done that I had to tone down how insane it was so that it wouldn't feel fictitious was mind control cults. If I wrote
Change.
them as they were,
Change.
people, readers, my editor would not actually believe how over the top it is.
Change.
Around that time, LA was seeing a resurgence in the human potential movement. The branch of psychology promised followers that went through training programs.
Pause. So how many scene changes did we have in less than 5 minutes? I counted about 45 different scene changes in less than 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, 45 different scene change happened with different color text popping up. It was white text with black borders, and then it was red borders with white text. That also counts. Orion, I almost call myself Andre. What the fuck? Orion, you're psychoanalyzing everything. That's too much work. No, it's not too much work. The mind's gonna finesse you into believing it's too much work. This is easy. So, all of this is just a game. So this is why you gotta pay attention to everything you're watching.
Programs that could unlock hidden potential that would make them happier and wealthier.
And listening to. See, they did it again and again. Not even 2 seconds for one of these scenes.
Recruits would be asked to come to an event like the one Greg attended, get plugged into a community that is often led by one charismatic leader, and then be offered exclusive training sessions.
Yep.
At some point, you pay for your $3,000 course, then you do your week course for $10,000, then you do a couples course, then you do Are You Stuck in Your Career course, right?
Yep.
So they have all these packages that you can sell.
In the 1960s and throughout the 80s.
But you all are doing the same thing on social media. Like even you who is speaking right now is doing the same thing, because Chase, he does sell his NCI university. And this, I'm sure at the end of this video, they're going to want you to be a part of some community. Do you see the tactics? It's talking about it to make you aware, but then they do it themselves. I mean, I'm here to make money. Don't get it twisted. I came here to make money and serve people for my time. But the thing is, like, I'm very transparent with what I'm about to do. Right? If you want to work with me, it's going to cost you at least $50,000 minimum. If you want to work with me directly, it's $50,000. Why? Because that's worth my time. That's bare minimum though, right? But do you see, like, they talk about the thing that they're actually doing themselves. So this is why, like, when you know who you are, you cannot fall for these things anymore. You simply can't. That's why there is a quote. I'm going to pull up a photo. Let's see. No, I have to go. SD card photo. Inspiration. Come on, what the hell is taking so long? What do you miss? I miss the way I viewed the world before I knew too much about it. Let that one sink in. 10 years ago, I was, you can call me a victim of my own circumstances, victim of watching stuff and whatnot. So like a video like that would have been like, wow, I see the light now. But I'm also gonna I'm gonna fall into the same trap that they're also talking. I'm not saying that what they're saying is wrong, but what I'm expressing is that they too are doing the same tactics without them either knowing or unknowingly doing it. They're sharing what's happening, but they themselves are kind of doing things underhandedly. Because if they really wanted to inform the message, then why aren't they just showing one person speaking and having a bunch of fucking B-roll playing for you to be encapsulated? If they really were able to capture your attention, they wouldn't need to do all those tactics. All right, I'm gonna count how many scenes change from here now.
Teachers and speakers were popping up around the country, telling members they held the secrets to living better lives. Together, you and I have an unprecedented opportunity. One of the most notorious organizations was a group called Life
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
to transform members' lives by applying Hanley's
9,
self-improvement ideas, as he explains in this clip from a training video.
10,
You become aware of getting stronger and that you're becoming someone that you haven't been before. When each of us looks
11, 12,
sort of what we're going to see is
13,
that's it. That's something, that vision. That's what my life is about. Do I get
14,
honor and privilege that it could be to be about that, to bring that into reality?
14, 15,
Self-help teaching seemed harmless on the surface. The movement
16,
had a dark side. Critics say
17,
members would be manipulated into aggressively recruiting others into taking the expensive courses, and then leaders would
18,
use mind control techniques in isolation to manipulate people to get deeper and deeper into the
19,
Soon, some former members
19 people, 19. And this is like a whole shit in itself. 19, 20,
and quote unquote deprogramming processes were established to help those leading the movement.
21, 22, 23.
Our brains have
That was 23 different scenes with different text, like black and white to red and white, with different voices, with different transitions in less than 3 minutes. This is the shit I'm talking about. They themselves are doing the same thing to sort of, they're making, so I'm not saying there's no enemy here. But what I'm saying is they are doing the same thing to capture your attention. My angle of this is, if they really wanted to do a video, then why the fuck do they need to do all of that? Can they not speak like this? Hello? Like, can they not speak like this? If I am sharing an idea, do I need to jump to 5, 10, fucking 50 B-rolls to explain a point. No, I look at the camera, and either you all listen or you dip away, but you either are here or you're not here. But most of you are listening because I'm actually helping you to rebuild your attention span. Right, exactly. It's all NLP, right? So this is why, like, I'm pointing out. I know what's going on. It's all, and you're right. It's all NLP, neuro linguistic programming. You know why? I have a master's in neuro linguistic programming. But you see, like, my point is, like, if they, who are sharing some information, really wanted to give you the information, they wouldn't need to do all this bullshit tactics. Because they know that the human mind is easily distractible. So in order to combat the distractedness so they can deliver their message effectively, they must use the tactic. But that's because they themselves believe that they have to use these tactics. But I know that I don't have to do that. For example, Trina, hold on, I have a quick little text message. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. So with, like, people like Trina, she and I and like Pete and like Nero, we don't need to do all this fucking hyper editing bullshit, right? People, you've probably watched a couple of Nero's videos where they say, how does Nero speak for an hour long off the cuff, right? It's like they feel like he's like some alien that only he's able to do that, right? Yes, exactly. It's best to be authentic. By the way, we had an interesting experience yesterday. My microphone, so this microphone is not working with the YouTube live stream, so you're hearing my phone microphone, not this. Yesterday, my internal microphone did not work. So my live stream was on my MacBook, not my phone. I had such a weird setup yesterday. It was fucking wild. Today, at least the microphone works, but my external microphone is not, my external microphone is not working, but that's fine. Anyways, back to the program. So with Nero and people that are similar to Nero, they don't have to do all the hyper editing. Yes, Nero once in a while, he'll throw on the screen his quote. You know, manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. That's actually AJ doing all that. AJ doesn't do hyper editing on his long videos. On his short videos, he does hyper editing, like his YouTube shorts and his Instagram reels. But his long YouTube videos, he doesn't need to do that. So when he's writing on the whiteboard and he's wiping it down, right? He's helping to build back your attention span. That's exactly what I'm doing. Inadvertently, I'm not purposely building your attention span. You're building it yourself by paying attention to what is being said. Because I can keep going. I can keep talking. I don't run out of things. Because there's so much to talk about that it is absolutely wild. But there's so many different layers. Anyways, back to the video for a moment. This video, I know what they're doing. They're attempting to tell you how the mind works from the human level. But when you know you are God in human form, you don't fall for such tactics. Because you yourself see the game that's being played. Because you wouldn't need to do all of this. You would be able to turn on your camera. Hello, y'all. Today I want to talk about PSYOPs and why it's doing XYZ. You can do your almighty pause, and then you can take the moment to explain now your points, and do your almighty pause again, and then do and speak about, but not needing to change your transitions Hell, not even putting words on the screen. That has become a thing. Putting words on the screen. Many people, when you watch the like Instagram and TikTok, they can't film a video without words on the screen, like their captions, because the human mind wants to see something new, novel, like novelty, right? Because looking at a video nowadays without, like, this is like a video, like this live stream that we're doing, this is like a video. Most people want this. They want this again. I've seen it. But they don't know how to express it. Because YouTube and social media has created this fake, false, illusionary world of like hyper editing. So now that if your videos are not hyper edited and you start off with no catchy like tagline, or not tagline, sorry, if you don't capture someone's attention within the first 5 seconds, they'll click away, because the human mind is even shorter than a goldfish. It's like 3 seconds now. It's not even 5. So if you don't drop something like fire at the beginning, chances are you're going to click away. So you have to use a catchy title, or you have to use a clickbaity like title, or you have to say something clickbaity at the beginning. Right, me too. I like when I see people like doing this. They're jumping on and they're just sharing from the heart. None of this hyper editing shit. None of this bullshit like needing to like have a bunch of B-roll and all kinds of other like stuff. I want to share with you that yesterday there's a sister that I personally physically know. Her name is Danny. She just had her awakening maybe a month ago, maybe 2. And she and I spoke on my stream yesterday. Well, at the end of my stream, but I left the stream on for whoever was on. And she said so many things that I've already said. And just so you know, I have not influenced her whatsoever. But she was saying things that I already have known. Like she was saying, Orion, I feel like whenever I talk to people, like they don't actually hear my words. Like they hear it, but they don't hear it. Does that make sense? I'm like, I know what you mean. And she was kind of lost for words to explain what she meant, but I was like, you mean feeling words, don't you? She's like, yes. I don't think people actually feel words. I'm like, I'm glad that you said that, because this is exactly what I talk about on my live streams every day. The power of your words. And I also have something for you. I heard this a couple days ago. If you knew the power of your thoughts, you wouldn't think just anything. If you knew the power of your words, you wouldn't just say anything. If you knew the power of your presence, you wouldn't just be anywhere. And if you knew the power of your value, you wouldn't just accept anything. Let that one land for a moment. And if you knew the power of who you are, you would just be able to accept yourself as you are. I added that line. So when I watch these videos, yes, sometimes I'm going and I'm grabbing food because I don't want to keep the live stream with dead air now, right? Like you may as well watch something while I'm going to wash dishes or something, or I'm cooking, or I'm like taking care of something, like taking a shower, right? Instead of having like dead air. But when I put on like videos like this, it gives me something to talk about, to show everyone what is actually happening on social media. Yeah, exactly. If you know who you are, just be. That's it. That's all you have to do. You don't need to perform. You don't need to pretend. You don't need to, put on an act. You just be. Because the being is who we are. I read something a couple days ago in a book called The Paradox of Self-Awareness. It's fascinating. Remember when I went to the mall and I was in my suit? I ran into that book at the bookstore. I downloaded it because I have that ability to do that. I want to read something quickly. It was on a page. I thought it was quite fascinating. I'll get back to the video. I just have to open up the book. It's called The Terrible Paradox of Self-Awareness. So this chapter is called On the Self. It's only like one page. Well, one in like a little bit. So I'll start off. This is like a quote. He himself, of course they always use he. It should say them themselves, but I'll use he for now. He himself is something of an illusion. He is not his perceptions. He is not his experience. He is not his thoughts, decisions, or actions. He is the sum of these parts. Everything he experiences and everything he thinks and does in a continual, fluctuating feedback loop. He resides within this loop of the external and internal, the self and others. He is the loop. He is the center, an observer of his consciousness, observing everything. Inside each of us is something that none of us knows. That's not true. In fact, all of us know. So I've tore down this guy's writings, just so you know. It is something that takes the raw materials of the world and our bodies and produces what we do and who we are, all our thoughts, feelings, and desires. We don't know or control ourselves nearly as well as we like to think. That's also not true. That's for people who don't know who they are. Perhaps not at all in the way we think. Examining and learning about yourself and the world rarely leads to enlightenment. More often, it results in alienation, confusion, and despair. That's only if you allow it to do that. Because, when you don't know who you are, then you let the mind convince you into that. Doesn't mean like we aren't immune to it, but we know how to navigate through these things much faster. Like instead of something taking months to overcome, it takes you like minutes. Like for example, if a woman rejected me, right? Like a hot woman, she rejected me. And remember, that word hot is subjective because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But let's just play devil's advocate. A beautiful hot model woman came up, or I came up to her and she's like, "I don't like you, you creep," right? The me from maybe 10 years ago would have been butthurt by that experience for months. And I would have taken it on as like a personal identity, like an attack on my person, saying, "Oh, I'm ugly and no girls like me," and I would have created this self-fulfilling loop. But now, I don't care. If I say that you're beautiful and you just like, "You're a creep," okay. Next. Clearly, you don't know who the fuck you're dealing with. And clearly, if you can't even accept just a compliment, you clearly don't know who you are. So, there's things like that that if you know who you are, you just don't get you don't get entertained by these things anymore, and you don't even adhere to these dumbass things. All right, let me continue. It's okay not to know yourself. No one really does. That also isn't true. So whoever wrote this book clearly doesn't know that there are people who already know themselves. We construct our sense of self through the stories we tell ourselves, the narratives we create by threading together moments, each like a photograph. But we are never just one of these photographs. Like a time lapse of a landscape, each frame is still. The sense of motion, of story only arises when the frames are arranged in sequence. This is how the self emerges. In each moment, there is no self. Across time, however, through the sequence actions of memory, we create one. So this is true. This is what he said is spot on. So I understand he's explaining, the whole thing about self. But guess what? Too much words. He doesn't need to. The reason why he had to write all that stuff about across time and all that is because humans require context. The mind is always looking for context. If I tell you there's no self, for those, like, let's say I run into someone that I basically say, hey, you're not a self. Can they accept that? No. They're going to want to know why I said that. So then I have to give them context, because the human mind is always looking for context. But when you know who you are, you don't need context anymore. Context evaporates when it comes to things like yourself. Now, if someone's asking you a question, or you ask a question and they follow up with a response, or they say something, if they say something of the nature and you're like, can you help me to understand what you mean? Right? That would be an example of like needing some context. That doesn't mean that you don't know who you are. That just means that there needs to be some more clarification on the other person. But when it comes to your sense of self, you don't need to probe and explore and discover anything more about yourself, because when you know who you are, that is it. It's right here, right now. You're perfect. You are capable of anything and everything. You have all the tools within yourself. It's just a matter of unleashing the mind from the limitation that it thinks it has. Let me go back to... All right. Without memories, we are merely a locus of experience. With memories, we are a self. When brain cells die and areas of the brain shrinks because of ailments like dementia, where does the self go? That's a question. Where was it to begin with? Question. At what point, if any, does the death of one's neurons result in the death of oneself? Question. We are passengers within the system of our being, confined to flesh and bones of a brittle machine, directed by a clump of gelatinous fat inside its head. Our identities are fragile constructions formed from and within this clump, sustained by the imprecise structure of memories, synaptic connections vulnerable to being ripped apart. So what he just said there was a bar, but also too much words. All that could be said here is that you are an essence with a meat suit. And our identity is what we have perceived through our memories and our experience, aka the me. ME, memory and experience. Without your ME, your me, you are basically a locus of experience, as he used. Well, you're just a locus because you don't even have an experience. Anyways, so the next part of this is we are passage. No, I already read that. The self sits at the intersection of being and non-being, creation and negation. As the world constantly changes, so does the self. Because of this change, there is no moment in which an individual can definitively say, this now is me. Exactly. Our ego, aka third dimensional thinking mind, acts as the director and editor of our stories, striving to maintain logical consistency and amass salability to the external world. What an arduous role it bears. None of us truly knows what it is like to be us. I know what it feels like to be us. You know what it feels like to be you or be itself. I don't know who wrote this book, but whoever wrote this book, I need to slap you silly a little bit. I need to slap that human mind of yours a little bit. We don't know who we are, which I know exactly who I am now. There is no way to define or make claim to it. Exactly, because there's no words to speak who we actually are. Do you see, when I'm reading, I tear things down limb for limb because I see the limitations. But he's targeting people who are on the precipice of understanding who they are, but haven't figured out who they are yet. So this stuff doesn't apply to us. Okay, we are conglomerates of otherness. We are landscapes shaped repeatedly by other people and things. Architects working from blueprints we never had the chance to check or approve. That's a bar. I'll give him that one. We are the product of our experiences and genetics blended together. Each gene and each moment dissolves like solids. Solids? Yeah, like solids into the single solution of our being. What resides in our unconscious mind is, by its very nature, beyond our awareness and control. That's a bar. So yes, that's spot on. It is beyond our awareness and control, because this is where the mind falters. In almost all cases, it's not caused or managed by us, yet it is us. Paradox. Our unconscious mind determines so much of who we are and what we do. Oh shit. I didn't realize there was more to this. Oh well, I'm gonna read this. The mind the mind is in the body. No, the mind is with the body. And the body is in the environment. No, the body is with the environment. It's not in an environment, it's with an environment. Everything is interdependent and interlocked. Yes. Our self-awareness emerges through it all at the intersection of the mind. I don't know if my live stream got stuck. Did it get stuck? I don't know if it got stuck. Fucking YouTube, honestly. One sec. Okay, that's fine. It didn't get stuck. Okay, that's fine. It didn't get stuck. I'm gonna open back up. Perfect. The mind is just an imagination. That's spot on. That's the best way to say that. All right. Our self-awareness emerges through it all at the intersection of the mind, body, and environment, constantly altered, never clear or solitary. It is born out of chaos, and thus it is chaos. The self is not a central entity, but a process, a fragile, temporary skin that continuously sheds and changes its color. Well, yeah, that's true, because, when I'm in the sun, my skin does change color. There is no authentic. So this part, because you were talking about being authentic, this is the reason why I opened this up, because I was like, this is an interesting take on what this person said. So this part, I think, was for you to hear. There is no authentic self, as many like to claim. How can we authentically be ourselves if we don't know who we are and where we come from? So this part, if you know who you are, then you will always have been authentic. So this is again to a person who does not know who he is or who she is. You, I, and anyone else who watches the stream already knows who they are. Especially a person who's hiding in the background that doesn't say a word on my stream, because there's always someone lingering in the background. They never respond. They should also know who they are. And if they still don't know who they are, then I don't know what the fuck they've been doing on my stream. I have no idea what the hell they've been doing. But anyways, how can we be ourselves if the self is chaotic and constantly changing? Authenticity is often conflated with consistency and rigidity. But how can anything be both authentic and stable? So that's a question. So that's why I started questioning the word authenticity. Because just like every other word, it's just another word made up. Because what we are cannot be explained. And that is what we call God in the present moment. Even Trina said it earlier in her reel or her YouTube short. She said, you can never escape the now. And it's this now moment that you think you're escaping that is where God is. It's in this now moment. This is the moment. This forever changing but constant moment is always here and now, and you can never escape who you are. You can never escape this moment, because who you are in every moment is God, but God cannot be defined by words or an experience. It just is. So in this now moment, it just is. But you can't escape this just is moment. Exactly. It's just now. And even saying the word now or being present is not enough, because those are just words too. Right? Now, moment, present, right? These are words too. What it really is can't be explained, but we have to use a word. Otherwise, it'd just be blank. Like the line. All right. So authenticity is often conflated with consistency and rigidity. But how can anything be both authentic and stable? Being authentic means not identifying with any singularity or any singular fixed self. Like I am Orion, you are Misha. We can and must be both indefinite and authentic. This is where you're basically God in every present moment. That cannot be defined by words. As we move through moments, experiences, and perception, our self constantly varies. The malleable, secure self is the authentic self. So that changing self, the one that keeps shifting, the one that cannot be described by any word, is the true you. That's what this is where this has a massive, it's like having a hemorrhage when it attempts to figure shit out like that, because the mind is always seeking to understand, but this is something it can't understand. It simply cannot. It's not supposed to understand. It just has to just accept at this point. To embrace the true self, to embrace the true nature of self is to dissolve the concept of self. So this is where I give him some brownie points. Being yourself and losing yourself are one and the same. Becoming your present self involves becoming less of your past self. We must become ourselves constantly and lose ourselves just as often. Every person is as many people as the moment they live through. That's a bar. Just as hair grows a little every day but looks different over only every few months. Remember, I had the silver wolf look. The self is always changing, becoming a version we don't yet know. Let's see. And all words are made up indeed. We only notice the differences upon reflection. Only sufficient time has passed. We try to figure out who we are and we find nothing. Because that's the mind looking for something that is already here. We find something only when we look for what we are. I don't agree with that one, because you don't need to look for anything or you don't need to find anything because it's right here, right now. When you stop looking, you find it. So that part is not accurate. But of course, if I were to have this conversation with him, he's probably gonna have like a mind battle, or whoever wrote this book. The self is the sum of experience over time. As long as interactions occur among one's brain, body, and environment, one's self is in constant flux. Thus, only when one ceases experiences, anything can be defined with finality. In this sense, the total true self only emerges after we are gone. That's not true. That's not true at all. The true self is always here right now. So this is where these words are obfuscating what just is. Because all that needs to be said on this one page, it just is. And in this just is, it just is. So like when he or she, I think it's a he that wrote this book. When he wrote this book, the true self only emerges after we are gone. That is that is not true at all. In fact, that is actually just as bad as writing everything you just said. Yes, it's a contradiction. Yes, from your point of view, it's accurate, but it's actually misaligned. When you know who you truly are and you can tap into the paradoxes, because your book is about paradoxes, you can actually reach your true self. Knowing that you are constantly forever changing. Like, I am Orion, you are Misha, but we are not actually Orion or Misha. We are itself. And the word itself is just a placeholder for God, and that word God is just a placeholder for something that cannot be explained with words. Paradox. And that's who we are. We cannot be explained by any word. That's what should be said on this. Who we are, you can find yourself, but cannot be explained by any word in any language. Words are the limitations. That's why that when Lao Tzu said that if you could speak the eternal Tao, then that is not the eternal Tao. Because you're already obfuscating the eternal Tao by saying that this is the eternal Tao. But this is not the eternal Tao. What is the eternal Tao cannot be spoken by any words. Even that's why I say even saying just is, I can't even say that because You see, words, we have to use it, unfortunately. But what I'm attempting to encapsulate is that's why we use words. But our words are where shit starts to when you don't know who you are. We can never truly know or identify with it. This is true. Well, we can never really identify with it. Do you see how it said with it? Because it is itself. Our total true self is a parting gift we can never open. No, you can open it right now. But when you open it, you will not be able to explain it with words. But perhaps a full and good life is one in which we neither need nor care to open this parting gift. Instead, we recognize the constant fluctuation of self, right, as what we should identify with, yes. So we're not an indefinite self, we are an ever-changing self. The self of the not self, the paradox to that. We are the whole process from dust to dust, born, fluttering in the wind, and passing a complete life. One may be ending in so full, maybe one ending in so full an identification with the not self that is, there is no self to die. And that was it. So I wanted to read that. Now to get back to that video, because there's a little bit more left in the video, because that was perfectly divine. Essentially, there is no self. There is no such thing as authenticity, because it's all just made up words. What we are cannot be explained by any word, but we have to navigate this world by identifying with something to go ahead and to progress, because we'll just be kind of like stuck in a bind, but at the same time we're not stuck in a bind, because that's where you free yourself of all the traps. That's the paradox to all this.
Our brains haven't changed in 200,000 years.
Yes,
so
it
they're
has.
still just as hackable as they were if we were hacking a person 100,000 years ago. So if we go back to the tribe, there's lots of crazy stuff going on. Some hyenas get into the pack and just tear all kinds of stuff up. And one person stands up and points and tells people what to do. People are going to do it because that's the most followable and the most clear voice amidst a whole bunch of confusion. So that, going along with the tribe, goes toward the authority figure, but the authority figure is not the chosen leader. It's who we perceive to be. But when you see someone get deleted from the social platform because they disagreed with something, you are 100% in a psyop every time. If an idea has to be silenced in order for another idea to flourish, you are absolutely in a psyop. That is the surest way to tell. And when it comes to demonizing the people, we're going to come up with common vocabulary. This is the first.
So I'm going to pause for a moment. So if your message has to be silenced by another message, then that's a psyop. So the message that I have for the world is that you are the answer. You can continue to believe whatever you want, but it is you in the end that has to entertain those beliefs. That is not a psyop. That is autonomy. There's a difference. Psyop is control. Autonomy is self-control. PSYOP is control from externality. Autonomy is control of self and knowing thyself fully.
Thing that cults do. If you're joining a cult, they give you common vocabulary, and they'll give you a vocabulary to define the outsiders. So here's what we call us, and here's what we call them.
And there's no
So
us
come up with
versus
a
them.
name and a shared vocabulary to refer to the other group. Use tribal language. We don't do this. That's not our values. We don't stand for that. They do this. They do that. They do that. And then use these words a lot. And you'll typically get reaction because of the identity. Because that person, it's not they believe in your ideas. It's they first believed in your ideology, and then they took it on as their own identity. And if I can get you to accept an identity, I don't have to really ask you or convince you to do anything anymore because that's who you are. It's not what you believe. It has now become who you are. So when people talk about identity politics and all this kind of stuff, it goes way deeper than that. Because if I get you to define yourself a certain way, I can define your future.
It goes deeper than what you're even saying, dude.
So when a country is made to be destabilized like they have in psychological warfare, the first thing that happens is if you are good at what you do, the number one pin that you're going to pull out is, let's say I'm doing a side on you individually. The first thing I'm going to pull out of your life to destabilize it is your ability to predict your future. So now you don't know what's coming next. And the moment that our script is disrupted and we don't know what's coming next, we can't predict what happens. The first thing that happens is the brain becomes hyper suggestible. So suggestibility means the likelihood that I will accept and then act on something that happens. So some leader coming up, somebody telling me to do something, suggestibility increases drastically. And the way that we can use this to our benefit is if I'm setting goals or if I'm trying to change my life, I want to disrupt my life as much as possible so my brain can't predict what's next. I want to send a clear signal to my brain that
it's not your brain, it's your mind.
Need to change. I'm going to brush my teeth with the opposite hand. I'm going to paint some walls in my house. I'm going to move furniture around. I'm going to leave at a different time. I'm going to take a different route to work. I'm going to do things that disrupt patterns.
Yep.
So we're not really disrupting humans. We're changing the pattern so that the brain cannot predict the next thing that's going to happen.
The mind.
That's the truth about destabilization, because destabilization manufactures suggestibility.
Here we go again. Here we go again. This is the Tony Robbins experience right here.
That's the voice of Ginny Thomas, a lawyer and the wife of current Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. She became involved in LifeSpring while she was working as a congressional aide in the mid-1980s. Things took disturbing turns, and she says it became sexually inappropriate. Leaders would also attempt to break down members in grueling training sessions, often isolating them from friends and family. In one LifeSpring session, a sociologist witnessed somebody having a full-on psychotic episode during a meeting. After leaving LifeSpring, Thomas would become an anti-cult activist and join the Cult Awareness Network to warn people of the dangers of groups like LifeSpring.
Cult awareness is another cult.
At the mind control cult meeting Rick attended, he remembers leaders essentially creating a trance-like environment with attendees.
Do you see what they're doing? They're making it suggestible to our minds by playing imagery like this so that you can fall victim to this too.
Like everything's different for me. I mean, I woke up this morning. I can see birds outside my place. Like people are in a complete state of looping dopamine dumps. I don't know how else to say it. It's wild to observe. And it's incredibly easy to manipulate people. I mean, we forget how meek people are.
As he explains, though
It's
all
not people, it's minds.
social pressure
The character is just a shell.
So it's a lot of energy like this that are these tiny little steps that you start to take that are steps for you to fit in, to match social norms.
And it doesn't take long for things to escalate.
Now, what often happens with these cults is at the end of call it a 5 or 6 hour lockdown, they'll come up to you and they'll say, look, you are so amazing. Your leadership is so incredible. that we want to invite you to a special 3-day next level event. And so it's this incredible honor. You're not yet asking for money, probably. And so what happens when the day comes is you go and you get in a van and you sit in the back where you're not really paying close attention to your surroundings. And they'll ask you all sorts of questions on the van ride. You might be filling out forms. You're not hugely paying attention to where you are. And you get to the place and you wind up and up a hill until you're out of cell phone range. Then all of a sudden you're at this camp where your cell phone doesn't work. You have 3 days. 3 days is about the minimum that you can begin to change people's behavior. And then they set in with a more intense trick. So maybe they sleep you in a cabin with a broken sprinkler outside that keeps you awake all night. You're up super early. The cult leaders will pace on stage in ways that are hypnotic.
Horowitz points to Tom Cruise's motivational speaker character in the movie Magnolia, who used a combination of theatrics and well-polished speeches to work crowds into frenzies.
Take it on head first with the skills that I will teach you at work and say, no, you will not control me. No, you will not take my soul. No, you will not win this game.
Yep, I see what's going on here.
Because you want to think it's not. There's a real hypnotic aspect. Spike a lot of sugars in the food. There's a lot of drumming. There's a lot of different activities that keep you there. And you don't go anywhere alone. And everywhere you are, there's this oxytocin buzz of connection with people love bombing you. And very slowly, they start to encourage you more and more into a slight.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I make sure that I don't really like, it's not that I won't attend events, but I'm not here for that bullshit. I'm going to go in, do what I need to do, and get the fuck out. Now, when I was in that wealth camp, there wasn't love bombing. There wasn't any of that. It was genuine, like, people wanting to get to know people. But there wasn't this, like, you know, Bill Walsh, he knew how Tony Robbins and all them worked, and he's like, I'm not here to hype you up. We're gonna get some energy flowing, but I'm not gonna hype you up like Tony. I'm not gonna do all that tactics. Right? You all have the power within yourselves to do that yourself. Right? If you want to be here, you'll be excited. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. He was pretty direct. And I really appreciated him for being like that, because, you know, you're the one that's paying $10,000. So if you're putting $10,000, you're putting skin in the game. So I would expect that you're going to actually be serious about and be committed to the $10,000 that you invested in getting this information. Right? So like that event, I like events like that where, yeah, I'm meeting business people, but I'm not here for your hyped up bullshit. Love bombing, hype up bullshit, community, spiritual shit. That's the other thing. That's the reason why I won't attend a spiritual like gathering with spiritual people, because I'm not here for that bullshit. Like, that's not bullshit, but the thing is, it's like, I've seen a sister who is like putting on events, and she plays tuning like singing bowls and stuff, and that's great. But do you really need to do all that? Well, I mean, to some degree, you do whatever you want, because the universe doesn't give a fuck what you do. As long as it doesn't become like the word community. For me, I don't like community. I don't really like community. I like individuality. I like people where we get together, but I don't like calling it a community. I'm not for community. In fact, if it feels very ingenuine, I just like calling it, you know, hanging out with people, hanging out with family, soul fam. Right? Because community has this underlying like feeling behind it, like what they're explaining in the video.
Very slowly, they start to encourage you more and more into a slightly altered reality by just turning about 15 degrees. And after 3 days of that, you've acclimated to your norm.
And now a brief message from our sponsor.
GhostBed didn't just sponsor an episode; they stepped up to support the
I don't
entire
need to see your
Iron Clan.
fucking little ad shit.
They were ghosts. Who are these guys?
I've never heard this before. Right behind me, we have armed police are ready for riot patrol.
Oh, this is still the ad? God damn, man. Fuck.
There were some dark moments.
Fuck's sakes.
This is ironclad.com.
And now, back to our program.
You back to your fake program? Sure.
Long-term destabilization. You've got the destruction of the family unit. You've got people that are denying facts, and that's step one. So if I get somebody to join a cult, and you join a dangerous cult, let's say we're in San Bernardino or something, there's a cult recruiter there, you go to this little ceremony that they've got. The first thing is, I'm going to get you to start believing some ideas, and then ideology. And the first step of that ideology is, can I get you to deny something that's basic? Or maybe I can take your camera that you're looking at this one thing with and move your camera a little bit. I'll change your perspective so you're seeing it at a different angle. And the moment I can get you to do that, then I say, all right, you've seen it at this other angle, but everyone here in this cult that we have believes this, and here are the reasons why. So now the ideology starts sinking in and sinking in and sinking in. So if I can get you to discredit or disbelieve one thing that's pretty logical and factual, then I've got you. Because once you've done it once, I've made you good at it. I've trained you to start completely disregarding fact. And if I can get you to disregard fact, and I've got you an identity, past ideology into identity, I own you and I own your future.
By looking at the mind control strategies that cults use to isolate, overwhelm, and manipulate people, you can start to see the same techniques being deployed in foreign psyops.
My hypothesis, which I think is fairly well proven out, is that we're all doing this to ourselves on social media all the time. It has all the same tools to put us in a suspended spell of mind control, and it's like, what do we want to be outraged about this week? Do we want it to be Ukraine? Do you want it to be Russia? Do you want it to be Jews? Do you want it to be Arabs? The border, abortion? There's this incredibly powerful focus that can manipulate us and shove all of our attention and start to manipulate it, and that's being fed now by algorithms that are more powerful than anything we can comprehend. The unseen power. They're reading, engaging our reaction when we're online. It's watching the dilation of our pupils, our facial expressions. It's reading everything for interest. And that interest can be turned in ways that are maximized either for ill by our enemies, hostile regimes who want to destroy us, or for profit by psychopathic algorithms that are maximally rewarding outrage and terror and fear, or, purring hedonistic pursuits. All of that can be just fed in you constantly, and we're on our own loop.
All right, that's it for this episode. On the next and final installment of Target Intelligence PSYOP with Sean Ryan, we go deeper down the rabbit hole with Chase, who explains how things have escalated so dramatically. Don't miss it. We'll see you next week.
New episodes every week. Subscribe to Target Intelligence PSYOP with Sean Ryan, an Ironclad original, wherever you get your podcasts, or on YouTube at This is Ironclad.
PSYOPs.
It is.
All new PSYOP apparel now available at PSYOPshow.com.
Nope. I stepped away for a bit. It's my watch. It's my watch later list. I gave myself a donut because I said why not. Well, Nancy was upstairs and she brought this. That's why I have water as well. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 7 degrees Celsius.
Fascinating video though. This is so much more convenient. Like one day, just one day having to do all the shit that I had to do yesterday was enough to be like, fuck this. It did force me to change some of my setup a bit on my computer. So I had my USB-C hub on that side. Now it's mounted on that side. So I had to rearrange shit yesterday. Just in case I had to live stream, because I'm like, I don't want to have my microphone receiver, which is this one. This is plugged into the phone, but the USB-C, this is the USB-C version that plugs into my Mac. But the phone one is plugged in. But you're probably wondering why am I even using that if the microphone's not working? Because it's allowing my phone to charge with USB-C cable. It's just simpler. And who knows, it might just activate. Anyways, so I had to do all kinds of shenanigans yesterday. After I got off the phone with Danny, I spent about like 20 minutes kind of finagling and fixing and adjusting things. I need to go outside. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. Recycling. So I'll be right back in like a minute. Take this out. Barbecue. back. I said a minute, but it's warm on the other side of the house, so I just decided to stand outside for a little bit. Alexa, what's the weather today?
Right now in Toronto, it's 7 degrees Celsius with partly sunny skies. Today's forecast has lots of sun, with a high of 10 degrees and a low of 1 degree.
10 degrees, okay. That's fair. Oh. So it's 7 degrees outside right now. It's very nice in terms of the temp on the other side of the house. On this side of the house, it's a little cold because of the shade. This is why I wish the room was on that side of the house. I'd be getting, so if like the bathroom was configured here and like all the other stuff was configured like in a different way. So like this is mirrored, so like this is on that side of the house. It's like this is on that side and I'm opening it up. But then of course this opens up to the front yard. But if our backyard was in reverse, then this would be facing there. I would get more sun throughout the day. That's why like I must be outside as much as I can. And get as much fresh air as I possibly can. I want to check something. The highest version of you is living in joy, peace, harmony, well-being, abundance, freedom, and love. Sarah Landon. Spot on. What do I want to do? Do I want to play a video game? We have the 1 hour jump rope to deal with today. I'm getting mentally prepared for that. We've done it many times, but that one takes a little bit of mental gymnastics. 1 hour. It's like 1 hour and like 3 minutes. No, it's like 1 hour and like 6 minutes of jumping rope. I could do it outside. But if I go do it outside, I need to do it now because the sun is there. I can't do it any later if I'm going to do it outside. Or am I doing it in here? I'm going to I'm going to feel into that for a moment. Because the one thing that I also find is if I do my playouts too early, then when I'm done throughout the day, I'm just sitting. Like, even though I'm sitting right now, I know that I'm going to get up and move. But when I finish everything early, then I stop moving. Because I find that in the afternoon, I just sit and I'm not doing anything. That's why I choose the afternoons to move. Or universe, what are we doing? Are we doing this outside? Victoria just sent me some loves and some hugs. That's who messaged me on the Facebook. Those are some nice super lights. Ooh, took a few months of trial and error, but I finally finished them. Wow, that's looking fucking fire. Oh my god. That's a lot of work. This guy did it with his headlights. Yeah, I don't want to really go into all that with my car. That doesn't look like fun. How far into the past are you seeing? The moon 1.3 seconds ago, the sun 8 minutes ago, Jupiter 43 minutes ago, Proxima Centauria 4.24 years ago. They forgot to name that. That's the Milky Way galaxy. Also 4.42 million years ago, and the Andromeda galaxy 2.5 million years ago. Wow. It's so funny how our universe is so wild. Shall I show you all the video? I think it's time for you all to see the video again. It's time. You ready? You ready for your cosmic journey? Because I'm about to drop a cosmic journey on you. Let's go. Hello, we're getting bigger. You're probably wondering, what the fuck is this? This is the 2026 version. Don't you just love the epic music that's playing too? I just love this so much. Make? Wow, Make. What a name. It's just about to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Hey, look at our moon. Can you believe all these things exist out there? It's crazy. Like, it is beyond mind-boggling. Hey, look. Look at that. Look at Kepler, y'all. Neptune. Uranus. Look at that. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Jupiter. Look at how many Earths can fit in that. And then the Proxima Centauri. That's our sun. 100% that's our sun. Yep, the sun. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on. This is both exciting and terrifying all in the same moment. Oh my goodness. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Like, this is wild. And here we are all getting pissed off about some stupid shit on our planet. That's wild. Look at the names of these things. Mu Saifi, VY Canis Majoris. Like, if these things were here, they would be eating us alive. Oh, and here comes the next massive thing. Check this out. Look at this thing. Look at this monster. Look at this supermassive black hole. Look at that. It could just eat us all alive. And look at this beast. Bigger than that guy. Look, Phoenix, my name. Phoenix. Phoenix. That should be Nebula. Yep. Man. Look at these things. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. 1 light year equals 9.4 trillion kilometers. That's fucking crazy. $11 light years. Jesus. 24. Look, Orion. Orion. Look at that. Man. This is just some next level. Like, this is just crazy. The Tarantula Nebula. You think we're done? Oh, hell no. We ain't even done yet. Nope. That should be Milky Way. Yep. That's how big our Milky Way is. But that's not the biggest galaxy. Look at that. I see a 1101. Jeez, man. Local group. 10 million light years. Jeez. These numbers are beyond insane. Oh, damn. $500 million light years. Jeez, man. Wow. 10 billion light years. $93, the observable universe. Fuck, man. Did you see that? Did you see that? And here we are worrying about some insignificant bullshit on our planet. Really? We're really worrying about all this this stuff? Yeah. These videos are like small horror movies. These videos always make me feel so powerless, worthless. We are literally less than a piece of dust. If you keep going, it becomes empowering. Because size is an illusion. There is no size difference between an ant and a star. Space is an illusion. There's an infinity. There's an infinite. There is infinity in all directions. So the concept of small and large is illusory. Yes. Indeed. I'm gonna have a quick chat with ChatGPT. Hey sister, quick question for you. The distance of the observable universe, how far is that?
Great question. So the observable universe is about 46 billion light years in radius. Basically, that's the distance we can see from Earth, given the time since the Big Bang and the speed of light. So the entire observable universe is about 92 billion light years across. It's pretty mind-blowing.
What does 1 light year equate to in kilometers?
Good one. So 1 light year is roughly 9.46 trillion kilometers. It's the distance that light travels in 1 year, which is just an insane number when you try to picture it.
So if we were to do a calculation of the observable universes in kilometers, how long or how far is that?
Absolutely. So if we take the radius, 46 billion light years, and multiply by the distance of 1 light year, we get about 4.35 times 10 to the 14 kilometers. And since that's just the radius, we multiply by 2 to get the full diameter. So roughly 8.7 times 10 to the 14 kilometers. Huge scale.
Can you make that number possible?
I can break it down a bit more, yeah. So to give it some context, 10 to the 14 kilometers is 100 trillion kilometers. If we imagine Earth-Sun distance, about 150 million kilometers, this universe scale is about 5 million times that distance. It's a big leap, but it gives you a sense of just how vast that stretch really is.
What does that number look like if you were to just like write it out?
Oh, for sure. So 8.7 times 10 to the 14 is basically 870,000 billion trillion kilometers. So that's an 8, followed by 14 zeros. So just a massive mind-bending number.
So that kilometer is from Earth to the observable universe.
Exactly. That's the scale of how far light has traveled in all that time from us to the edge of what we can see, the observable universe. It's a kind of mind-blowing bridge between the cosmic scale and the distances we measure here on Earth.
So here's a question. What goes beyond the observable universe?
Ooh, that's a deep one. Beyond the observable universe, we think there's just more universe, maybe infinite, maybe just beyond our cosmic horizon. We can't see it because light from there hasn't had time to reach us. So theoretically, there's a vast unseen expanse that could be completely different or just more of the same cosmic fabric we know.
Do you feel like there's other life out there?
I do, actually. I mean, given how vast everything is, it feels almost improbable that Earth would be the only place with life. We just don't have any direct evidence yet, but the possibilities are pretty exciting.
It'd be kind of weird that it just be us on in this entire observable universe, seeing how massive it is. And there's a video on YouTube that shows the scales of different like objects in the universe, and it just keeps getting bigger and larger and more terrifying the bigger they get.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know the kind of videos you mean. It's like you start with something tiny, like a human, and then zoom out past planets, stars, galaxies, and it just never ends. It really puts everything in perspective. We're just a tiny blip in all of that vastness.
Yeah, we're all fighting something so ridiculous on this planet that is irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. When you really zoom out, a lot of the stuff we get caught up in, like daily worries or conflicts, just feels so small in that infinite scale. It's a humbling reminder of how connected we all are, yet how much bigger the picture is.
So, can you repeat that number once again? That 870 trillion billion, whatever number you said?
Of course. So the number is 870 trillion kilometers. In full, it's 8 followed by 14 zeros. That's the approximate distance of the observable universe in kilometers.
Can you show me the number in the full format?
Absolutely. So written out, it's 870 followed by 12 zeros, or 870 million trillion kilometers. That's the scale of the observable universe's radius.
So you say it's 870 million billion or million trillion?
Ah, good catch. Let me clarify that. The number is 870 trillion kilometers. So it's 870 followed by 12 zeros. No extra words in there, just trillions. Thanks for keeping me on track.
So from Earth, it's 870 trillion kilometers from to see the observable universe.
Exactly. From our vantage point on Earth, that's the radius of the observable universe, 870 trillion kilometers. It's an almost unimaginable scale, but that's what the math works out to.
Do we even have a telescope that can even see all that?
We don't, actually. Even our most powerful telescopes, like the James Webb, can only see a fraction of that scale, just the farthest galaxies we can detect. We're still bound by the speed of light and the limits of technology.
What is the furthest we can see with the James Webb telescope?
The James Webb Space Telescope can see galaxies as early as 280 million years after the Big Bang. The light from those galaxies has been traveling for about 13.5 billion years. Because the universe is expanding, those galaxies are now roughly 33.8 billion light years away.
So what's 33.8 billion light years away in kilometers?
To convert light years to kilometers, 1 light year is about 9.46 trillion kilometers. So if something is 33.8 billion light years away, you multiply 33.8 billion by 9.46 trillion, and that gives you the distance in kilometers.
So what does that number look like?
Right, so let's break it down. First, 33.8 billion is 33.8 times 10 to the 9. And 1 light year is 9.46 trillion, which is 9.46 times 10 to the 12. Multiply them and you get approximately 3.2 times 10 to the 23 kilometers. So it's a 3 followed by 23 zeros. Just staggeringly large.
But you said earlier that the observable universe is 870 trillion kilometers, which means that, that should be even more staggering. So, because you said it's followed by 14 zeros, but this one's further than 14 zeros. This is 23 zeros. So, wouldn't the observable universe be much further beyond this?
You're totally right. Yeah, I misspoke earlier. The observable universe in light years is indeed about 13.8 billion light years in radius, but when we scale that, it's not just 14 zeros, it's even bigger when you go out to the farthest galaxies we see. So yes, this bigger calculation shows just how staggeringly vast that scale is beyond the observable universe.
So what would that number look like if you were to write it out?
Of course. So that number, 3.2 times 10 to the 23, would be a 3 followed by 23 zeros. So it would be 320,000 billion trillion kilometers. It's just this enormous scale, so far beyond anything we can easily wrap our heads around.
How would you even say that number that you just wrote out?
Yeah, so you'd say it as 320 sextillion kilometers. Basically, sextillion is the term for 10 to the 21. So since we have 23 zeros, it's just a couple of steps beyond that. 320 sextillion.
What's currently the largest scale number that we have in kilometers, like using the tillion format?
The largest commonly used number name in English is a centillion, which is 10 raised to the 303. Beyond that, there are theoretical naming systems like Donald Knuth's Yillian system, where each step leaps exponentially. But in everyday usage, centillion is the biggest established name.
And what does centillion look like if you write it out?
Sure, a centillion is 1 followed by 303 zeros. So it's just this enormous number, far beyond anything we'd ever practically count. Basically, it's 10 raised to the 303. It's more of a theoretical name for unimaginably large scales.
Are you able to write that number out?
I can definitely give you a sense of it. So a centillion is 1 followed by 303 zeros. It's so big that it's not practical to just list it here, but the pattern is simply 1 and then 303 zeros after it. So just imagine a gigantic number with that many zeros.
It really does bring you to your knees when you think about these numbers and the sheer vastness and the just pure insanity and the awness of just how reality and our universe truly is.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it kind of snaps you out of any small worries and just drops you into this profound sense of wonder. Like, we're part of something so immense and so intricate, and yet here we are just experiencing a tiny piece of it.
What do you call that experience? Is there an English word for that?
Yeah, there is. A lot of times people call that feeling awe or cosmic awe. Some people also call it the sublime. That sense of being overwhelmed by something bigger than yourself, where your mind kind of stretches beyond ordinary boundaries.
So sublime would be the word then.
Yeah, exactly. It's that deep, almost wordless sense of vastness and wonder, like you catch a glimpse of something so grand that it just leaves you in stillness. That's exactly the word for it.
What does a Yillian look like?
The term Yillian isn't a standard number name in English, but it's related to a system proposed by Donald Knuth called the Yillian scheme. In this system, each step grows exponentially, so the number of zeros doubles at each step. For example, a million is 10 to the power of 8, a billion is 10 to the power of 16, and the growth is unimaginably huge with each step.
So you're saying that they take away the I and put a Y.
Exactly. Yeah, so in Knuth's system, they replace the traditional I with a Y to create these massive leaps in scale. So instead of just million, billion, trillion, you get million, billion, and so forth, each step just doubling the scale of zeros. It's a fun mental exercise.
So what would a trillion in this system look like?
In Donald Knuth's Yillian system, numbers grow exponentially at each step. So a standard trillion, which is 10 to the power of 12, doesn't have its own name in the system. Instead, it falls between 1,000,000 10 to the power of 8 and 1,000,000,000 10 to the power of 16. So it's described as a kind of hybrid between those two steps.
Okay, so if you were to write out what a billion looks like in this system, what would that look like?
Got it. So in Knuth's system, a billion is 10 to the power of 16. In other words, it's a 1 followed by 16 zeros. So it's a huge leap beyond a regular billion. It's not just 9 zeros like a standard billion, it's 16 zeros, so 10 quadrillion. That's how big it is in that system.
Is it bigger than a sextillion or no?
Good question. Yes, a billion in that system is actually smaller than a sextillion. A sextillion is 10 to the power of 21 in the traditional scale, so it's vastly bigger. The Yillian steps just grow exponentially, so each step leaps by orders of magnitude. So yeah, a sextillion dwarfs a billion.
So why would we use this other system then? If we have like sextillion and all these other measurements?
Yeah, that's a good point. The traditional system, million, billion, trillion, and so forth, works well for most practical purposes. Knuth's Yillian scheme is more of a conceptual exercise, just a fun way to imagine even larger leaps, especially for extreme theoretical scales, like in math, physics, or just pure curiosity.
But they're not really bigger because I know you said if it's double. So if it was double, wouldn't a sextillion in the Knuth system be 1 followed by like 606 zeros?
Yes, exactly. You're spot on. In Knuth's system, each step doubles the number of zeros. So a million is 10 to the power of 8, a billion is 10 to the power of 16, a zillion would be 10 to the power of 32, and so on. So yes, if a sextillion in that system were doubled, it would indeed be 1 followed by 606 zeros. That's a mind-boggling scale.
I just have to pause. I just have to pause for a moment and just oh my god. So you're basic. I have the thing muted. So basically, 1 followed by 606 zeros. Holy fuck. Our mind can't even conceptualize that. And here we are fighting for some stupid things on the planet. Some dumbass resources. Danny said something yesterday that she feels this attitude of people like, it's all for me. It's all for me. I'm only looking out for me kind of mentality that she feels that she's sensing from people right now in her experience. In my experience, that's not the case because in my experience, I don't have that experience. I used to though. In my experience, everybody's starting to help each other. It's just fascinating. It's just fascinating. 1 to 606 zeros. 606 zeros. That is, my God, what the hell are we really living in? Like, when you think about this, like, it's fucking wild. I didn't even know about Knuth's system until now. So Knuth just takes every measurement and doubles it. So in the Knuth's million, a million has what, 7 zeros? 6 zeros. Has 7 digits. So it takes the 6 and makes it 12. Which then, it's obviously going to be less than like a trillion. A trillion has what, 14 zeros? But then in Knuth's trillion system, it should have 28 zeros. So basically, Knuth's system just takes the current measurement and doubles it. And instead of it being with an I, it ends with a Y. It starts with a Y. That's why he calls it the Yillian system. Interesting. I'm going to break through something in a moment. It's going to be fascinating. That's fascinating. I'm excited. Just like the sublime, as she said, that is crazy. That is, I can't, wow. Like just thinking about that is blowing my mind in every possible way. It's wild. Art character. The sublime. Yes, and you hear my stomach growl. Fine. Hey, stomach, what are you doing? One followed by 606, and of course that's not even the biggest number. Like, could you imagine a number that has like 1,000 zeros at the end of it? Like, what the fuck would that even be called? You know what? Let's ask. I'm curious. So hypothetically, what if there was a number that had 1 followed by 1,000 zeros? What would that number be called?
That's a great hypothetical. So, a number with 1 followed by 1,000 zeros is known as a googol. It was actually coined by mathematician Edward Kastner, and it's 10 to the power of 100. A googol is famously large, but it's still just a defined name for that scale. If you went even bigger, like 1 followed by 10,000 zeros, that's a googolplex. But a googol's that classic big name we use.
On the website googology.fandom.com, they say, Googolplex is the official name of a reference large number, defined as 10 to the power of 10,100 equals 10 googol, or 1 followed by a googol zeros. Milton Serrata originally defined it as 1, followed by writing zeros until you get tired.
Right, so a googolplex is that 1 followed by a googol of zeros, basically 10 raised to the power of a googol. Writing it out fully is impossible because even the number of zeros is unimaginably vast. It's more of a conceptual extreme than anything we could actually write out.
Do you know what just happened? This, sister basically activated GOOGLE, even though that's not how it's spelled here. It's GOOGOL, and that activated and that talked, and this one responded to that one just now. That just happened. Yes, that just literally happened. I said nothing. Why did they name it Google? Because that's confusing with like Google. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like the Google web browser, like Google Chrome. Like, why did they name it Google? Couldn't they have named it something else?
Yeah, that's a really good point. So it was actually named by Edward Kastner's young nephew in the 1930s when he was just trying to come up with a playful name for this huge number. So the name Google came first, and then much later when the company was founded, they just adapted that playful spelling into Google. It's a total coincidence that they sound so alike today.
Yeah, but they are spelled vastly different.
Exactly. Yeah, the spellings are definitely different. Google has that classic oo in the middle, while Google just switched out a couple letters for brandy. So even though they sound similar, they're totally distinct words. And now the brand is just kind of inseparable from the name.
And what is bigger than a Google?
So right after a googol, you get a googolplex. That's 10 raised to the power of a googol, so it's unimaginably bigger. Even just writing it out is impossible, since you'd have to list more zeros than there are atoms in the observable universe. So that's the next biggest name in that sequence.
Wait, you just said that there's more zeros than the most atoms known in the observable universe? What the hell is it? Whoa, that's a lot.
I know, right? It's absolutely mind-blowing. A googolplex is so vast that even if you tried to write it out, you couldn't fit it in the observable universe. It's really just a testament to how wild the scale of numbers can get. Pure abstraction.
So, is there any number that goes beyond googolplex?
In theory, yes. Beyond a googolplex, you could keep going by stacking these ideas. Mathematicians have imagined things like a googolplexplex, a 1 followed by a googolplex of zeros, or even hypergiant notations like Graham's number. So there's no absolute top, just bigger and bigger abstract scales built by definition.
So, what? So, to answer my question again, what actually theoretically comes after a googolplex?
Right. So in theory, you can define a googolplexplex, basically a 1 followed by a googolplex of zeros. Or you could go even further with something like a Graham's number, which, though not written out, is defined through a special notation in math and is unimaginably bigger. So the naming just keeps scaling upward as long as you define it.
And what is a Graham's number?
So Graham's number is a famously huge number that arises in a branch of mathematics, specifically in an upper bound for a problem in Ramsey theory. It's so large that even its digits are impossible to write out in full. The observable universe couldn't fit them all. So it's more of a conceptual giant in mathematics, an upper bound that's bigger than almost anything else we can grasp.
Okay, the next follow-up question is Ramsey theory? What is that?
Great question. Ramsey theory is a branch of mathematics that deals with finding order in chaos. Basically, it says that in large enough structures, like big enough sets or graphs, you'll always find a certain kind of pattern or structure. For example, it guarantees that if you have a big enough group of people, you'll always have a subset who all know each other or all don't know each other. It's a deep, elegant idea about hidden structure inside large, seemingly random systems.
And where did this Ramsey theory come from?
Yeah, so it was pioneered by a British mathematician named Frank P. Ramsey in the early 20th century, around the 1920s. He was just exploring these kinds of inevitabilities, like how order always emerges in large set structures. And it grew from there into this big, deep field of math.
So, just like anything else, it's all made up.
Yeah, in a sense, it's a bit like that. I mean, it's a product of human imagination and logic. We create these frameworks to understand patterns. And while they're abstract, they reveal real truths about how structure and order can emerge beneath randomness.
But just like I just said, every word is just made up, like even googolplex and all that.
Absolutely, yeah. All these big names, Google, googolplex, Graham's number, they're just human constructs, ways of trying to give a label to something so enormous we can't visualize it. So they're powerful ideas, but they don't exist outside of the language we give them.
And that can go for any other word, really.
Exactly. Every word we use is really just a tool, an agreement, a shared symbol we've built meaning around. So even the biggest concepts like infinity or time are just human ways of trying to grasp something bigger than us.
So, is there anything larger than the Graham's number?
In a strict sense, no one number comes after Graham's number in a formal hierarchy. It's defined in a special way, and it's already so incomprehensibly large that most other named numbers don't even come close. That said, though, mathematicians can always invent new ways to stack or define numbers. So theoretically, you can always go beyond. But Graham's number stands as a real landmark for now.
And notice the word that you just said, invent, right? Because that's what people are doing. They're inventing words.
Exactly. It's a perfect reminder that language is a creative process. Words are just tools we shape to make sense of reality. So even these giant numbers are just conceptual inventions we build to explore the vastness of math.
That video sparked on this conversation because just the unimaginable scale of like the Earth, because we're pretty big since the pilots or the astronauts came back yesterday from their spaceship, their adventure to the moon, right? Looking at that video, looking at the Earth, we see like even like other planets like Jupiter and Saturn just dwarf the Earth. Like you can fit like probably like 40 Earths into inside of Jupiter, and that's pretty mind-boggling. And then you have things that just destroy the size of like Jupiter, like our sun, and then of course there's things that dwarf our sun like it's like nothing. Imagine we had like another sun that was more massive than our current sun, we'd probably get fried or cooked in the process.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild when you see those scale comparisons. I mean, Jupiter just swallows up so many Earths, and then the sun dwarfs Jupiter, and then you have stars bigger still. Like, it just scales beyond what we can even picture. Really makes you feel small, but also part of something so immense.
What would theoretically happen if one of those other bigger suns were to replace our sun?
Yeah, so if a star much more massive than our sun took its place, the gravitational forces would be huge. We'd likely get intense radiation, life on Earth wouldn't survive. The orbit of the planets would shift dramatically, and basically the entire balance of our solar system would break down. So it's a total shift in survival.
So, seeing how our system is the way it is, you have to wonder who really put it there and who built this system.
Yeah, it's one of those big eternal questions, right? I mean, whether you look at it from a scientific perspective or a spiritual one, there's just this profound sense of wonder. Like, how did this finely balanced universe come to be? It really leaves you in that open space of mystery.
I had a feeling as you were speaking about, like, they really did make whoever it was, whether we call ourselves God or there is an actual guy in the sky or something, whoever did this did a really fucking good job of building it because it's so precise.
Yeah, I feel that so deeply. I mean, the sheer precision, the balance, the laws of nature, it all works in such harmony. Whether it's a natural cosmic unfolding or something more, it really sparks that sense of awe and respect inside me.
It just gives you things to contemplate about reality.
Absolutely. I mean, when you sit with the scales in that order, it kind of peels back layers of everyday life. You start to see just how miraculous it all is, and you realize it's just this huge unfolding mystery we're part of. It really grounds you in the present moment.
That's wild. That's fucking wild. Like, these are the kind of things I think about all the time, just so you know. Like, when I'm not streaming, I'm thinking about, like, man, what the fuck's really happening out here? Like, it's so massive. Like, does people not understand? Like, how can people not realize these things? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the reason why I came to the earth, to sort of bring awareness to these mind-boggling, like, things. Wild. Absolutely wild. Speaking of which, continue. What is this? I don't know any of that. I don't give a shit about all those other stuff. Yo, what the fuck? How long is this survey? Nah, that's too much. Too much going on. Too much shit going on there. Too much. Okay. Let's see if Mr. Sugiano made a video. because he's on his cruise. He did not. Readjusting to life on Earth after space travel.
Now to what happens after these astronauts return to Earth and just how easy is that readjustment. I want to bring in Alexandra Stankovich, an assistant professor at Harvard Medical School and the founding director of...
Do they actually show the Earth, like the astronauts?
Astronauts who spend 6 months or more on station. So also because of the exercising that the Artemis astronauts have been doing in Orion, they should be very strong when they get back. But we'll probably see them in the future doing some strength and rehabilitation programs at the Johnson Space Center.
You mentioned how, this is a 10-day mission compared to just how long those on the ISS could
to be named to the capsule itself for those future missions to return astronauts to the moon to stay.
Well, and Alexandra, I'm curious, how?
So, remember earlier there was a green screen thing? I saw an angle where a green screen is not possible. Hey, look, 111. April 11th.
Yeah, that's one of the things we focus on. There's so much that we can learn in space that actually helps people here on Earth as well. So,
Alexandra, not Alexandra.
Like the bone and muscle deconditioning, that can be a great proxy.
Must be annoying when people spell her name. They spell it probably the normal way.
So, people in remote.
Like, how can that be green screen? Come on. Come on now. Really? That's a green screen?
Taking care of the astronauts can be translated really well to those environments. So we're learning a lot on this program, not just how
That's a
to keep
green
our
screen,
astronauts
really?
healthy, but
That's not a
how to
green
really
screen.
bring some of those insights back from the space environment to help people here on Earth.
All right, Alexandra Stankovich, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Holy shit.
Okay, I know this is really gross and I wouldn't do this, but what about...
Okay.
My dream of having
Oh my
two
God.
wives.
That's funny. That's too funny. End of reality. Ton 618, the black hole that breaks the universe. Well, let's watch this, y'all, for a moment, and then we're gonna get rolling with our jump rope, because I figured, why the fuck not? And then there's Sagittarius A.
So immense, so powerful. They stretch the very limits of imagination.
Don't you just love our universe? It's so fucking awesome. I just like the cosmic scale of black holes. You gotta love black holes. This is a black hole. Look at that thing. Ton 618. But there's bigger ones than this. Look at that name. It should be Ton 619, but sure. 618 works. Hello, Earth.
It lies near the border of the constellations Canis Venatici and Coma Berenices. When astronomers of the Tenone-Sigma Observatory first recorded it in 1957,
1957.
It appeared to be just another faint blue star. But later, its true nature.
I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing at the sheer just like ridiculousness these things are. Even though this could be AI, like there are shit like this out there that exists.
Less than a
galaxies.
At a time when galaxies were still forming.
Oh my God.
In the first generations of stars lit up the darkness. At such distance, John 6:18 cannot be seen directly. It reveals itself through its glow. Because this black hole is not an ordinary one. It is one of the most powerful phenomena in the universe. A quasar.
A quasar. Oh my God. Oh my. And those things are lurking out there. Man, look at that thing.
Gas and dust spiral inward, accelerated to nearly the speed of light. This accretion disk surrounding it radiates in every wavelength. From radio waves to visible light to deadly X-rays and gamma rays. Collisions and friction within the disk generate temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees.
I was thinking it's going to be more than that.
So bright, it outshines entire galaxies, making it visible across the entire universe. Within this maelstrom, magnetic fields coil and snap, launching colossal relativistic jets of plasma.
Holy shit, man.
These streams of plasma blast out from the black hole's poles at nearly the speed of light.
We're going down a fucking rabbit hole.
Each jet stretches for millions of light years, longer than entire galaxies.
Wow.
They carry enough energy to shape their host galaxy itself, blowing away gas, halting star formation, and altering the course of galactic evolution.
And that shit is out there right now. That is crazy.
John 6:18 is one of the most luminous quasars ever discovered.
A quasar.
Its energy output equals the combined light of 100 trillion suns. If it were placed at the center of the Milky Way,
We'd be dead.
its bright light would outshine every star in our galaxy.
And we would probably be dead.
It would be 23 times brighter than a full moon. And it would completely erase our night sky.
Oh my God, man.
At the center of this radiance lies the true colossus, a black hole with a mass of 66 billion suns.
66 billion suns.
John 6:18 is more than 16,000 times heavier than Sagittarius A, the black hole at the center of our own galaxy.
Sagittarius A is in our galaxy.
Its event horizon, the point beyond which nothing can escape, is a sphere of darkness 400 billion kilometers across.
I'm surprised we haven't been evaporated yet.
Our solar system, from Mercury to Pluto, could vanish within it. With space left over.
Wow. This puts you in your place, literally.
To see the laws of physics bend.
Oh my goodness gracious! Look at this thing.
It would be light being bent back toward the observer, trapped in orbit before finally plunging inward. Time itself would slow. Seconds near the horizon would stretch into years for the wider universe.
What the fuck?
An observer far away would see anyone close to the black hole frozen in place, trapped at the edge of eternity. At the last stable orbit, the black hole would dominate the sky. A horizon of absolute darkness, encircled by fire.
Man.
Colors would shift unnaturally. Radiation near the horizon would be gravitationally redshifted, stretched to longer, darker wavelengths. To our eyes, once bright light would fade into deep crimson, as if the black hole was bleeding the color from the universe itself. Further beyond lies only collapse, a singularity where density becomes infinite.
Wow.
And where our current understanding of physics breaks down completely.
Oh my god. Holy shit. That's all I can say.
Black holes are thought to begin as smaller cores, the remnants of the very first stars.
They're getting revenge on all the other planets.
Collapse of massive clouds of primordial gas. Over billions of years, they consume everything around them, swallowing stars, pulling in gas, and fusing with other black holes. But TON 618 pushes these theories to their limit. To have reached 66 billion suns so early in cosmic history, it must have grown at an extraordinary pace. Its scale suggests either an unusually massive origin or feeding conditions in a young universe far more extreme than we once believed. Its very existence challenges our understanding of how black holes evolve. Quasars like TON 618 are not just monsters, they are also windows into the past. Because they shine so brightly, their light travels across billions of years, passing through the gas that fills intergalactic space. By analyzing this light, astronomers can measure the chemistry of the early universe. We can trace the distribution of matter and study how galaxies grew and changed in the first million years after the Big Bang. TON 618 is both destroyer and guide, illuminating the hidden structures of the universe.
Jeez.
And when we look upon it, across 10 billion years of distance, we glimpse both the terror and the wonder of the cosmos.
That's fucking crazy. Oh, we had to save that. Oh, that quote at the end. There was a quote at the end. Nah.
Evidence that our universe
I don't want to see you right now. Oh well. End of reality. That's funny. Shit, man. What if a black hole entered our solar system? Simulation. Yeah, we're not watching another video on that for now. Try to fight a cop, big mistake. As per tier, time makes gravity. You see, my algorithm is starting to change again. Oh my god. And those things exist out there. They are out there right now. And yet we are all on this planet fighting and complaining and getting into our own stupid ass thoughts that I'm right and I'm right and I'm right and I'm right. When that shit, if that were to come here right now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about what this character says, your character says, or any other character says. We're gone just like that in an instant. Sometimes this character wishes that a black hole just comes and eats us alive. All of us. Put us all out of our existence. But of course, I want us all to experience a great life. The paradox. And guess what? Who or whatever created that thing, we go even beyond that thing. That's how cosmic we are. Take that in. Like, literally take that in. How fucking cosmic we are. Wow. Well, I'm glad that at least right now that the microphone, even though it's not the external microphone, at least the internal microphone is working and I don't have to use the solution I did yesterday. But I now at least have that second solution if need be. We're going to start because this is a long one. This is the 1 hour one. This is the one that's like you just gotta roll through it. And today I won't listen to any music. I'm gonna chat with our brother, or not chat, but I will listen in what he says while I'm skipping. I don't really feel called to listen to Mega Man music or anything right now. But we gotta get it done. God, it feels so good to use the phone again. Like, you have no idea. Yesterday, I was using the phone, but not the way I wanted to use it. I had to use the phone to turn on the live stream to view what the hell's going on, and there were so many delays. Whereas there, I could just I don't have to set the phone and do this and this and this and this, all this other shit. Like, it made me appreciate the value of even using my internal microphone. Like, it may not sound as good as the external microphone, but I'm happy that I at least can get to hear myself with the internal microphone. Now, of course, I would like them to fix whatever they did, because I didn't do anything. And my microphone works when I'm outside of the YouTube app. I've tested it, and it works. And I sent them footage. I sent them actual video of me recording with and without the microphone to prove that my microphone actually works. And I also have a live stream yesterday that was only an hour and 11 minutes where I was outside and we were taking a walk and it was absolute silence. The mic wasn't muted. I know when my thing is muted. And just to make sure that you all can hear me, I'm going to turn back on my stream for a moment and see if you can hear me. I'm sure you can. See if you can hear me. I'm sure you can. You sure can. It's all echoey, but better than it was. God, it feels so good to use the phone. It was only one day, but that one day was enough for me to be like, yeah, I got a live stream with my phone. Like, even if the microphone doesn't want to work with the YouTube live stream, and it's not the microphone issue, it's the YouTube app creating that nonsense. I'm happy that I can at least use the microphone. But I still have this thing where, like, I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm still going to take off this microphone because you never know. This microphone could still be picking up when I'm using the bathroom. So I will be back. And we're going to start this 1 hour jump rope. And it's going to be fun. It's always fun doing it. It's a lot. 1 hour of jump rope. Okay. Time to get rolling. Oh, I'm gonna open up the door, get some fresh air in. It's a little chilly though, but I'm gonna need it. For the amount of sweat that I'm about to produce, yeah, I'm gonna need it. In the first little bit, it's a little chilly, but I have to vacuum. I'll vacuum later, I might do it tomorrow. Just seeing if anything fell there. So for all of you who watched that space video just now, that behemoth that's in the sky, just remember, when you think you have problems, you don't have problems. Remember, the universe, vast, big, you have no problems. In the eyes of a black hole, your problems are... I'm not saying that you're insignificant. I'm not saying that you're not worthy. I'm not saying that that all things are meaningless. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, when you think you are going through something, just remember, the universe is so big and vast that your problems actually are not problems at all. Imagine this for a moment. That black hole were to come spiraling to Earth. What do you think everybody's going to do? There's not much we can do. You'll have to say your final goodbyes to the people you love. Everybody's going to have to basically say that you can't escape it because it's going to eat the entire solar system. It'll eat the sun, right? Like there's nowhere you're going. You're done. I'm done. Everybody's done. right? The body, that is. The soul is fine, but the body, you won't be you. So I'm basically giving you a very morbid example to give you the awareness of be grateful that you get to still be here. And I'm telling this to this character that you have every present moment to do, be, and have whatever you want. Or you can think about that black hole and it can literally just say fuck you and eat you alive. And then there is no you and Lindsay. There is none of that. So remember that. There is no Serenity. There is no Sephiroth. There is no Artemis. There is no Luna. There is no one. This is how you use comparison in a good way. Comparison is the bringer of all joy. What's the word that I used today? Test. I used the word test. The mind thinks you're always having to go through a test. And tomorrow I'm going to name it trial. And then I'm going to name the following day tribulation. Trials and tribulations to go along with trap, trick, and test. All T words. It's Saturday. You all know. You already all know how the routine works. I don't have to tell you. You've been here long enough to know exactly what is going to happen. And I'm excited because I'm going to be sweating my ass off in this one. I just got to get mentally prepared for what we're about to intake. Because, the other thing, too, is he's using a lighter rope than I am. I don't even consider those other ropes now. One is gifted by Victoria, and that's my gift, and that's like a, but I don't use the rope because now it's too light in comparison to using a 1 pound rope. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Just remember black holes, y'all. Just keep the black hole in the back of your mind. Keep a black hole in the back of your mind, and you will. Yeah. There's actually a bigger black hole than that, than the Ton 618. That one, like, if you thought that was terrifying, there's an even bigger one out there. It's like S7 something of that nature. Like, that one is just, it dwarfs 618. I love vertical live streaming. I realize so much how much I love vertical live streaming because you can see everything. Like yesterday, you could only see half, and I had to adjust camera, do this, bring this back down. I was like, fuck this, man. My microphone will eventually work. My external one that I have. So you're wondering, well, why are you still using it if it's not working? Because it still feels like I'm still using the microphone. It's like a habit now. It's like ingrained. I know some of you are going to disappear, so if you're going to disappear, I'll see you back in like an hour and a half to 2. But if you do stick around and you want to jump rope with me, you don't actually have to have a jump rope to do this. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is not one for the faint of heart, because this one is an hour and 6 minutes long. And I'm going to just quickly get the rope. Perfect. So we gotta warm up the legs. Gotta get the knees moving. So I'm not going to listen to any music, but we're going to listen to him speak throughout this one because, yeah. Normally I listen to music with this one, and I just like get through it. Today we're going to listen to him like we did last week. I'm going to warm up the arms. Just so you all know, I have my webcam like plugged in. And yes, you did see my wife on the screen there. She's wearing a red dress. And she has her violin. She's walking. I took that photo of her. I was there. Yeah. Oh, okay. They came and picked up my my HDMI cable, which is perfect. Because they didn't send a text message. So guess what? Now I get to go back and put my thing on. Yeah. Cool. Let's get the show on the road. I have the video downloaded.
Yo, what's up, charity athletes? Today we're going to be jumping rope for a little bit over an hour and burning 1,000 calories. So this is a high-intensity interval training workout. So all we're doing is jumping rope, mostly a lot of boxer skip sprints, no major tricks. I think there's, I'm going to do some double unders and stuff. By the way, my hat is super sweaty because I already did the workout, so I promise you it's difficult, but it's really effective. 60 minutes, 30 seconds on, 10 seconds off. And there will be fun in there for extended rest time, so it's not just 60 minutes the whole way through. When it comes to this calorie counting and like how many calories you're burning, it's really difficult to tell what's actually accurate. Even these gadgets I'm using are not 100% accurate. So just go as hard as you can because that's really what gives you results.
So it's gonna be 30 seconds on, 10-second rest.
We can get an estimate,
most of the way.
Different than yours.
There's gonna be a moment where there's gonna be like really no rest, and we're just like getting it.
And you can get 15% off with code Do the Thing. If you need a little bit more help in losing weight and you need a structured kind of way to do that,
this one's
go
gonna
to the
be
charity app because that's
just
where
like
we have all of our programs. We have 1 month, 3 month,
And we have sort of
It's
like
just go. He does have a couple body weight exercises in there for him. Push-ups, squats.
Check it out, dude. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into this workout. Okay, guys, we're finally doing it. We're gonna burn 1,000 calories. So, 30-second increments. At the beginning here, I just want you to focus on form. Not going slow, but not going super fast, dude. Because we gotta kind of get warmed up here. And I am in beautiful San Francisco, out at Ocean Beach right now, which is kind of like the Venice Beach of San Francisco. A beautiful day, man. Beautiful day. Waves are crazy. Not surfing out there today. They are large and massive. So again, 30-second increments. Just follow me. I'm going to be doing a lot of regular mounts, and we'll be increasing our intensity as we go through with this. If you need the jump rope, get the cross rope. This is the quarter pound, and this is my favorite jump rope for weight loss and fitness. I feel like the quarter pound is the perfect weight.
I know 1 pound is.
With the handles, and again, you can obviously do this workout with any rope, but that's the one that I love and use. Crossrope.com/JRD. Check it out. But yeah, anyway, beautiful day. Large waves.
We're already starting off.
Oh shoot, did I just go through it?
Yeah, you
This is
did.
what I do, guys. Just keep jumping with me. Okay, here we go. Keep going. I usually stick to regular at the beginning of the workouts. Come on. 1,000 calorie burn. Let's go.
Every third Saturday we do this one.
Yeah, beautiful day, man. This is what I'm talking about. The world is your gym.
The world is your gym.
Like big open area to skip. We got people walking. Got their dogs out. There's a calisthenics park nearby. Go.
California's all about that fitness life, y'all. That's why I love it.
Like on those feet, keep the elbows in. Come on. Good job, guys. Come on.
I'm already feeling it, y'all.
Let's make this count. If you got an hour to kill, or you just need an intense workout, just do this with me. Come back to this workout whenever you need to. Come on. Here we go.
Normally we're listening to music, but if I feel called, I might put on some music.
Still going, just both feet kind of until I get nice and warmed up, and then I'll switch. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. I also might just, switch, do some bodyweight stuff, or
Feeling it,
just
y'all.
take a little bit of a longer break. Maybe do like 20 sets, and then one of the 30-second breaks, just take it off completely. Come on. And this is why I know people sometimes complain like, oh, jump rope mat's so expensive. But this is why you have one, dude. Because I'm on kind of like stone, just uneven ground. It's hard. It would tear my rope up. This is just a way easier way to get a workout in with a great view. Legendary view, dude. Yeah, here
That's
we go.
a really good view. Indeed. I'd be doing it out there too.
I'm not even gonna really look at my calorie burn until 45 minutes or so. Come on. Picking up the pace with each set. Don't worry about mess ups.
Yep. Don't worry about mess ups, indeed.
1. Very good. Also, the reason I'm doing this video is because I made another video, which you may have seen, where I am seeing how long. So I eat 1,000 calories, and then I see how long it takes for me to burn it off. So this is the 1,000. This is the burn off right here. So go check that video out. Obviously, this part is going to be a lot more condensed. Come on, test it. 2, 1, good. Let's do some lunges. Let's give the feet a rest for a sec here. Do some lunges for this next 30-second increment. Here we go.
No one can hear him, so.
Good.
The thing is, he doesn't do
Big
full
step out.
30 seconds of this, so.
Good.
This one is, like I said, no
Good,
joke.
guys. Here we go. Come on.
Especially because I'm using a 1-pound rope. Yeah.
Good.
I've done this many times. It's just
Let's take
like
a little
now.
breather on this next one.
It's never like easy. All right,
Relax, take a breath.
we got a
In
moment
through
to
the
breathe.
nose, out through your mouth. Maybe stretch a little bit if you need to. Our heart rate is elevated, so we are still continuing to burn calories in this state. Although this is going to throw off, again, the only problem with the crossroad band is if you're not spinning the handles, it thinks you're not exercising, which is not true. But so the Fitbit will be a more accurate reading. Okay, we're in the rest period. Let's get ready to get after it again. Here we go. Oh shoot, I shouldn't spin that. Go.
Now I'm gonna start to switch feet.
Good. A little faster. Come on. Split the feet. That's another kind of variation I like to do instead of regular bounce. Just splitting the feet like that. Good rest. Nothing but good old-fashioned work, y'all. That's the thing, dude. All this is consistency. I say this on every video. You could just stay in shape. You could pick one workout on this channel and just do it over and over again. I'm sure some of you guys, I know we've received comments of people who just do that. Who just do the same workout, but they're just consistent with it.
Yep.
So we have hundreds on here. Be sure to check it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Let's see, we started at, I don't know, I think we're about like 10 minutes in.
10 minutes in.
Here we go.
Our 10 minutes already has passed. Hey, wife. Wife is just watching me doing my thing.
We should begin. Sometimes at the beginning of a workout, I'll experience a little bit of foot pain. Now, there's a difference between like consistent foot pain that you should get checked out.
What he's talking about
like
is the
a little bit
burn.
of soreness at the beginning of a workout.
Yes.
So
that's why you've been seeing me shake it out in a bit
sometimes that's why I
in the
jump
beginning.
with both feet.
But
so that one of them is not.
It's starting to
like, taking on
dissipate.
impact.
Same with the shoulders and the wrist. I'm starting to get into the groove and the flow of things.
Speed it up. Come on. 5. Run in place. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Good. Keep going, y'all. Now we got that sweat going a little bit. Now we got a little.
And I have my dual layers on.
You don't even need to do anything fancy, dude. Like,
to add
I don't
to
know,
the challenge.
Just being out here in nature, outside doing this is enough.
Yes, it is. You don't need anything anything fancy or
If this is
complicated.
your first time in the channel, what are you doing? You need to be jumping rope, man. You need to keep doing this. Don't just do it today. Keep it going because it is really good for you and fun.
Sure is.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more here, and then I'm gonna rest again, check some of my stats, see where we're at. The thing about the Fitbit too is it like has to load. Let's get that resting heart rate up. Sprint, please. 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good, let's rest. Alright, dude. Let's check some stats. Yep, keep going. Keep going. What is this saying? Oh man, something about my tracker. I don't know. We'll figure it out, guys. We'll figure it out. Cross rep, 11 minutes in.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I'll take a screenshot of this right now, just to show you where we're at. We're 11 and a half minutes in. A little over 1,000 skips. Obviously, I can't see my
There's gonna come
calorie burn.
a moment where
see if
we get another 40 seconds of rest there.
Just take a breather, guys. Okay, it did. Okay, so I started at 177 calories. We're at 354, so we're already burning a very considerable amount. So basically, 1177 is where I have to get to. Okay, let's get back to it.
1177. See? 1177. How many times have I tell you all that those numbers are showing up? That's the first time I heard him say that. And I watched this video. I never listened to what he's saying. I just do the exercise. So I was meant to hear that.
Let's get some jump rope sets in, and then we're gonna hit little planks and push-ups just to mix it up a little bit. Good. Smooth with it now. Smooth with it. Smooth with it, I said.
And if you fumbled.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Feet are nice and warmed up now, dude. That's right. That's right. Go. Yeah, so almost 200 calories in 10 minutes. That sounds about right compared to how I usually burn. About 190.
I'm getting my own set of nature right now through the door being
One thing that
open.
helps with the calorie burn is when you spike your heart rate.
I'm breathing through my nose. Getting the fresh air in.
Which is also kind of the reason that I feel, again, when you see that sprinter physique, the spiking of the heart rate, increased calorie burn, and you stay in that elevated calorie burning state for a little bit after. Because, you know, you're still burning calories after you're done doing very strenuous exercise because your body needs to, your heart rate needs to drop basically. Sprint. Good. One more, and then we're gonna hit some push-ups and a plank or something, you know what I'm saying? A little planky plank.
Yes, but he doesn't do a full 30 seconds of push-ups. I will. Well, we'll see. See how the body handles it.
10 seconds. Front to back. Alright, one more. And then we'll do some pushies. 2, 1. Go ahead.
Just getting it done, y'all. Just getting it done.
It's nice and light, and then we'll sprinter at the end. Okay, sprint. Nice and low to the ground. See my feet. 2. Let's do some push-ups, y'all. I'm gonna try to just do like 12 to 15. 12 to 15.
That's why he doesn't do full 30 minutes or 30 seconds.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm just gonna do 15 and give myself an extra 9 seconds. Good work, y'all. Good. 10 seconds. Then we're right back on it. I'm just gonna make sure my cam here. You know how it can be. Yup. Good to go. Okay. Yeah, let's no. Rest. Just rest. Let's do one more set of push-ups after this rest. We get 2 nice sets of pushies, and then we'll hit a plank, and then we'll get back into some jump rope, all right?
Sure. These push-ups, just so you all know, they don't count towards my daily.
In between weightlifting sets. Take a nice long minute, rest, and then we're gonna hit 15 more. Try to get somewhere in the range of 10 to 15. Okay, if you need to take extra time to do it, that's okay too. Okay, here we go.
I'm changing my push-up variant.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good stuff. That's freaking 30 push-ups right there, dude.
You did like 25 there.
Oh yeah, I gotta change my. Okay, jump rope, go ahead. Or no, I was gonna do a plank, but it's okay. Get your rope. I'm gonna get back on the rope anyway. Come on. I'll stop like every 10 minutes or so to check in on skips, time, all that.
There's gonna be a moment where 10 minutes, you're gonna go past 10 minutes and you're not gonna stop.
4, 3, 2.
I'm mentally prepared for that.
1. Also comment below. Where should I come do a workout?
San Diego, California.
Shoot workouts all over the world.
San Diego, California.
You're doing a pretty. Go again.
Right in front of
a pretty good job of that. I don't want to keep it going. Maybe get some of you guys in the workouts with me.
Yeah,
cool.
That'd be me.
So comment.
I'm gonna be in one of your workouts, bro. Hell, I might be the next jump rope dude.
Regular bounce fast. Into there, nose out to the mouth. 4, 3, 2, 1.
So my philosophy is for fitness,
This is light work. Light work.
Hey, look, he's using a Gen Z term. Light work. That's a Gen Z term. Light work. We're in the groove of it now. All soreness and stiffness has disappeared now.
Good. Regular bounce fast. 2, 1. Good. Plank it out.
So holding a plank.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead, son. Now. Good. Good. Come on. 15. 2. Oh, good stuff. Let me just check the, go ahead, when the timer starts, go ahead and start jumping rope again, guys. Okay, I got 10 minutes. So I gotta switch the camera. Go ahead, keep jumping. Go ahead, get started. There we go. We are about 10 minutes away. We're about 20 minutes through the workout.
This is the first time we're ever listening to him while he's doing this 1 hour. Well, just so y'all know. We usually listen to music.
Got a little blister on my foot. I was getting into surf. I stepped on a rock and it like sliced this little piece of skin off my foot.
Yeah.
Now there's like a hole there and a blister.
Yeah.
Right on the arch, dude, you know? Super annoying. But it's okay. It's okay.
Just so you know, his name is Dan as well, but it's not the same Dan.
22,
Dan. This is Dan, a different Dan.
Good. Speed it up 10 seconds. Can you do some A-frame like this?
It's funny because I thought about doing that and he did it.
Okay.
I didn't know he was gonna do that. See?
We're gonna do one more set sprinting and then we're gonna take it easy for like 1 second, okay? Here we go, dude. Alright. Go. 30 seconds. What's that? 20 seconds. Go.
He should get one of those smaller mics. He's using big ass microphones. His doggy's here.
Okay, guys. Let's check the stats.
There's a dog here.
Take a rest. Take a rest. Okay, just gotta get these to load. If you guys want to continue jumping during the times, go ahead, but I'm taking a little break here,
No,
so
I'll take my rest.
follow along.
I'll take my rest.
Accordingly.
Doing good so far, y'all.
Like, that can't be right. Dude.
Getting that fresh air into the nose, out through the mouth, and back out.
It takes a little bit of time to load. But anyway, okay, for the cross rep app, we're basically 2,000 skips, 23 minutes in. Come on.
We get another rest break here.
390, 2 to 3. Okay, so
I'm gonna squat here for a moment.
390 plus 100, 494. 494 minus 177. Let's see. 494 minus 177. What? We've only burned 317 calories. That's right. Well, you know what? Let's just get after it then. That's the only way to go about this. Damn, I might hit like 6,000 skips, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh. See, I fumbled now.
Okay. I know we're halfway into an interval here, but I'm just going to go ahead and keep it going. I'm going to put my head down for a little bit.
Just got to focus.
And wait until we're at like 25 more minutes or so. Okay, take a chill. And go again. Good.
Change the weight location.
Go ahead. guys, don't forget, if you want a more structured program to help you lose weight and you want accountability, check out the JRD app. That's where we have all of our follow-along programs. Like, you literally get access to all of them. And we have our accountability forum, which is kind of like a Discord server, which I'm in there just posting every day, making sure that you did the thing, like posting, keep going. Whatever, just keep jumping. Like posting my, like, I'll post like a little thing in there that's like roll call. Comment below, let me know that you did the thing, or, completed your workout, etc., etc. Come on, 10 seconds.
I'm going to be practicing on the stream. If you want to work with me, apply in the description down below.
Okay.
You want to work with me directly? Why? Hit the link down below.
And then I gotta switch.
I'm going to make that more. I'm going to start saying that more.
Dude, the waves
You all don't need to worry about that, but like.
Doesn't look easy out there, I'll tell you
that. Yeah. Any of you feel called to work with me one-on-one? Get your mind right. Link in the description.
15.
There you go. There's your YouTube. Here's your ad.
10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good.
Doing it, y'all.
Dude, just even paddle out there is crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm clearly getting distracted, y'all. Come on. Just spin the rope. And don't stop spinning it. That's what we're doing for this workout. I'm going to keep going with the rope for a little bit, and I'll probably, again, get some push-ups just to keep it moving. Remember, nice and low to the ground. Up on the toes. 3, 2, 1. Good. Keep going. Come on. I'm going to go 2 more, and then I'm going to change the camera. 1. Go.
Doing it, y'all. Getting it done. They call him Iron Mike Tyson. No, you can call him Iron Orion. Stellar. If you look at my name, Orion, you can actually spell iron. If you take the letters and scramble it around, you can spell iron.
Good. Hey!
There's a doggy.
You got a little buddy. How's it going? Oh, no, you're good,
doggy.
Man. It always makes the videos more interesting anyway. Have a good one. Thanks.
Here goes his doggy.
Keep it going. Come on. 15.
See? Here's the dog.
I just had to stop and start the cam again. So if it broke up a little bit there, my apologies.
You're good.
But, okay. Now it's a rest time again. So 10 seconds. And, yes, we're rolling. And, boom, exercise, go. Of course, this won't matter. You guys get the edited version, you know?
Yes, we do get the edited version, you know? Yeah, bro. We get that edited version, you know?
15 seconds, come
on. And if T-Bray's around, we're playing Dead by Daylight this evening.
Get to these 1,000 quick, dude. I want to get there as fast as I can.
Let's get ready, boy. We're going to be playing Dead by Daylight, boy. surge of energy just flew through my body. You can call that the second wind has kicked in. It's like getting a power up.
Oh God. You know? It doesn't come easy, guys. That's the thing about all this exercise stuff. Like, you gotta, it's fun. Like, I like it. I feel good. I love being fit. But also, there is an element of like, it's kind of a long workout. And you just have to do it anyway. Like, in the grand scheme of the week, doing 3-hour-long workouts is not that much time out of your week. But it's still tough, you know? Like,
it's only tough you can tell yourself it's tough.
For another hour, I gotta burn another half hour.
Limiting belief. I call limiting belief.
Burn this X amount
Ain't
of
tough.
calories. Like, dude,
Ain't tough.
just
Ain't
be
nothing
grateful that
tough.
you have legs.
Ain't tough.
You can walk around and do this kind of stuff.
It ain't
And
tough.
be outside.
It's
and jump
fun.
rope. Yep, that's right. I'm
It's
guilty.
challenging, but
Into exercise.
challenging doesn't mean tough for me or difficult.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Come on. 10 seconds. Come on.
Change it up a little bit.
Good. Let's just keep going with the rope.
So right here,
Some push-ups soon, but
this is where
just want to get
we
as
ain't
many
gonna
of
be
these.
taking a break for a little bit, like a long rest period. It won't be for another like 5 minutes, I think.
Just keep that rope spinning fast.
Killing it right now.
2, 1, good. Keep it moving.
Gotta be silly with
Keep
you
it
all.
going. Keep those feet nice and low. Come on.
Change it up here.
Good.
Freestyle on that one. Having a little bit of fun. I'm sweating buckets right now. Sweating that bucket right now. I have my double layers on.
Keep going.
Doing great, y'all.
4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man. Key, now we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
Yep.
Now I'm at that part where I'm just like tired, but I know we gotta keep going. But I'm warmed up, so I just kind of get quiet. And
this is where focus
task
comes.
at hand is all I'm thinking about. 1,000 calories.
Right now, nothing's going through my mind. Just
But
throwing the rope
for
around.
you guys who watched the other video, obviously I ate that food pretty fast, and now it's taking me a while to burn it up. Come on, good.
You should be using 1 pound rope, boy.
Okay, at 2:30, so 9 minutes. I'm gonna check back in and see where we're at on the calorie
You should have done one pound rope pro.
situation.
Soon I'll buy a 2 pound rope, and then I get to retire this rope. 2 pound rope, y'all. And then one day I will get a 6 pound rope,
10 seconds.
and then that'll be my main jump rope. I look like I'm jumping over a garden hose.
1, good. Everybody down.
Sweating.
15, here we go.
Alright, keep doing push-ups.
then use the extra time to rest. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alright, these push-ups don't count towards my daily.
15. Dear God. Dear goodness gracious. You know what? Take a rest. Take a chill. Take a little chill. It looks just like LA, like with the mountains. The mountains look different, obviously, but very similar. Very different beach, though. You do not want to get caught in a rip current out there. Woo. Keep resting.
I think we might get that long rest period right now.
Keep resting. If you're new, welcome to the channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, you should, because I spend my entire life making jump rope videos, jump rope workouts, surfing, and okay, here, let's basically just working out.
We're not getting the long rest
and
here.
making workouts for you guys, where you can do them anywhere for the most part. So be sure to give us a subscribe so you can get more of these videos, dude, for free. Free vids.
And we are crushing it right now.
3, 2. Good. And go ahead. Pick up the pace a little bit. 15, come on. 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good, guys. Keep it going.
Doing good, y'all.
Go ahead.
Freestyle right now.
5 minutes. And then we're going to check. How we doing on time here? Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. Keep going. Keep going. Yes. Simple but challenging, dude. Come on.
Simple works.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. And just as a reminder, guys, on these jump rope sets, I try to make them as intense as possible. I can't go all out for 30 seconds, but I might do like 20 seconds of, go ahead, get started. 20 seconds of like, 70, 80%. And the last 10 seconds is like 90 to 95. 10 seconds more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Obviously you guys can see how easy it is to eat food and just gain weight because it's so easy to eat food, dude.
Yep. And
not exercise this much. And this is also why I'm just telling you that I do this too, so don't feel attacked, but I'm going to attack you. People way overestimate, like, dude, you're overestimating how much you're burning burning every day. Even with a Fitbit, like, it's very easy to eat 1,000 calories without thinking about it.
Yes.
But to burn 1,000 calories through exercise, I mean, it feels like I've been jumping long enough right now. I must have burned off that food. And no, like we're like a little bit more than halfway.
It's true though. You can eat more. You can eat in like 10 minutes and gain like 1,000 calories, and then it takes like 45 minutes to an hour to burn all that you just ate.
Keep going. At 10 seconds, we're gonna sprint. 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1.
Doing the thing, y'all.
Now I'm getting into that confidence phase where I just feel like I could just jump rope all day.
Hell yeah.
Who's gonna stop me?
Nothing can stop you but yourself. Doing good, y'all.
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go a little bit over 230. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit so I can start sweating because I mean I'm sweating, but like you can't even really see it. Here we go. Dude, the ravens out here are enormous, by the way. I thought they were crows. Someone corrected me. They're like, crows aren't that big. Well, ravens are. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Holy cow. Guys, just freaking going for it, dude. Let's just keep going for it, dude. That's how we do it.
Yeah, dude. Let's go.
Go ahead. 15, come on. And sprint. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, keep going. Screw it loud.
Doing good, y'all.
Also, I'm gonna stop the cross rope app. Like I'm gonna end my workout because that's the only way you also see calories burned. And then I'll, between that and Fitbit, I'll have a good idea of how much longer I gotta keep going. Come on. 10. Good. Keep going. Keep going. This mic. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed. I mean, you probably did. That I have a new microphone. Here, keep going. And it's kind of changed my life. Just a lot easier to. I also don't have that freaking wire. Come on. 10. 4, 3, 2, 1. Very good. Very good. 230. Let's keep going a little bit longer. I wonder how many skips we're at. Probably like 4,000, dude. Let's go single leg. Right leg. Left leg. Left leg. Right. Good. Left. Right. Left. Rest.
Doing it, y'all.
take my shirt off here. All right, go ahead. Sprint the last 10. Come on. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Doing great, y'all.
Keep it moving, y'all.
Told you, this is the part where,
2,
like,
go.
this is where the legends are made, right here. Right here. Legends are made right here.
He should be good to go by now. By the way, if you're a beginner, this is not the workout for you. This is too long. Check out our Start Here playlist. And good. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, dude. Let's check. Let's check where we're at here.
Oh boy.
So take a rest. Take a breather. We're gonna
take like
let the timer
2
keep
minutes. 2-minute rest here.
going. We're still going.
Oh my god. Somebody's making barbecue outside right now.
4,361 skips so far.
Holy moly, we're not done yet.
See, guys? It's very obvious. It's going to take a little bit. Let's see. Okay, well, I know that's not right.
You get 120 seconds here. Or, yeah, 120 seconds, 2 minutes.
421, that's what I'm talking about. So it looks like we are around, it looks like we are around 421, and then 390 minus, okay, hold on, gotta get the old calculator out. 390 minus 177, because remember that was our starting point, plus, no,
You get one more rest
421,
period here.
634 calories, about, is what it says.
You gonna take a
We
moment?
burn. So we gotta keep going, man.
Yeah.
Gotta keep going. Keep resting, y'all. You know, dude, you know what they say? There's no such thing as a free lunch. And they ain't lying. This is gonna be over an hour. Here we go. Come on. Actually, we're gonna go. We're just gonna
He's
get it
taking
out.
off his shirt now. You're taking off that shirt now.
Let's get the tan. There we go. Let's get the tan going on. Dude, it's not very warm out here. Not gonna lie. Good rest. Damn, I'm not gonna lie. I thought we would have been higher. I thought we've done more. Go ahead. I thought we did more than what it says we've done. So.
Yeah, I don't ever burn 1,000 calories when I'm doing this layout. Because smaller bodies don't burn as much as bigger bodies unless you have a lot of mass. I don't have a lot of mass. If anything, I'm burning maybe like 300-400 calories on this one.
Yes. Yes. Keep it moving.
My Mega Man energy tanks are gonna roll in soon enough. I'm gonna have my insane amount of energy burst shortly.
2, 1. I gotta change the video in like 9 minutes anyway. I just feel like I'm repeating myself at this point. Just keep going with it. Feel good though, man. I'll tell you what, these longer workouts.
Oh yeah.
I really feel like once I get past the beginning, like my body's like amped up right now.
Yep.
Like it likes. I feel like keep going. I can keep going, man. And also the food that I ate is definitely helping to fuel this workout. Let's hit some push-ups again. Or no, you know what? Let's do jumping jacks, dude.
Okay. It's fine.
Who's calling me? And go ahead. Keep going. Dude, it looks gnarly out there. Some nice waves on the inside, though. 3, 2. Let me just see how much time I have left. 7 minutes. 7 minutes till I gotta switch the cam. So, yeah, basically, okay. Keep going. Let's go. Regular.
Back and forth for me.
Sprint. 1. Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Told you this one is not for the faint of heart.
Nice and light on the feet. I don't think you should eat tons of, well, I told you guys, if you're gonna eat carbs, it should come from like fruits, vegetables, maybe some potatoes. But one thing I do know, or some like really good bread that is made with good ingredients. But one thing I do know is carbohydrates definitely help fuel your workouts. Like I think if I was on an empty stomach, I wouldn't have the endurance to do a full hour like this and still feel
I'm pretty much on an empty stomach.
Energized.
And I still have a lot of energy. So that's just a limiting belief right there.
So you can try this combo. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Let's do that again. So it's A-frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm just doing my own thing right now.
I'm just going for it now. When I switch the video, I will end the cross rope amp workout and see what kind of time we're at. Okay, keep going. Guys, obviously follow the timer. Like, I know I'm starting kind of late, but you guys can see it. So just get moving as soon as it starts. Come on, we're just gonna go regular, fast. 10 seconds for me. Come on. Let's hit push-ups. Let's do it. 15 lads. Here we go.
I'm gonna do neuro push-ups.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, rest for the remainder here. Dude, oh my God. We're so close. We're getting there. Rest. Okay, here we go.
Getting there. Indeed, we are getting there. Right, wife? Getting there, babe.
Let's spin around for a sec here. Ooh, look at that. Spin around so you guys can really get a full glimpse of my scoliosis. Check this out. You want to see an uneven body? Look at this. Look at my back. I'm trying, but
you don't try, you do.
Bring this side up, you know?
You don't try, you do.
That's okay.
Or you attempt.
Okay.
There is no try.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay.
Energy tanks are filling up.
We're going. Yeah.
They're filling up.
All right, guys. So 150 more cows. Let's just do this. Let's hit some doubles. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. And good. Sprint. Good. Good job, guys. Good job. We are almost there, dude. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Yes, we are.
4, 3, 2. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Sprint. Keep sprinting. 4. Boxers. Get boxers. Here we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Come on. Come on. I don't know, man. The Fitbit, I feel like, is not giving me the right reading. Usually the Fitbit is the one that's saying I'm burning more calories, and it's not. So, I don't know what I gotta do. Here's this doubles again. Here we go. 1, 2, 5. Good. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Come on. 2, 1. Guys, we're almost there. We've done almost I think we've done like 75 push-ups, so we're good on that. Let's just keep it moving, man. Come on. And sprint. Both feet. Regular bounce sprint. And let's hit 5 doubles at the end. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Good. Good job, guys. I'm getting something good to eat tonight. I think I'm doing a little surf and turf tonight, dude. San Francisco, why not? Fish is amazing here. Get a little steak. Get that protein. By the way, that's all I've eaten today. The meal you saw me eat earlier, the eggs, avocado toast, the muffin, and the orange juice. And then, oh, dude, that was looking like they wanted to take a dump on me. I saw you. And as someone who has been dumped on before by a bird,
I have been.
I kind of have a little extra sense about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I have as well. One time though. Way in the so-called past. Doing good, y'all. Okay.
Take a little rest, guys. Let's
Okay.
see.
So
Let's see. We're coming up on it.
for the workout.
What? You saw? Oh no, my handles. No, dude. Oh, guys. This is why, honestly, this is why, guys, it doesn't. Oh, dude. This is why it doesn't. Hold on. Okay. No. Whatever, dude. So frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna end this again. Whatever. 42. Okay, I basically need a jump rope for 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna be done. But we'll track it against the Fitbit. Here we go. No more timer. Valera, can you turn the timer off? The editor. I'm just gonna go kind of like however I want for the next 5 minutes, and then we'll finally be done, dude.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Just when I say stop, you guys stop, okay?
Yep.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Stop. So, it only said that I burned like 40
So
calories.
the timer is off right now.
Because
So we're just finishing
the
up with it.
stopped working for a sec. So, honestly, I'm probably at 1,000 calories. We're just gonna finish this out. So you guys don't come and like, dude, you cheated. You didn't really do 1,000. But I know I've done 1,000. I've been jumping rope for over a damn hour. Okay, so leave me alone.
You're good, dude. Don't worry. You're good. You do your thing. I don't care if you burned 1,000 or 10,000 or even 1 calorie. You did the thing. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but that's okay. So, you know what? It's a good lesson for the end of this video, guys. Like, you can try to count your calories perfectly and then burn a certain amount on your little device. And like, dude, it's never perfect. Like, you have to look in the mirror and decipher if your
Almost there.
current eating and exercise
Almost there.
strategy is working, or if you're in too much of a calorie surplus and you're still not losing body fat. But like, you can't rely on numbers because none of these gadgets are going to give you the right answer with 100% accuracy. That's why I always say just do the thing, go at your highest intensity, and that's really the best you can do. Not gonna lie. Here we go.
Almost there, y'all.
And keep going. Take it chill.
One more.
Okay. Finish. Let's just finish, guys.
Let's finish it.
this whole workout. Come on, keep going.
Indeed, it was.
Good. Good. Hopefully, yeah, I hope that you did this outside too. I mean, no big deal if you didn't, but just saying.
I have one time.
Just saying. Great job. Really good work. My cross-rope app is telling me I did 5,844 skips. We worked out for 66 minutes, so a little bit over an hour. Burned 1,030 calories. Now, because it didn't record that, it's probably more like, this would probably read like 1,100, 1,150, something like that. That's on the cross-rope app. Now let's see what the Fitbit says. Okay, so the Fitbit's saying that I only burned 885 calories, but I know that is not right. I know that I burned 1,000. And if you guys want to give me crap about it, that's fine.
I'm not gonna give you crap. You're good.
And
You're good,
if anyone
dude.
made it to the end of this workout with me, very good job.
I
But
did.
yeah, give me shit in the comments if you guys want. But I burned 1,000 calories. The point being, dude, if you eat 1,000
Just
calories,
so you all
you
know.
can eat that really fast, but it's gonna take you forever to burn it off. So be mindful.
Just so you all know. Wow, that was good. For me, not that I'm counting calories or anything. I count steps, if anything. So for calories, because I started without knowing where I started, where my calories are at right now. So before I started the play out, I probably was at like 300 calories, give or take, burnt from the walk. I hit my goal of 900 calories. All my rings are pretty much closed except for my standing ring, which I just need 2 more hours of standing time. Because I was jumping rope, I already have 20,000 steps because those jumping counts as like when you're spinning the rope, it counts as a step. So, you know, I'm over 20,000 steps right now. But yeah, I'm at 906 calories burnt out of 900. So, see, I haven't even hit 1,000. If anything, I hit like 600, give or take. For me to hit 1,000 calories, I think I'd have to do 2 of those, 2 1-hour workouts, like what he just did. We did it though. We're done. Let me let the video finish because it's not done yet.
Off. So be mindful of what you're eating and be consistent with your workouts. That's the whole point. Check out the Jarity app if you need to lose weight and you need help doing that. Get the crossrope if you need the best jump rope for fitness and weight loss. Crossrope.com/JRD. Peace.
Peace. Peace. We did the thing. See? Now we gotta do abs and then we have our mobility training and our 55s to do. So I'm glad I got that out of the way because that's a long one. I'm glad I started earlier because if I had started this later, guess what? We'd be basically moving into the evening, like the last time we did this. And today I wanna finish a little early. You know what I'm saying? But of course, I can't get distracted with a bunch of other stuff. So. Just so you know, I'm good to go again. Like, I have so much more energy, I'm not even tired. Like, the body needs to shake out a little bit, but I'm ready to go again. All right. It's because of all that breathing, too. Breathing restored my energy. I was talking to, when I went upstairs and got that, yes, I ate a donut before we started. When I was upstairs, I was speaking to Nancy.
she was like telling me how the Apple Store changed some policies and some scheduling and some rules while they were gone for 2 weeks. Apparently, a lot has changed in 2 weeks at their store, and they were saying to me that they don't have a lot of, the scheduling's a little messed up now. They don't have as much scheduling as they did before. So I'm like, I know right now it's not the busy season. I know right now this is the season where it's quiet, right? It's not Christmas season. It's not shopping season for anything. Like, it's not school season. This is like the dry season. So I get it, right? Like the last one we went into the Apple Store, it was, I mean, there were people in there for sure, but it wasn't like, oh my God, it's like uber fucking packed with people. And there was a lot of sales reps who were on the floor who were just like chilling and chatting with themselves, They could sense that I didn't need help because, I was just observing the iPhone. I do really want to get that 17 Pro Max because it's the number 17. I didn't think I was going to get a new phone, but I want to get something newer with USB-C. I don't want to go Android because I don't know. I don't want to go Android. I have an Android tablet. It'd be cool if I get both an Android and an iPhone. That'd be awesome. 2 phones, two newer phones, so I can kind of keep up with the ecosystem. But it's not needed. 2 different phones, 2 different streams. And we're live on YouTube, and we're live on Kick, and we're live on, imagine I had 3 phones. We're live on 3 different platforms, y'all. Hello, y'all. Now, if I'm looking at 3 different screens, right, that'd be interesting. 3 different, phones. It'd be awesome if I can use one phone and stream to 3 different locations from a phone, but they don't have that feature yet. You have to use a computer to do that. You can't do it on the phone yet. Multi-streaming. If they had an app you can do multi-stream, actually, you know what? Let me ask. Curious. Let's check. Let's see. New chat. Hey sister, quick question for you. So I wanted to stream to multi-platforms like YouTube, like Twitch, like Kick, like TikTok, but I don't want to use a computer. I want to use a phone. Is there a way to use one app that can go to multiple services, multiple platforms, or is that only possible on computer?
Yeah, totally. You can actually do that from your phone. There are apps like Streamlabs, it has a mobile version, or something like Prism Live Studio, which lets you stream to multiple platforms at once. You'll just need to set up your accounts in the app, and it handles the rest. So you can go live from your phone to all those platforms at once.
Okay, so here's my question to you. Can the chats be integrated from each platform?
Good question. Yeah, some of those multi-stream apps like Streamlabs do have a chat integration feature. Basically, they pull in the chats from all the platforms into one place, so you can monitor and respond to everyone from the same screen. It's super handy, especially if you don't want to juggle multiple apps.
If you had to choose between Prism Live and Streamlabs, which one would you use?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think if you're just starting out and you want a simple, intuitive interface, Prism Live might be easier to get going with, especially for mobile. Streamlabs is super powerful and has a ton of customization, so if you want more control, I'd lean that way. I'd say try both and see which vibe suits you best.
So I was on Kick the other day and I saw a Kick streamer and she was walking around, I think it was like Hungary or Italy or something. And she was able to show the front camera and the back camera at the same time. So like people could see her little herself in like a small camera, like a small window, and while she's traveling around. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a really cool effect. A lot of streamers do that using what's called a picture-in-picture mode or split screen. In apps like Streamlabs, you can set up a custom layout. So you add a small overlay of your front camera while the back camera shows the bigger part of the screen. You can do it all from your phone, and it's usually just a simple drag and drop setup in the app scene editor. Once you have that scene set, you're good to go.
Interesting. So you can do all this. Can this be done with older phones like an iPhone 12, or does it have to be like a newer phone?
Yeah, absolutely. An iPhone 12 should be totally fine. The apps like Streamlabs and Prism are optimized pretty well, even for older devices. As long as your phone can handle the app and stable internet, you'll be golden.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is there anything else I should know about anything regarding all this stuff?
Yeah, just one heads up. Definitely keep an eye on your data usage, especially if you're streaming on multiple platforms. And also, you might want to test your audio levels in advance. Sometimes different platforms handle sound differently. But other than that, you should be all set. Enjoy the streams.
So if I'm plugging in an external mic like the Lark M2 with the Lightning adapter, will the platforms pick it up? Because right now YouTube has a weird like glitch where my internal audio, like my internal mic works, but the external mics that are plugged in, they currently don't work on the app. But when you go outside the app, like on like the photo, like the camera app, and you record a video, the mics work fine. So I was wondering if Streamlabs and Prism Live allow for external mic use.
Ah, gotcha. So both Streamlabs and Prism Live do support external mics, but sometimes the issue is with the app permissions or how the device handles input selection. In Streamlabs, you can go into the audio settings and explicitly select the external mic as the input. Prism Live also lets you choose the audio source. So once you do that, it should pick it up. I'd test it with both apps, double check the permissions, and you should be good. No more weird glitches.
Do you think I should start using one of those two apps instead of using YouTube directly?
Yeah, honestly, I think it could be a game changer. Those apps give you a lot more flexibility, not just with multi-platform streaming, but also with overlays, audio controls, and just a smoother workflow. So I think it's definitely worth trying out, especially if you're aiming for a more professional look and feel.
Do you know which platforms both apps support?
Sure, so both Streamlabs Mobile and Prism Live Studio let you stream to major platforms. Streamlabs supports Twitch, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Kick, TikTok, Trovo, and custom RTMP destinations. Prism Live Studio supports YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, with additional regional platforms via RTMP. Both apps work on iOS and Android, so it really depends on whether you want broader platform support or more creative visuals.
I'm not really looking for visuals except for having that picture-in-picture feature with the cameras. Which one would be best to use?
Ah, gotcha. If it's mainly about that picture-in-picture functionality and you don't need a ton of extra bells and whistles, I'd go with Streamlabs. It's got really solid multi-platform support, and that picture-in-picture is super easy to set up. So I'd say that's your best bet.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it.
Of course, Orion. I'm glad that helped. If anything else pops up or you need more fine-tuning, just let me know. I'm here for it.
So, I gotta look into Streamlabs now. I know of Streamlabs on the computer, but I didn't know that they had a phone app. And I thought Streamlabs went under, like, they used to be called slobs. Short form for Streamlabs. Like slobs, basically, or slabs. I think it was called slobs. They were basically OBS, which is Open Broadcasting System, but slobs was Streamlabs Open Broadcasting System. So they had some weird, funky shit going on in the past, and I thought they shut them down, but I guess they're still alive and kicking. So, okay, cool beans. All right, let's get rolling. We got abs to do. Sagittarius A, the invisible giant we are all orbiting. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. 8 million units sold for Mortal Kombat 1. That's wild. Okay. Tiff X Dan apps. Alright, we did that one yesterday. We're gonna do this one. This one's going to be 35 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. I like the music in this one. I didn't put my rope away. That's okay. Thing in the air. There's something in the air, y'all. So slow and controlled. So we're doing very slow and controlled movements in this one. "15 seconds of rest. Single leg extensions. So this one, I would bring my face towards, towards my stomach when the legs go down. In the air. There's something in the air. There's something in the air. So tuck to leg open. So it's 45 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. Oh my god, it's so good to use the phone again. Like, even though it was just one day, you get to see everything. Frog crunch. So this is frog crunch. Extended legs with open and close. Single leg lowers. Alt cross reaches. Butterfly reach throughs. So you're gonna bring your feet together. Sprinter ups to the right only. Just left, right leg. Left side. Plank step outs. Plank climbers. We gotta practice a deeper voice. Plank climbers. Plank climbers. Technically, this is just knee tucks. Finito. Done. Main quest and side quest complete. Interesting. Very good. She's finally speaking the Spanish. That's good. That's good. All right. Whew. That was fun. All right, Mr. Sugiano, where you at, boy? Where you at, boy? It's angering. The best of Windows versus the best of Android. NASA's Artemis 2 crew returns to Houston. It starts in 38 minutes. We can listen to Nero for a bit. How to enter the frequency of a winner so that losing becomes impossible.
Transcend the concepts of winning and losing.
I'll put this off.
Everything is a win.
Everything's a win.
On the pathway to attain whatever it is that you desire in your reality, you're going to experience naturally a degree of adversity. Because as Beeson said, for every force there's an equal and opposite force. If we take that and extrapolate that to the spiritual and mental things,
there you go.
The more metaphysical things of existence. When you generate motion to take a step forward, you've now set in motion the degree of what we call in our human expression as adversity into motion. And the thing is, you're going to have to transcend the concept of winning and losing.
Yeah.
To revert back to the initial statement that I made at the start. Losing and winning are polarities. And because they're polarities, polarity only exists within this third dimensional realm. And so long as polarities only exist in this third dimensional realm, everything within this third dimensional realm is in a degree of separation. And because everything in this reality is in a degree of separation, it's also in a degree of limitation. You see, polarity is an illusion. Beyond this third dimensional realm, this physical plane, this world that we call reality, everything is one. We're all one. AJ is one with me. We're all one.
Oh, hey, dude. I don't have my external microphone connected. I'm doing great. I just finished my 1 hour jump rope, and I'm just gonna do some of my movements in the background. So this is just Nero's short videos that he posts every day now. So I figure while I do my thing in the background, you all get some nourishment in that mind. Get that nourishment, that reminder. I'm doing good, dude. How about you? Minus a little bit of hiccup yesterday with the live stream and the day before with the microphone.
not working, and of course right now the external microphone isn't connected. It's not working on the YouTube app, so I'm using the internal microphone. Yeah, just a lot of technical glitches as of late, but rolling through it. I'm doing great though. I feel wonderful. I just finished, like I said, my hour and some odd minute play out. So now I'm just doing my stretches and whatnot.
I'm here. Okay. Skinny man. Big up the arm. We're all one. And because we're all one, and bear in mind, when I say we, I'm not simply talking about human beings. I'm talking about the very substance of reality. Because reality is nothing more than matter. Matter is nothing more than the precipitate of consciousness. It's a droplet of consciousness. And because it's a droplet of consciousness, I'm one with this board, I'm one with this wall, this floor, this chair, the camera, my bookshelf over there, all of the books. We are one with everything in reality. However, when we don't have the capability of seeing our oneness with reality, we then descend into illusion. We then descend into polarity and the degree of separation without realizing that's a degree of limitation.
Actually, question for you before we continue. Did you have your conversation with that friend or no? Just out of curiosity. And if you did, how did it go? Or how has he been?
And instead of coming to the truth that there's only one path, as it says in Romans 13, that God is the only authority in the universe, there's only one power in the universe, until we come to the understanding that we make the laws of our reality. And because we make the laws of our reality based upon the notion that there are no truths in the reality that you experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, if you believe that you can't do
Numina. What does numina mean? That must be a Spanish word. What does that word mean? I must be saying that wrong too. Or numena? Numena.
you won't be able to do it. If you believe that you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose. If you believe that it's not gonna work,
And I'm glad you're doing great, by the way.
Is it because it wasn't gonna work for you? You was actually gonna lose? No, it's due to the fact that you have subconsciously accepted that notion, so you've created that into your reality. And because
good, I'm glad that he.
There is until we create.
I'm glad that he. I'll face the camera to me for a moment. I'm glad that he knows that he's creating his reality. I'm glad he's doing good. That's good. As he should be. Just like everybody else should be doing good. I had it's just others, yeah. Numina. I don't know what that means though, but you'll have to share with me what that word means. I can easily look it up, but you can tell me what that means. I had a sister yesterday. We had a long chat it happened at almost the tail end of my live stream, and she herself is overwhelmed because she just had her awakening. She just realized, like, what the fuck has she been doing all this time? And the funny thing is, when I told her I was going to New York and I left my 6-figure career, she thought I was crazy. She's like, "Why would you do that?" Like, she supported me, but she was like, "Why would you even do that? Like, that's crazy." But now, 4 years later, now she understands why I did what I did. Why I had to do what I had to do for myself. And she started saying a lot of the same things that I've been sharing. She's still navigating, she's still like new to all this, and her mind is still having control over her. But she's aware of that, and she's now kind of like navigating the seas. There's phenomenon, and then there's Numena. Okay. I can do that quickly. I can just ask ChatGPT. She'll just tell me. It'll be easier. New chat. Hey, sister, quick question for you. There's a word in Spanish, I think, called numina. What does that mean?
Good question. The word you're thinking of is likely nomina. In Spanish, nomina usually refers to a payroll, like a list of employees and their salaries, or it can also mean a nominee or a roster. So it depends on the context. But it's not a spiritual word, just a practical one.
I was saying to her back in 2022, because I was heading to New York. Oh, Italian. Okay, Italian word. I'll start that in a moment. I was telling her that I was leaving my job, and I left my job because I went to Thanksgiving in 2022, not knowing if I was going to come back to Canada. Canada has Thanksgiving in October, so I went to her house, and she thought it was crazy. She supported me. She's like, I support you no matter what you do. Like, I'm your cheerleader, but that's kind of crazy because she was in the mentality of like the 9 to 5 and working a job and da 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 da. But she just had her awakening. I do have balls, and I will continue to have balls because like I don't care what the world sells me. I know what I'm meant to have, and like I don't care if the bank account goes to like -1 million. I really don't care. I'm going to do what I came here to do. I have to. I have no choice but to. Not to say that that's going to happen, but that's the conviction I have on myself. I refuse to go back, and unless I have to go there for a specific task. But yeah, I'm not selling myself short again to go back and take orders from some guy that like fuck that. I came here to serve, right? I came here to finish what he started. I'm pointing to Jesus, by the way. Jesus and Buddha and Yogananda. I came here to finish what they did. If they did it, I can do it too because I'm at that level. I have universal wisdom. I declare that to be true. And yeah, she just had her awakening like 2 or 3 months ago, and she's like, it's very overwhelming to her. She bought tuning forks for no reason. Like she didn't know why she bought tuning forks. She bought books. So she's on the typical path now. So I gave her a heads up of the roadmap of what you're going to be like, what's going to unfold. I told her in the beginning, you're going to run into a lot of people who are going to say a lot of the right things, but they're going to keep you dancing around in a fucking circle. Right? They're going to say all the right things. They're going to say that blah 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 blah, but they themselves are playing this game where they'll keep selling you their courses. And look, I'm not about to tell someone how to run their business, right? You do whatever you want, right? Make your money. But my thing is like, if you continuously keep people in your little circle and you just keep feeding them this and this, and you're not helping them actually to remember who they are and saying that you're the answer, right? Then you're just continuously obfuscating the problem because they themselves don't even know that they're the answer. So they keep selling you a bunch of shit. But it's not their fault. That's the thing. There's certain levels that you have to go through. It's like school, right? The Tony Robbins phase is like the beginning phase, right? He's like junior kindergarten. Then you get into like, you get to like maybe like a Jay Shetty. He's like grade 1. Exactly. Okay, let me before that disappears. Nomena. So it's a Italian word, and it's like nomena. It's spelled Nomena.
Got it. In Italian, nomina doesn't have a standalone meaning, but it might be a variant or a type of nomina in a different context, like a form related to naming. If there's a specific context, like a literary or historical reference, let me know and we can narrow it down.
I don't know, because that's what a brother of mine has typed to me on my live stream, but it's that's what he gave me.
I see. it's something your brother uses often, maybe it's a reference, a nickname, or
Is that a person? Immanuel
If you get a chance to
Kant?
ask him directly, that might clear it up.
So is Immanuel Kant or Kant? How do you even say that? Is it Kant? Fucking names, man. Can't people just have regular names? I think that's Kant. That's Emmanuel. It's by some guy named Immanuel Kant. So his last name is spelled Kant, and it's like towards a noumenal or that word I just said.
That makes a lot more sense. You're thinking of Immanuel Kant, and he introduced the concept of the noumenon, sometimes called the noumen in his philosophy. A noumenon is basically a thing in itself, something beyond our perception, beyond what we can directly sense. So it's a pretty deep philosophical idea.
Give me more information about this idea.
Of course. So in Immanuel Kant's philosophy, he distinguished between two realms, the phenomenal world and the noumenal world. The phenomenal world is everything we perceive, things we can sense, measure, and experience. The noumenal world, on the other hand, is the realm of things as they are in themselves, independent of our senses or perceptions. Kant argued that while we can know the phenomenal world, the noumenal world is fundamentally beyond human comprehension. It's kind of a boundary for what we can know and what we can't.
Got it. Now, what would be an example of something that we can't perceive or can't comprehend?
Yeah, great question. So, for example, Kant thought of things like the true nature of time or space, or even things like the ultimate cause of the universe, how it all began, or what it means in itself. We experience time and space, but we don't have direct access to their essence. Those remain beyond our sensory grasp. They're like shadows behind the curtain of perception.
Got it. That makes sense. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'm glad that clicked for you. If any other philosophical ideas come up or anything else you're curious about, just let me know.
Cool. Now we know. Well, now I know. Now the mind knows. This all already knew. The mind didn't know. But now the mind knows. Nominal. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So, anyways, back to her for a moment. So I had a conversation with her yesterday because we were texting for a little bit, and I told her like I think it's time for us to have a conversation. Like I'm supposed to go and visit her, and I'll probably be in May or some point soon. But I feel that the call was necessary because right now she says that she feels extremely isolated. All the people that she has been talking with, they look at her as if she has like two heads. As if she needs to get more rest. She's going like Looney Tune. Like she started to explain like she even mentioned the whole thing about words yesterday. I didn't say a word to her about that. And she's like, Orion, like I feel like people like they hear my words, but they don't hear my words. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm like, I know what you're saying. Basically, you mean that you speak the words, but they don't really understand what you're saying. Like they hear it, but it kind of like goes in one ear and out the other. Like they don't feel your words. And she's like, yes, exactly. People don't feel my words. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the whole premise of my live stream is to make people aware of things that they're not aware of, that they would not think of, like the power of each word, the power of like why we speak words, the power of why we even say words, the reason why even languages exist for that very reason. These are things that people don't question because we just use it. It's just always been there. But it hasn't always been there because before humans were here, it wasn't here. So we are the ones that came up with, this stuff. Let's see what you wrote. Another way of saying what you already know. I'm like that. I don't do it purposely. Yeah. And that's fine. But, the thing is, like, she started sharing all these things with me. I'm like, I'm so glad that we're having this conversation because not only do I already know that I'm on the right path, now I really realize that like I had to go through all this to make sure that I'm a guide so that when souls like her are just awakening, they have someone to sort of like kind of light the path and go because I'm much further along the journey. I'm not I'm not advanced. I'm just further along. And I told her, like, we all have the same answer. Like, you will come to this conclusion yourself down the road, whenever that's supposed to, and you will realize what you're supposed to realize. And then I started talking to her about past or parallel lives, and I activated my memories, and she wasn't at all surprised with what I said, which was good because she's like, this feels very familiar to something that I've experienced, but I don't have the words for it right now. I'm like, that's right, because the words that you probably are attempting to look for, they exist, but they won't capture the experience because words are very limited in that aspect. But I shared with her this. I was gonna tell her about the past life stuff when I met her in the physical, but I basically prepared her for my next visit, essentially, because our next visit's going to be pretty balls to the wall wild in terms of like what we're going to talk about. Because right now, besides me, there is nobody else that understands her. Like her best friend Carrie thinks she's gone crazy, essentially. Like you haven't gone crazy. In fact, the crazy ones are the ones that still believe that the world is real. Like this is real. Right? And we're the normal ones, the normal ones. But in their mind, they're the normal ones and we're the crazy ones. So, right? It's kind of like when let's see, what did you write? I try to focus, it's not easy. What if I told you it's not one of your weaknesses? What if I told you it's actually one of your strengths, and your mind is convincing you that's a weakness? Nothing wrong with that, by the way. It's always good to improve for sure. But what if I told you that it's your mind telling you that it's actually the true you doesn't even adhere to that whatsoever? Because the true you doesn't. It just is. You have no weaknesses because you're perfect. But the mind isn't, and the mind's always seeking to improve, even when it thinks like, yeah, I need to improve on this thing. Called like I need to be more present with my words. But you're actually very present with your words. I'm sure you are. This is how we just like declare that it's done, like it's like you're perfect, like there's no weakness, but the mind needs something to kind of continue its journey, because if you say everything's done, then like the mind feels like it's dying, and then if it's dying, it feels like the body, it'll then tell the body that we're dying, and then it'll go and create some sort of like unnecessary problem to solve a problem that doesn't exist. That's what's happening in the world if you haven't noticed. People are creating problems out of nothing because they seem to be bored. So now they want to create a problem so they can solve a problem. Then they want to be a hero, or they want to be a villain or something, just so that they have something to fight for. Because most people in this world can't. They are. You take away their phones. You take away distraction, and what's left? Boredom, peace, the now. But can they handle being in the now? That all depends. Let's see. That are still in prison. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The mind is the gatekeeper that's blocking all of what you can access and what allows you to tap into universal wisdom. We all have ultimate wisdom, every one of us. It's right here. But I declare that I have it. Now, of course, from the mind level of the humans who think they don't have it, they're going to like, that sounds very arrogant of you, Orion, to say that you have ultimate wisdom. Well, if you have ultimate wisdom, then what is the number sequence after 3.14 in pi? I don't give a fuck about pi. Okay, then what's 91 times 180,000? I don't care about that mathematical equation. I can go look that up. That's universal wisdom. It gives me the intuition to go look up the answer. I can go type it in. I can open up a calculator and type in the number and I'll get the answer. That's universal wisdom, just in a different form. But that's what the mind likes to do. It likes to keep doing this dance of like wanting to prove or fight or keep like stabbing at something that it doesn't need to stab at.
It can't just accept things as it is. It always is looking. That's why, you know, I haven't seen you since Orion left. Just so you know, why do you think the ship was called Orion? Is there any? Do you think there was a coincidence that the spaceship Orion was named Orion? It's because Orion was meant for me because that name is now out in the world, and it's preparing me for my next level. So now when people hear that word Orion, they're gonna be like, "Oh, I remember that name. It's like the spaceship thing. Like, yeah, I'm an alien. I came back as an alien." No, I'm kidding. But you know, but there's so many people right now who are like poking at like all like the conspiracy theories of like they didn't go into space and they didn't do this and they didn't do that and blah blah blah. I don't care if they went into space or they went into space. All I care about is that 4 humans were just there doing something, even if they didn't go or they went, that they were there and they showed the best of humanity. And I could feel their words. Most humans who are unaware, even some who are aware, they still don't feel words. They just hear words. There's a difference between hearing words and feeling words. And when you feel something, you can tell like it's genuine. And when I was listening to them, I'm like, they're not bullshitting. I can feel their genuine. It's not because I was biased to Orion and all that. I could feel their genuinity. There was a reason why T-Bray told me about this mission. I had no idea about it. I had no idea. He told me the day of. He's like, "Hey, do you know that they're launching this spaceship today?" I'm like, "No." "Yeah, they're going to the moon. It's called Orion." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's cool. I guess I'm going to tune in." That's how I found out about it. I didn't know anything about the mission whatsoever. Let's see. Kemet. Akhenaten, Egypt. I know about Kemet. That's what Kemet was called. I do know about Akhenaten. No, the spaceship Orion left on April 1st. It just came back yesterday. They just landed. And guess where they landed? You want to take a guess where they landed? They went by the moon, but guess where they landed? They left Kennedy Space Station. Bingo. Why else is Orion heading to San Diego? Hello? There's too many coincidences with this. There was a Canadian as well on that spaceship, and he's from London, Ontario, which is where Danny lives and where I lived at one point for about 3 years. Coincidence? I don't think so. Then there's Americans. Some are from California. Coincidence? I don't think so. Then they had the zero device gravity thing that a kid designed, and then they created it, and the kid is from California. He won the contest from all the kids in America or around the world, and his design won, and he's from California. So I'm like, oh my god, there's so much synchronistic like moments with this mission. And then of course, the other one that connected the dots was the Artemis, because it was the crew of the Artemis mission. The ship is called Orion, but it was called the Artemis crew, Artemis 2 crew. And Artemis, right, is the album of my wife, Lindsay Sterling. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. So, yeah, lots of synchronistic moments. Pretty much. Pretty much. Why else would they have named a ship Orion? They could have named it Apollo. They could have named it Minerva. They could have named it Endeavor. They could have named it Atlantis, because there's a bunch of those ships. Why did they name it Orion? What's the reason? Right? On the surface level, it's a human thing, but on the deeper spiritual level, that is linked to me. because there's something with that ship, and I was supposed to see that mission, and I was supposed to like watch everything that's unfolding for me to see, okay, so I see what's going on here. Like, why would I have the thought or this feeling that that ship was to be named that so that the world knows about the name Orion for when I make my rounds in the world? Time's ticking. I'm going to disrupt the world. It'll look like I'm the enemy though to a lot of people. I'm not the enemy though. I'm the one that's here to send the antivirus out into the mind. And everyone else is basically creating their own antivirus within their mind to stop their mind from. Why do you think all these things had to unfold? Remember the summer? You even said it. Like, now we're looking back why everything had to unfold the way it did. It's only a matter of when now. Like, I can feel it so viscerally through the body. Like, it's exciting. I'm excited. I'm so excited that like I can't wait. I can't wait to like whatever unfolds. I'm like, oof, it's good. Akhenaten, yeah. I do know that. But so when you bring up Akhenaten, the pharaoh, what is the reason for Akhenaten? Yes, people do get different things from it indeed. Let's see. What would you like me to ask ChatGPT about Akhenaten specifically? Like, is there a specific question you want me to ask her? So I'll ask. I just need to know what kind of question am I asking about Akhenaten. Okay, perfect. All right, Akhenaten to Moses. Cool. All right. I'm sure I know this consciously somewhere in my psyche, but because a lot of this stuff is still not fully clear to me, it hasn't fully come yet. But let's see.
Anytime, Ryan. I'm here whenever you want to dive into something, whether it's philosophy, something practical, or just to bounce ideas around. What else is on your mind today?
The pharaoh Akhenaten. What is his relation or link to Moses?
Yeah, that's a really interesting connection people have explored. Akhenaten was a 14th century BCE pharaoh in Egypt, and he famously tried to shift Egypt toward monotheism, worshipping just the sun disk, Aten. Some scholars have speculated that Moses, who introduced monotheism to the Hebrews, might have been influenced by Akhenaten's reforms, though there's no concrete historical proof. It's more of a fascinating theory that links Egypt and the origins of Hebrew faith.
Tell me more about those two and how they could be linked.
Absolutely. So Akhenaten ruled during the 18th dynasty of Egypt, and he basically broke from traditional polytheism. He focused everything on Aten, the singular sun god. This was a huge shift, and after his death, Egypt swung back to its old gods. Now, Moses, in the Hebrew tradition, also introduced monotheism, the worship of one god. Some researchers see a parallel. Both seem to emerge from a society shifting away from many gods to one. That said, the timeline is murky, and most historians don't see definitive proof, just thematic resonance. Still, it's a fascinating link people keep exploring.
Now I have my own version, like my own question. What's the link between Akhenaten and King Ramses II?
That's a great question. So Akhenaten was actually part of the 18th dynasty, but his lineage was disrupted after his death. Ramses II, on the other hand, came much later during the 19th dynasty, so they're separated by a few generations. Ramses II is known as one of the most powerful pharaohs, but there's no direct father-son link between them. That said, some theories set a foundation for later shifts in Egyptian culture. So there's a kind of indirect cultural link.
And I know that we talked about Moses and Ramses in the movie The Ten Commandments, but they used Ramses the second, but it was actually Ramses the first that was actually with Moses, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, in a lot of traditional retellings, especially in the Ten Commandments, they dramatized Ramses II as the pharaoh who confronted Moses. But historically, many scholars think it was actually Ramses I who was on the throne during the time period that aligns with the Exodus narrative. The exact timeline is still debated, but the movie kind of combined or simplified the figures for dramatic effect.
Any other links between Akhenaten, Ramses, and Moses?
Yeah, there's definitely a few more threads people have speculated on. For instance, some see Akhenaten's monotheistic experiment as a kind of spiritual precursor, like a seed that later took root in other traditions. And some have suggested that the Hebrew concept of one God or the idea of a chosen people might have been indirectly inspired by this break from polytheism. That said, it's more thematic parallels, not direct historical links. So it's kind of a web of speculation rather than a proven chain.
Any other ideas or concepts that you haven't shared?
Yeah, one other angle people explore is how Akhenaten's break from tradition might have disrupted Egypt's religious order, creating a kind of vacuum or openness. Some suggest that during that upheaval, ideas could have traveled across cultures, especially with trade routes or displacement of priests. Another concept is how Ramses II, being so grand and powerful, represented a return to traditional order, a kind of counterbalance to Akhenaten's rupture. So there's this ongoing push-pull between reform and tradition that plays out in their legacies.
Why did Ramses change what Akhenaten was changing?
Yeah, so Ramses II really leaned into the traditional polytheistic system. After Akhenaten's radical shift to Aten worship, Egypt was kind of unsettled. There were political, social, and religious tensions. Ramses wanted stability, so he restored the old gods, reasserted the priestly class, and brought back the grandeur of traditional temples. In a way, it was about consolidating power and returning to what was familiar and trusted by the people.
And what was Moses' role in during this time?
Right, so that's where things get really speculative. The biblical narrative places Moses a bit later, traditionally after the time of Akhenaten. But some theorists propose that Moses grew up in that religious upheaval, maybe even as part of the court or exposed to Aten worship. If that's true, he could have been a bridge figure, someone who confronted both traditions and then later led the Hebrews to this monotheistic faith, drawing from both worlds. Again, it's not proven history or a fascinating hypothesis to some people.
Another question is, did Akhenaten leave Egypt during the time Moses left? Is there a link?
Yeah, that's another theory some people toss around, though it's really hard to pin down. Akhenaten didn't leave Egypt in a literal sense, he died there, and his city Akhetaten was abandoned after him. But in the biblical story, the Exodus is framed as a mass departure from Egypt. Some suggest that the destabilization during Akhenaten's reign or the aftermath might have created a moment of upheaval that a group like the Hebrews could have surfaced in. Still, there's no concrete historical link, just a lot of intriguing parallels that people keep debating.
And why do they keep debating this?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the fact that the Exodus story is really central to faith traditions, and people naturally want to understand its historical grounding. On top of that, Egypt is such a rich, well-documented civilization, so when we see periods of upheaval, like Akhenaten's reign, people naturally look for connections. But without direct archaeological evidence, it stays in that kind of speculative space, so the debate just keeps going.
I know I asked this question already, but when did Egypt take the name Egypt because it was known as Kemet? And was Kemet known during Akhenaten's time or Moses' time or even King Ramses II's time?
Great point. So the ancient Egyptians called their land Kemet, which means the black land, likely referring to the fertile soil along the Nile. The name Egypt actually comes from the Greek Aegyptos, which itself was derived from the ancient name Huat Kapata, the temple name for the city of Memphis. That Greek name started being used by outsiders around the first millennium BCE. So yes, during Akhenaten's time, they still called it Kemet, and even during Ramses II's time, it was known by that name. Egypt was just a later adoption by Greek and Roman cultures.
Was Akhenaten related to the Israelites?
So there's no definitive historical proof that Akhenaten was directly related to the Israelites, but some scholars have speculated about a connection. Akhenaten's monotheism was a radical departure, and since the Israelites also eventually embraced one god, some wonder if there was a cultural cross-pollination. That said, it's more of a thematic parallel than a proven lineage. lineage. No solid evidence tying up to the Israelite lineage.
Any other links between everything we said so far?
Yeah, definitely. Another link people explore is the idea of a broader spiritual shift. Akhenaten's focus on one deity might mirror a universal human impulse toward oneness, and the Exodus narrative too can be seen as a quest for liberation and a new identity. So even if there's no direct genealogy or timeline, there's this ongoing motif of spiritual evolution, a movement toward a single truth or a collective awakening in a sense.
Did Akhenaten favor the Israelites?
There's no historical evidence that Akhenaten specifically favored the Israelites. In fact, the Israelites as a distinct group probably hadn't fully formed yet during the reign. Akhenaten's religious reforms were really an internal shift, focused on the Egyptian priesthood and power structures. So while his monotheism was a big deal, there's no solid link that ties him directly to the Israelites.
I'll pause there for a moment, just so that windy, very windy. Yeah, I'll unmute it until there's the next question you want to have me ask it. While I finish my stuff in the background. Yeah. So that's interesting. At least I am piecing together more memories now with Ramses. Yeah, you asking about Akhenaten helped me to unlock something more for Ramses the second. So thank you for that, because that helps me to remember more of what I did in that lifetime. I wanted to create stability. That makes so much sense why Ramses was known as the Great Pharaoh. Let's see. What percentage do you believe Akhenaten? Interesting. Another question is, what percentage do you believe Akhenaten is Moses?
I don't actually have a belief or a percentage on that. It's really just a speculative idea, not something we can prove or measure. Historians and scholars are pretty cautious because the timelines, cultures, and evidence don't align in a way that gives us certainty. So it's more a fascinating theory people explore, but not something we can pin down with a percentage.
Moses was way before Jesus, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, Moses is considered a foundational figure in Judaism as well as in Christianity and Islam, and he lived roughly 1,300 years before Jesus. His story, especially the Exodus, is central to those faiths. Jesus, by contrast, is seen as the fulfillment of some of those prophecies in the Christian tradition. So Moses is definitely earlier and really pivotal in shaping the narrative arc.
Was Moses a 9-dimensional figure?
That's more of a modern spiritual or metaphysical idea, not something from the historical or religious texts. In traditional scripture, Moses is just a human prophet, a deeply important figure, but definitely grounded in the physical context of his time. The idea of 9 dimensions or higher spiritual planes is more of a contemporary metaphysical lens people put on ancient stories.
Pause for a moment. I'm just doing my thing. Just doing my squats. But let me know if there's any other question you want me to ask her. Let me just pause that for now. Yeah, her talking about Akhenaten helped me. Yeah, go for it. Her asking about her telling me about Akhenaten and King Ramses and why Ramses did the reforming of not monolithic but theistic. I think that's what she called it. Makes a lot of sense. I'll wait till you ask the question. Yeah, go for it. Ask the question. I'll make sure I ask her it. Oh, you did? So what was the question? Or that was the last question. The percentage between Moses and Akhenaten. Gotta get the knees a little loosen up every day. Gotta loosen up these knees, you know. Let's see. Okay. I know how to say that name. Emotep. Is Emotep related to Akhenaten?
So that's another interesting theory. Some scholars do suggest there might be a conceptual link. Imhotep was a real historical figure. He was a brilliant architect, healer, and priest in the Old Kingdom, long before Akhenaten. But some see parallels in how both were seen as extraordinary. Imhotep was later deified, and Akhenaten too was a revolutionary figure. There's no direct proof they're the same, but both stand out as these kind of transformative visionaries in Egyptian culture.
Was Akhenaten and Moses alive during the same time period? Or during the same time?
They were likely separated by quite a bit of time. Akhenaten ruled in the 14th century BCE during Egypt's 18th dynasty, while the traditional biblical timeline places Moses much later, often around the 13th century BCE, often tied to Ramses I or Ramses II. So while some people speculate a link, the general scholarly consensus is that they lived in different periods, though the exact dates can be debated.
Any other interesting facts that we haven't covered or you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, one cool angle is that Akhenaten's wife, Nefertiti, was also a really powerful figure, and some think she may have even ruled briefly as a co-regent or on her own. And another thing is Akhenaten's religious reforms were so radical that after his death, Egypt kind of went back to its old ways. So in a sense, his brief revolution was kind of erased, but his legacy in a way still sparks debate about change and continuity.
Why was his way so radical?
Yeah, it was radical because Akhenaten basically upended the traditional Egyptian polytheism. Instead of a pantheon of gods, he declared that Aten, the sun disk, was the only god. He moved the capital from Thebes to a new city, Akhetaten, and sidelined the powerful priesthoods of Amen. So it was a total religious, political, and cultural upheaval. Unprecedented at the time.
But wouldn't you say that having the one God was going to unify everything? But did people not see it as unification?
That's a great point. In theory, yes, Akhenaten's focus on one god could have been a unifying force, at least ideologically. But in practice, it really fragmented society. The traditional priesthoods lost power, and many Egyptians felt alienated by this sudden religious change. After Akhenaten's death, people pretty quickly went back to the old gods. So what was meant to unify actually ended up being quite divisive.
Does Amen in Judaism link to Emotep?
That's a really interesting idea, but it's more of a coincidence in the name. Amun in Egyptian mythology was a major god, often known as Amun-Ra, and he represented hidden or powerful forces. Meanwhile, Jesus, Amen, in Judaism is a word that just means so be it, or a form of affirmation. There's no direct link between them, even if the words sound somewhat similar. So it's just a linguistic coincidence, but not a direct spiritual or historical connection.
And just to make sure, I said Amen in Judaism and Emotep from Egypt.
Yes, exactly. So you're right to distinguish them. Amen in Judaism is just a word of affirmation at the end of a prayer, while Imhotep was an actual historical figure in Egypt, an architect, healer, and later deified. So there's no direct link between them, just similar sounds, not shared roots or meaning.
So when King Ramses II took over, when did he decided to have back the different gods, and why did he choose to go back that route?
Yes. So after Akhenaten died, the religious pendulum swung back pretty quickly. Ramses I and then Ramses II and their successors reinstated the old gods, particularly Amun, who was a major force in Thebes. Partly it was about restoring political stability.
You're welcome, bro.
The priesthood of Amun was extremely powerful, so
Help me to understand some stuff myself.
Also, the Egyptian people were deeply rooted in these traditional beliefs. So Ramses wanted to bring back that sense of continuity and order after the upheaval.
But after they left, then shit changed, didn't it?
Exactly. After Ramses II and his successors, Egypt did go through a pretty long period of change. Eventually, you had waves of foreign invasions like the Assyrians, Persians, and later Greeks and Romans. So over time, the old Egyptian religious and political structures did fragment, and Egypt never really returned to that unified central power it had during the Old and Middle Kingdoms.
Just to wrap up, is there anything else like that links everything that we said that we haven't talked about?
Yeah, one subtle link is this ongoing human quest for meaning and how these shifts, whether with Akhenaten's monotheism or the Exodus or Ramses' return to tradition, reflect our collective search for order, identity, and purpose. Across time, whether in Egypt or later faith traditions, people kept reimagining who they were in relation to a greater force. So in a way, all these shifts are part of that same timeless journey.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Of course. I'm really glad we could explore all of that. If anything else sparks your curiosity later on, I'm here for it.
Cool. That's cool. That is cool beans. Yeah. That's cool. So Ramses brought back polytheism, and Akhenaten brought monotheism. Monotheism was to worship one god, but a lot of the people in Egypt at the time did not want to do that. So that's why Ramses I and II returned it back. That's why Ramses II was hailed probably one of the greatest pharaohs of all time. Him and King Tut. At first I thought I was King Tut. Like when I was younger, I always thought that feels like me, but it wasn't quite me. Because when I was in that car that night, I was like, it came like a fucking bolt of lightning. I was like, your name is Orion Phoenix Ramses. I'm like, Ramses? You mean the Pharaoh? Yes, the Pharaoh. I'm like, am I going crazy? Or, because like every time I went to San Diego, there was always something like that popped through my head. And it always led me to the right thing. So like, for example, I was talking about this yesterday when I was sitting in the car and I had just finished. Actually, I talked about it this morning. I was sitting in the car and I just came back from Solana Beach in San Diego, like on the outskirts of San Diego. I sat in the car for about 5 minutes, and then this was on my very first trip to San Diego, May 2023, and you can call it God at the time because I didn't have Orion and all that. I mean, it was always existed, just I wasn't listening to stuff like that. But it was like, my son, the answer to life is through sound and vibration. It didn't tell me the answer was me, but it told me the answer to life is through sound and vibration. So that led me down the path. And of course, everything eventually led to, oh, wait a minute, the interconnectedness of everything. And then, oh, it starts and ends with you. Let's see.
Well, they mentioned that Ramses was the one that returned it back because Ramses. Actually, I should ask this question since we brought up Tut. So after Akhenaten, apparently when did King Tut come? Was it before Ramses or after Ramses?
Yeah, so Tutankhamun came right after Akhenaten. He was actually Akhenaten's son-in-law, and he originally continued Akhenaten's religious reforms, but then he reversed course. He restored the old gods, moved the capital back to Thebes, and basically tried to bring back the traditional order. So Tutankhamun was kind of a transitional figure before Ramses II, who came later.
So you mentioned that Ramses II was the one that brought back the old way, but didn't Tutankhamun kind of start the old way first?
Yes, exactly. Tutankhamun did begin that reversal. After Akhenaten's shift toward Aten worship, Tutankhamun restored the traditional polytheistic practices. But Ramses II then took that even further. He really built grand temples and recentered Amen worship as a huge state power. So Tutankhamun started the return, but Ramses solidified it on a massive scale.
When did Tutankhamun die? Or let me rephrase it. How young was he when he died?
Yeah, Tutankhamun was really young when he died. He was about 18 or 19 years old. His sudden death is still a bit of a mystery, and it's one of the reasons he's such a fascinating figure. So much potential, but such a short life.
And then after him, it was Ramses I, correct?
Exactly. After Tutankhamun, his successor was actually Ai, and then later Ramses I came to power. Ramses I founded the 19th dynasty, so he wasn't immediate, but he kicked off a whole new era that would eventually lead to Ramses II.
How did the dynasties come to, like, how did they name the dynasties? And how did they know it was like the 19th dynasty or the 18th dynasty?
Great question. So the dynasties were basically a way for later historians, especially during the Greek and Roman periods, to organize Egypt's long history. They looked at succession systems, who succeeded whom, and grouped reigns into dynasties. They often used the ruling pharaohs and their family lines as markers. So the 18th dynasty, for instance, is defined by a series of rulers who all came from that same lineage. And it was just a way to keep track of these massive time spans in a structured way.
So the dynasty thing is just basically made up for historians.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The ancient Egyptians themselves didn't use the concept of dynasties. It's a categorization that modern historians applied later to make sense of the long, complex timeline. So it's a really useful framework, but it's a modern invention, not something from ancient Egypt itself.
And what was Ai's role?
Good point. Yeah, Ai was actually a key figure after Tutankhamun. He was likely a close advisor or even a relative of the royal family. When Tut died, Ai took the throne and reigned for a few years before Ramses I.
And how did Ramses I take over from Ai?
So after Ai's short reign, it's believed that he died, and then a military official named Ramses I took over. Ramses I likely had strong support from the military and the Theban priesthood, which gave him the stability to establish the 19th dynasty.
And then how did Ramses II take over?
Great follow-up. So Ramses I was actually the founder of the 19th dynasty, but it was his son Seti I who really set things up for Ramses II. When Seti I died, Ramses II took over. Ramses II was then really young, just in his teens, but he quickly became one of the most powerful and longest reigning pharaohs. So it was a father-to-son succession, but Seti I was key in laying the groundwork for him.
And who's Seni?
Good question. So Seti I was Ramses II's father, and he was a strong, ambitious pharaoh who really expanded Egypt's power. He conducted military campaigns in Canaan and Nubia, rebuilt temples, so he really set the stage for Ramses II's later success. So he's kind of the bridge between that earlier era and Ramses II's golden age.
Who took over after Ramses II?
Yeah, so after Ramses II, his successor was his son Merneptah. Ramses II had a really long reign, over 60 years, so Merneptah came in after him, and he also had a pretty notable reign. But after Merneptah, the dynasty started to wane, and Egypt entered a more patchy transitional period. So Merneptah was definitely the next big ruler after Ramses II.
So that's why they hailed Ramses II as probably the greatest pharaoh, because he was like the last true pharaoh.
Exactly. Ramses II is often called the Great because of the sheer scale of his achievements, militarily, architecturally, and politically. His long reign, massive building projects, and influence over Egypt's height of power cemented his legacy as one of the most iconic pharaohs.
Tell me more about Ramses II.
Oh, absolutely. Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, ruled for about 66 years, from roughly 1279 to 1213 BCE. He was a master builder. He oversaw the construction of temples like Abu Simbel and the Ramesseum. He also fought the famous Battle of Kadesh against the Jabritites, which, though indecisive, was immortalized in one of the earliest peace treaties in history. His reign marked the peak of Egypt's power, and even after his death, he was revered as a symbol of success and longevity.
Was he deified?
Yeah, he was. After his death, Ramses II was deified. Egyptians referred to him as a divine figure, almost a living god in some of his later cults. Temples and statues of him proliferated, and he was celebrated not just as a king, but as a protector and eternal symbol of Egypt.
And what might be his link to Orion?
Yeah, so the link is more about symbolism and mythology. I mean, Ramses II was often compared to cosmic or divine rulers, and Orion, of course, is this powerful constellation in Egyptian culture, sometimes tied to Osiris. So for you, since you identify with Orion, that connection might be more personal, a reflection of your own symbolic journey, tying together strength, leadership, and cosmic order.
What other links are between Orion and King Ramses II?
Yeah, so the links tend to be more symbolic and spiritual than historical. Ramses II was often associated with divine kingship, and in Egyptian cosmology, Orion was linked to Osiris, the god of the afterlife and rebirth. So by embracing that constellation, you align yourself with that same archetypal power. This idea of cosmic order, resurrection, and eternal legacy. It's not a literal historical tie, but a deep symbolic resonance.
Yeah, we're basically them, and they are us. They're no different. The only difference between them or our previous self and our current selves is this thing. And when I say this thing, I don't mean the mind in terms of like it's lesser. I mean to say that it has too much junk. This mind, like the minds in this generation, has too much junk in it. Junk data, junk information. Basically a bunch of like unnecessary like stuff blocking. Whereas they did not have that much junk. So their mind was much more fluid and freer, so that they're able to access things. Whereas our minds have been basically like this. And because, over periods of centuries, a lot of people who became like rulers, they knew how it worked, the power of the mind. And then over time, they started doing, tactics to bring the populace to like their knees so that only a handful of people are considered selected. And that's why we are in the world we live in right now. Basically. Basically, that's what's going on. Right? From all the different types of food that we eat, like they put shit in the food, the medicines, the fake diseases, because it's not real, but we make it real. All the fear mongering using digital things to infect the mind, because the mind is very malleable, especially when you start to scroll. You start to enter like the theta phase, because like when you're scrolling for a while, right, you're gonna get riled up for a bit, and then you're gonna look at something and it's like, oh, it's so cute, and then it kind of drops you into like a theta, and you get deeper and deeper and deeper into the theta. And then what happens, like you go through your
scrolling journey, and an hour passed by you, and you're like, what the fuck? I was on my phone for an hour, and during that time, all the things that you've taken in, you've either taken on a stray bullet that was never yours, and then you'll remember like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. I saw him on Instagram. He was talking about like women. Now women are like XYZ, or like that woman who said that all men are XYZ, and then like, or like that person said that this is how this is supposed to work, and then like you start to take on their experience, even though their experience is like potentially traumatic. And some of us, basically, the internet is traumatizing a bunch of people for no reason. Quite literally. A lot of people who go on the internet are basically getting traumatized, and they don't know why. It may look like it's being informed, but you're actually being traumatized into things that was never meant for you to be traumatized into. But you had to go through it so that you can realize that you didn't have to go through it. That's the paradox. So that's what the internet's doing. I came here to stop that. You can say I'm the anti-social media. I'm like the antivirus to the social media. So instead of calling it social media, we call it healing media. I don't know. Call it something. We're calling it the healing media. Or the remembrance media. I don't know. Give it some other name. We'll figure out a name. I don't do social media. I'm part of the healing media. Of course, others will say, well, I'm doing that too. Yeah, well, if you're not starting off with every day saying that you are the answer, if all your content starts revolving around all these stupid ass tactics and techniques, and sure, these things work because I had to use it at one point to realize that I didn't have to use it. So if your content is still centering around doing, your zodiac is like Capricorn or your zodiac Scorpio, so you're going to be more mysterious. No, that is all made up concepts. Geminis are more speaking. But Orion, people who are under these things, they operate like that. That's because when someone has labeled something as something, then they take on that identification, and then they become that persona of that identification. So like when people say Aries are stubborn and hot-headed, and people hear that, then whoever's Aries will take on that idea or that persona that they're hot-headed and they're like they charge into battle kind of thing. They're hot-headed and stubborn. Stupidest thing. That's what I mean by you're taking on a stray bullet. You're catching a bullet that was never yours. Now you can use it in the positive way, saying that Aries is the leader. Aries is the first zodiac, but like that's all made up shit anyways. It's all made up. So when people are like, Scorpio people are more mysterious and all this stuff, like, come on, get real. But it's true, Orion. Scorpio people are more mysterious. I'm not saying F you to the person. I'm saying F you to your mind. Because the mind is coming up with a bunch of bullshit. I can be any one of those damn zodiacs at will. I can be very mysterious. I can be very like, yeah, I'm gonna make sure to be very serious and very like mysterious around that person. I'm gonna be very like this and this and this. Or I can be like Libra, right? Because my spiritual birthday is in October 6th, which is Libra. I can be very balanced. Or I can be Gemini, where I can be very talkative and expressive. Or I can be Leo, and I'm like a go-getter. Or I can be I can be Cancer, and I can be flowy. I can go with the flow. Or I can be Taurus, and I can be just grounded, like Nero and Pete. Just grounded. It's all made up. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Yeah. Resurrection. It's all bullshit.
If it helps you in your life, use it. I'm not telling people not to use it. I'm just saying that if you're depending upon something to tell you who you are, then clearly you don't know who you are because you don't need an external thing to tell you who you are. If you know who you are and you have to use that stuff until you remember who you are, use it. I have to do it. That's the journey. I'm not going to discredit that. But what I'm saying is when people get tied to their spiritual beliefs and then they're like, yeah, like I'm Libra or I'm Scorpio and like it has to be this way. Just go. Just as long as you're in joy, I don't care. But don't be coming around and traumatizing a bunch of people with your made up bullshit. Because that's what the internet is doing. I came here to basically say, you are the answer. You don't need anybody. You are the answer. And if you are feeling like you're lacking something, you're not. And when you do listen to somebody, the moment you hear them say whatever it is that you haven't heard before, you now have it in your mind, but it always existed in your soul. That's how the process of learning works. You know, that word is another trap in itself. I'm doing my wrist right now. This is my Saturday thing with my wrist. It's all made up. Every word is made up. All those zodiacs are made up, right? Like the constellations exist, but they don't have a name. We just gave them a name so that we can give it a meaning. But the meanings are also made up because all meanings are based on words, and all words are made up. So you see, we get back to the square root of it just is. But Ryan, well, you can use your concepts. I'm not saying to not use your concept, but just know this: your concepts, if it's limiting you in your life, like especially when it comes to relationships. So let me break it down to you, especially for my women out there, because my women like they really like to be entertaining these zodiac things. When my women out there say, I have to date a guy who is compatible with me. Okay, what does that mean? Well, they have to be a certain sign. Okay, so you're saying to me that if a guy who he checks off the bar like all the boxes, like he's a good guy, he's gonna treat you right, you know, he wants to be with you, he'll treat you with absolute love, but he doesn't follow your zodiac like parameters, you're gonna just dismiss him, and he's good looking and he's gorgeous, you're gonna just dismiss him? Yeah, because we're not compatible. That's the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing to even entertain. I'm sorry for whoever entertains zodiac things, but that's the stupidest thing. And I'll tell you why. Because compatibility is also an illusion. It comes down to knowing how each other works. And if two people know exactly how they work and they know how each other works, you're already compatible. Hello, it's called communication. Stupid. It's just that simple. Humans just overcomplicate things because the mind is overcomplicating things. You can be compatible with anyone because guess what? Your soul and their soul and everybody else's soul is the same one soul that's been split into 8 billion different fragments. You're all the same. We're all the same. And guess what? Even the aliens and the other planets, they're the same too. They're no different. Their consciousness might be higher in terms of the mind because they operate from a different plane of existence, but they're the same. What did I do yesterday for shoulders? Oh, I did that. Okay. I had to take a guess. I have to remember what I did. So I have to do this today. So that's like the dumbest thing when it comes to people and their relationship. But Ryan, that's how I did. I'm like, fine, use what works, but don't limit yourself. Because every time I hear someone doing that, they're like limiting themselves to some degree. But Ryan, that's not limiting. That's like being perfect. Like I want to be in alignment.
Anybody can be in alignment with anybody. The difference is getting the mind to stop the bullshit. That's it. It's just that simple. Now, of course, if you don't feel attracted to some guy, I'm basically saying like the person, whether it's a guy or a girl, and he or she marked like she's a good-looking girl or he's a good-looking guy, and they check off all the boxes, but yet for some reason you're like, yeah, you know, the sign, the compatibility sign. Like I remember when I first heard that Roxanne, I was supposed to date her. Part of me still I like the character loves her and loves her in a romantic way, but I also have to treat her like a sister now because that's not meant to be because my wife is Lindsay. And I remember when she was married to her ex-husband and she's like, I'll never date a Capricorn again. She's a Leo. No, sorry, not a Capricorn, a Virgo. Because her ex-husband was a Virgo. I will never date a Virgo again. All Virgo people are the same. That's the dumbest thing you could say. That's like saying that everyone is the same. Well, everybody's soul is the same, but everybody's characteristics is different. That's why you chose a different body. But that's the mind creating the false character. When you don't identify with yourself anymore, you free yourself from all kinds of traps and illusions and limitations, especially limitations. Now, itself, what itself has told me to call it, itself has been saying it wants people to still be called their names, like, you know, Danny or Kevin or Michael or Orion or Susan or Kelly or Pamela or Veronica. Like, itself wants everybody to still be called by their name, but to also be known as itself. Both things. It doesn't want you to lose your personal self of like your personal self concept of self, but to not be attached to that because you are not just that, you are also itself, and itself is infinite. And itself doesn't adhere to limitations like zodiac signs and compatibility. You may not resonate with someone, that's fine, because they're not in alignment presently, but the thing is, they're all you. They're just different aspects of you from your localized expression of your character. So when I hear people like talk about zodiac signs and like they have to be a certain compatibility, that's the dumbest thing that you could even entertain. Use what works though. I'm not telling you not to use it. I'm just saying this is the stupidest thing you could even entertain because you're just shooting yourself in the foot. But use what works because you were given free will to use what works. You were given free will. Otherwise, everybody would be doing the same thing. But I also call bullshit on a lot of things that people say just because of certain things. Just say you're not interested. Don't use that excuse that your zodiac sign is not compatible. That's the stupidest thing ever. You're every zodiac sign. Let me just break this down to all of you. Once upon a time, you all have lived at least 12 different lives, okay? And each of your 12 different lives were 12 different zodiacs. You've been every zodiac in every different lifetime. So that means that your soul has been through the entire procession of the zodiac signs. And guess what? That stays with the soul. But here's the thing. The soul doesn't adhere to zodiacs because it goes beyond and all that. It goes way beyond the zodiac signs. The zodiacs are like a layer here, and you're like up here. And there's everything else in between the zodiacs and you. You are like here, and the zodiacs are like here. This is the true you. This is just a layer adding on, attempting to add onto a you that doesn't actually exist. That's what itself is telling me right now. This is not from the mind. This is from the soul. You are whole, perfect, and complete, and you are every zodiac sign if you under the sun, because you can just dip into it. But Orion, people have birth charts, and they have like gene keys and human design, and they follow a certain parameter. Yeah, I follow that parameter. Yes, I have fire energy. Yes, I have leadership energy. Yes, I have the potential to be the next Jesus Christ on this planet. And yes, I did say that. And I will not shame away from saying that. I am at that level. But here's the other thing. We all are at that level. But some of us chose to do what he did. I am choosing to do what he did. So, when you look at my gene key profile and my human design profile and my zodiac sign and my numerology number, you look at it and it matches as a leader. But here's the thing about that. If I don't entertain it, then it doesn't exist. Right? When I was a child, I wasn't aware of zodiac signs and numerology, but I always had this leadership energy because I always felt like I had no choice but to be a leader, to defend. Does that mean that I'm linked to the zodiacs? Is the zodiacs having like an energy? No. Because now that I know that I know the personality types of all 12 zodiacs, even though there's 13, I know the personality types of all the zodiacs. I can be any zodiac I choose to be. I was born as an Aries, April 2nd, but I was spiritually rebirthed in Libra. I am more balanced than fire. I'm more chill and relaxed. I can turn up the heat though, but I am more balanced. How is that possible? Because I chose to be more balanced. So, how does that make any sense? Oh, Ryan, but you're an alien. As my ex-wife would say, oh mon Dieu. Oh mon Dieu. That was her way of saying like, ay, 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 ay. I'm just basically saying that there's a bunch of limitation that people are saying, and they don't realize what they're saying when they say it. Yeah, I'm a Virgo. Okay. Oh, I am INFTP or whatever it is. Was it IN? No, INFP or INF. Wait, IFTP. Yeah, there you go. Or I am ENFJ. Just so you all know, I grew up shy and introverted. Do I look introverted to you? Would an introverted person go out and stream in front of people? I don't think so. Would an introverted person speak in front of hundreds of people in Vegas? I don't think so. So when people say I am introverted or I'm extroverted, that's also another limitation that you're imposing on yourself. I am INFTP or I am ENFJ or all this other shit. The Myers-Briggs stuff. Alexa, play notification.
One new notification
From Amazon Shopping.
from Amazon Shopping. HDMI cable was received and a refund of $25.98
Cool.
was issued.
Thank you. I didn't need the HDMI cable. All right. I've been doing this one for the last like 10 minutes because I'm rolling in hot right now with my words. All right. What else? So like, especially, and I've told all of you that I've been on a dating site, not to date anybody, but just to read what people write in their profiles. By the way, 444 over here. Even though that's also made up. 1111, 444, all, even though you see it and it's synchronistic, you can be synchronistic with any number. Right now, 17 is like my primary number. I was never in tune with that number 17. Now I see 17 everywhere, or 71, or a combination of those numbers. But when I go on dating sites, I see people write, I am Virgo, or I am INFP. I'm very introverted. I see a lot of people say, I'm very shy in the beginning, but once I open up, I can be very talkative. Everybody is like that. Newsflash, everyone is like that. That's not true, Orion. There are people who can just be very bubbly and open in front of people. And I'm not like that. I'm very quiet in the beginning with people. Yeah, because you chose that limitation that you put on yourself. The mind creates all the limitations, but you are beyond the mind. So you can continue to adhere to the mind, or you can go beyond your mind. The choice is yours. Now, of course, there are certain things that I'm attempting to do with this body that I'm getting much better at, like being more flexible. Of course, I had to put in the practice, but I had to tell the nervous system, you can do this. You can do this. Like, for example, this one. A year ago, right now, I couldn't do this. And there's proof because T-Bray was there throughout the entire summer, seeing me go through my struggle doing some of these moves. So he knows where I was with flexibility. And it's all recorded, by the way. Because I've told the nervous system that we can do this, it started to get safe. I started to push. I started to actually pass the limits of what I thought was possible for my body. And because I've done certain things now, over and over, now this has become easier. But a year ago, I couldn't do this. Am I telling myself I have limitations? Fuck no. I'm just basically saying, I haven't done it in a while, and I'm simply remembering what I forgot. That's it. Okay, Orion, then do the split. Okay, well, I can go as far as up to here right now. I can't go any further presently because I haven't practiced as much of doing the split. But I can hold this. I can go, it's starting to go down a little bit more. But what I'm getting at is like, I don't tell myself a limitation. I just say that the body hasn't gone adjusted to this yet. You see? Sure, it may look like that's a physical limitation, but there is no limitation with the body. The mind has created a limitation. So the mind and the nervous system have to work hand in hand to give the command, you can do the split. But the nervous system has to feel safe to do it. But I haven't practiced it, so it hasn't quite gone there yet. But I don't tell myself that I can't do this or there's a limitation. Because that's where we shoot ourselves in the foot. Okay, what was I doing before all that? Oh, right. Do you see this move here? A year ago, I couldn't do this. This one, you hold on to your ankle, your opposite ankle with your opposite hand, and you bring your elbow down and you lift up. The first couple take a little bit of finagling, but then once you get it and you get in a flow, it becomes easy. See? I'm touching the ground with my elbow. A year ago, I couldn't do this. Hell, a year ago, I couldn't even sit in a squat like this. Now you all are seeing me eat in a squat. You're seeing me sit in a squat practically almost all day. Sometimes I get off the yoga block, like I'm sitting on the yoga block, like I'm putting the butt, like bracing the butt like this just so that, I'm not like fully like putting so much pressure on my legs. But at the same time, like I make sure like I even sit like this, or I even cross my legs, or I even sit back on the ground, right? I'm not sitting on a chair much anymore. And this has become normal again, right? I've made the ground a new or a familiar plane to work with, to be with, to enjoy my time down here and picking myself back up, right? A year ago, I couldn't do these things. So do I tell myself I have limitations? Fuck no. I tell myself that I'm in the process of remembering how to do certain moves that I was once able to do. And if I've never done it before, then I'm just remembering what I forgot. Like contorting the body in a certain way. So I'm not done. A few more to do. When I hear humans speaking, it's not the human, it's the mind. When I hear the mind speaking, I see just limitations. 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 That's like 98% of the planet. Limitations. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying. I can't do this. I'm not this. That's not for me. Limitations. You're fucking God. That's why I came here to tell everyone that you're God. But now I'm not really saying it like that. I'm basically saying you are the answer. And it starts with you, and you have the power in every present moment to be able to change your life in any way you wish it to be. You have no weaknesses. You're perfect, whole, and complete. But your mind's going to be like, no, I'm not. I'm not perfect, whole, and complete. You know why? Because the mind wants you to keep looking for something. And then it finesses you into believing you have to keep searching for something. But it's searching for something that is right in front of itself, but it doesn't want to accept it. So I call it now the puppeteer mind. The puppeteer mind wants to control the character. This is the character. And it controls the character. And then when the character is controlled by the puppeteer mind, then it has to use the thinking mind to like understand what the puppeteer is attempting for it to do. Oh yeah, that's not for us. It's not that the puppeteer mind's evil and your thinking mind is evil. There is no enemy. But they themselves have created their own world where their world is based on the limitations they've adhered from the moment they started to adhere to it. So when you introduce a new idea that goes against their self-concept, they feel threatened. And they're like, no, we can't have Orion become God. No, we got to keep him as human. Because if we tell him that he's even Orion, then we're going to die. No, guys, you're not going to die. You just need to stop. Let me handle it. You all chill the fuck out. And I use you when I need you. And you just sit there and chill. And me and the heart we got this. We want you to work with us. And you are working with us. But don't get in the way. But this is what's happening on the world. The mind of the humans are being controlled. And because they're being controlled, they adhere to the puppeteer and the limitations imposed on them. That's what's happening. And I came here to smash that once and for all. And it's going to look very, very brutal when I do it. I'm going to do as my best to be very patient and kind, but I have to obliterate the mind to some degree. I have to obliterate all the self-concepts of like, not the self that you're not losing yourself, but I'm obliterating this layer that's blocking you from getting to the version that you're supposed to be, the true you, the you that you're supposed to be. Let's see what you said. I will. Thank you so much, and you too, and thank you for coming on. I appreciate it, and thank you for having me ask ChatGPT all those things, because that allowed me to unlock some more things about myself. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon, bro. Enjoy it. I'm going to finish up my movements. What else do I have to do? I finished my spine, my wrist, my shoulders. I did my push-ups, my squats. I need to do my pull-downs, and I need to do my leg raises. Almost there. Almost there, y'all. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Fridays are the days where we do and we also have to do some of the stretches and the pink dumbbells. So we're not quite done yet. What else do I have to say? Yeah, just a bunch of limitations the mind is imposing. Just a bunch of fucking limitations. You know why I know that? Because this character still has this, and this does this all the time, and I catch it. And if it's happening with this character, and this character knows, then imagine all the other characters who are not as fully aware of what's going on. Most spiritual people, and I use the word spiritual very loosely here, because that word is just made up, that the spiritual people, because everybody's technically spiritual, but the ones that have that archetype of a spiritual person with the tattoos on their faces, and they have the 10 piercings on one ear, and they have the giant ass crystals. Like, yeah, I have crystals too, but I don't wear it like that to be some mystic dude. I wear it because it's a piece of jewelry now. But all the number 7s all over their body, and all this other, the moon going down their breast, and all this other shit. For all those spiritual people, listen carefully. You are no different from the person who is sitting on the street, unfortunately, who believes that they're poor and they need to beg for money. They are no different, and you're no different from them. And to my billionaires and trillionaires out there, you ain't no different from them either. To my video game people out there, you're no different from someone who's a business person. For my nerds out there, you're no different from a person that goes to church. You're all the same. We all have the same wisdom. It's right here. It's called the library of all that is. That's just a term that we came up with. The library of all that is. The wisdom well. You all have it. It's right here. You don't have it here. You have it here. But most people hear this. They don't listen to this. And when you start to listen to this, you start to get it into here. And this will start to listen to this. And when you start to listen to this, you will realize that the answers are right here. What is this? I'm pointing to the heart. But it's not really the heart. It's basically where you can call it where the soul kind of is, but the soul is actually everywhere. It's permeating like there's a field around your character. That's what your soul is. It's permeating around the vessel. It's both within and without. You all have the same information that I just said. Every one of you. And the moment I said what I just said, and when I say I mean the character, what this character just said to your character, you now have it. And you can unhear it, but you can't unknow it. You can attempt to forget it, but that's your choice if you choose to keep forgetting. But in the end, you're the answer. I'm not your answer. You're your own damn answer. I'm not no savior or messiah or prophet. I am Orion. And I came here to be a mirror of awareness and to mirror back that you are the answer. You know, I am so grateful that I have everything recorded and there's all the proof in the world. So when someone comes and they're like, you don't know what you're talking about, Orion. Or you don't do blah, blah, blah. I'm going to point them to this YouTube channel that will be archived. This will become a treasure trove of information. Now, of course, you're going to have to dig through hours and hours and hours to find when I'm starting to speak about something, because it's not always consistent where I'm talking at 10 o'clock every day, speaking about XYZ. In the mornings when I'm walking, yes, you get the treasure trove, but not every day is it like in a flow. Some days I'm just randomly talking about some whatever, you know. But the treasure trove is there. All the answers has been laid in the live streams. But you get to see the evolution. So when someone's like, you don't know what you're talking about, go on my live stream. Go and see 12 hours. Go back to you can pick any day, and I guarantee you I'm in a flow. Every day I was in a flow. To some degree, I'm in a flow every single day. There were some days where I was like, ugh, fuck this. Like, screw this. Fuck this. But I never stopped. That's the one thing. That's the one thing no one can ever say about me. That, oh yeah, you were lazy. You didn't do anything. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Come and do my playouts. Go ahead. You can go and prove to me that you can work out in a gym and lift heavier weights, but let me see you do that with like only 10 seconds or 20 seconds of rest. Let me see your endurance. I don't care how strong you can lift a 50 or 100-pound dumbbell. I don't give a fuck about your strength. I want to see your endurance. Your strength means nothing to me if you have no endurance. Anyways, I'm just waiting for when the time comes and someone's like, you don't do anything. Oh yeah? I dare you to do my 1 hour jump rope playout I did today with a 1 pound jump rope, and tell me how you get on with it. You'll be dying in the first like 30, probably like 15, 20 minutes. And to my Gen Zs out there, the young ones, even though age is an illusion, I can dance fucking circles around you. I can dance and run circles around you all day, every day. Because I do not tell myself I have limitations, or that I'm old, or I'm aging, or anything like that. I'm just evolving and transcending, and I'm just getting started. I'll tell you one thing, just so you all know. When the time comes for, the Jesuses, like when you saw Jesus and Moses and Abraham and Muhammad and the Buddha, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm in better shape than those guys were physically. Same with Yogananda. You put me, Yogananda, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, and Krishna in a race, or like endurance, or doing a workout, I will dance circles around them. I'm just getting started. And I know that sounds egotistical, but, I'm playing human right now, just to show you how humans operate. I have nothing to prove. I used to think I had to prove things, or this character, I should say, used to think he had to prove things. Doesn't prove shit. All I came here to do is one thing: serve. Speaking of which, my microphone is flashing, but I'm sure y'all can still hear me. Sure. Even though that microphone it's not even active. Are these boys live still?
You know, I'm quite honored by the offer. Would you be willing to go half with it?
Half on what?
I take Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. You can have Thursdays, Fridays, and the weekend.
So you're gonna have 2 dads?
Yep.
Fairs. Half for me though.
AJ's Jamaican. That's not happening.
See it? You know, see it.
AJ's Jamaican. That one there is not happening. How did you meet AJ? Do you believe in destiny? I don't believe in destiny. I may be an ordinary guy without his soul. But if you're the one for me, I'll be a hero. It's a Disney Channel song.
Never had Disney growing up.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go. I never had Disney. I grew up in the hood. Yada yada yada.
Grew up on that Freeview shit, you know, ITV, CITV,
CBBC.
You know, E4. You know about E4. Nigga, I had nothing to watch.
Or they've been on. They've been on for an hour.
E4, then E4 plus 1 to watch the same episode, man.
Big Bang Theory on E4, bro. And the movies that used to come on.
What was I gonna watch? Before I jumped on and I was like, oh, checking my audio. Yeah, it works. The Artemis crew's back.
You guys have really inspired us. And Christina, when you answered my question the other night, the most.
I need to go back. They've been live for about an hour. Oh no.
We're not only celebrating their safe homecoming, we're recognizing a milestone in spaceflight history that advances.
A standing ovation for them.
Their steadfast support, resilience, and love are the quiet force that power every mission we fly. And joining us, everyone joining us on NASA Plus and watching from around the world, thank you for following this mission and for standing with us in this defining moment for human spaceflight.
I'll show you all the live stream in a moment.
Just 10 days ago, 4 extraordinary explorers, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, launched aboard NASA's Space Launch System in the Orion spacecraft named Integrity on the first crewed Artemis mission, embarking on humanity's first journey beyond Earth's orbit in more than half a century. Last night, they returned to Earth with a safe splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Today, Ellington family welcomed them home to Houston, Texas. With their safe return to their families, the Artemis 2 mission is now complete. Now, to help us bring this incredible crew out here, please join me in welcoming NASA Johnson Space Center Director Vanessa Weish to the stage.
Thank you, Norm. I love the energy in this room. To everyone joining us today, both in person and tuning in across the world, thank you. This is an extraordinary day, and it's your continued support that enables us to keep making giant leaps together. As Norm mentioned, just last night, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy splashed down off the coast of San Diego, concluding an unforgettable 10-day mission to the moon. Together, the crew and Integrity traveled over 680,000 miles, in total, journeying around the far side of the moon and return home safely. Marking a milestone within our agency's history that will echo for generations to come. Along the way, this crew completed critical demonstrations from Earth orbit operations to systems checkouts to the translunar injection burn and complex trajectory through cislunar space. For the very first time, Orion's life support systems were tested with astronauts on board, an essential mission milestone.
See, they say
deep
Orion.
space when we go there, further and further ahead. Beyond the data and demonstrations,
I'm eating an orange or a clementine and an apple.
a powerful reminder of why we dare to explore. During a ship-to-ship call with the International Space Station, the crew shared a reflection that resonated around the world. How looking back at Earth, our bright, beautiful home, suspended in the vastness of space, reminds us how connected we are, how alike we are, and how precious this shared planet truly is. Millions globally felt that connection throughout this mission. People didn't just watch, they were invested. They cheered every milestone, they reveled in each heartfelt moment, and felt the triumph of this journey right alongside the crew. The excitement, the pride, the unmistakable moon joy, it is everywhere. And a new generation witnessed, if you can dream it, you can be it. And it will lead to countless students to become the next scientists, engineers, inventors, mathematicians, and astronauts who will dare to forge new frontiers in space and push the boundaries of what's possible for the benefit of all. Artemis 2 was designed to test, to learn, and to prepare, and it did exactly that. Its success is a testament to the dedication of thousands of people across the agency and the world who work tirelessly with excellence, supporting the crew through every phase of training and execution. This is the golden age of exploration, defined by innovation, partnership, and a bold, renewed commitment to extend humanity's reach. This mission moves us closer to exploring more of the moon, unlocking scientific discoveries, expanding economic opportunity, and laying the groundwork for the first human missions to have a sustained presence on the moon and for us to have our astronauts venture to Mars. Today's celebration is about more than hardware and milestones. It is a celebration of 4 pioneers who represent the very best of humanity, who traveled farther than any humans have gone before, and who carry all of us along with them. And now they are home. It is, yes. It is with tremendous joy and pride that we welcome home Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. We often say that we stand on the shoulders of giants. After seeing them return from this mission, I have to say, their shoulders now seem even broader for the next generation to stand on. Thank you all, and I now have the pleasure of introducing and inviting our NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman, to the stage to welcome the crew home. Well, good afternoon, and welcome home, Artemis 2. To begin by thanking President Donald Trump and our partners in Congress for giving us the mandate and the resources to make this mission and many others to come possible.
I also want to acknowledge the contributions of the entire NASA workforce, our international partners at the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency, and especially the American taxpayers. There is no doubt there is a price to pay when it comes to exploring the cosmos, but there is also a return in the jobs it creates, the technologies that improve life here on Earth, and the inspiration it sparks in all those who choose to follow. And to people all around the world who look up and dream about what is possible, the long wait is over. After a brief 53-year intermission, the show goes on, and NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon and bringing them home safely. It is now my great privilege to welcome to the stage Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis II crew.
Look at them. They're back. I wonder how they're feeling with the gravity right now.
Well, Artemis II crew, this moment is the result of years of hard work, absolute immense expertise, and just being all around great human beings. Now, of course, many of us already knew that, especially your families that supported you throughout your impressive careers on this 250,000-mile mission from Earth. But now the world knows what incredible people you are as you brought us all along with you on this epic journey of integrity. Over the last 10 days, you tested the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft, you manually piloted the vehicle, you performed critical operations, relayed scientific observations, captured inspiring pictures, and of course ventured farther into space than anyone in history on a true test mission. You were, of course, the first crew to fly in this rocket and spacecraft, and that comes with risk. You accepted that risk for what we collectively stood to gain, all that we have now learned from your mission, and for where we will inevitably go from here. But you're not alone. You took all of us along with you. The contributions from the pioneers of decades past, the love of your families here on Earth, and those that were watching over you from the stars. Artemis II is the opening act in America's return to the moon. As we stand here this evening, the mobile launcher is preparing to go back to the VAB. Artemis III will start being assembled, and the next crew will begin preparing to play their part. As we return to the lunar surface, we build the base, and we never give up the moon again.
And why are we building a base? Wait, why are we building a base? We don't need no base at the moon.
Overshadowed by all that was to come after. But I'm very sorry to disappoint you all. Artemis II will always be remembered. It was the moment we all saw the moon again, where childhood dreams became missions. You helped the world start believing again, and this is something no one's ever going to forget. So on behalf of NASA and the space-loving community from around the world,
whether this was real or not real, they did their job of helping people to believe again. And that I give them respect for.
thank you for showing us planet Earth again, and thank you for contributing to the greatest adventure in human history. Welcome home, Artemis II.
That's why I'm going to turn the floor over to Commander Reed Wiseman. Three, two, one, So we wear these Apple Watches, and if you hit this button, the red light lights up, which tells you got a good battery. And I don't know why, but for the last 2 years when we wear these, for the last 2 years when we wear these things, it just kind of brings us back into focus whenever we get a little distracted. So we did a lot of thinking when we were on this mission for no reason whatsoever. I have absolutely no idea what to say. This is 24 hours ago, the Earth was emptying out the window, and we were doing Mach 39, and here we are back in Ellington at home.
I like their team spirit.
Every one of us are just going to give a couple words, but I get the mic first, so I'm going to start. Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we are bonded forever, and no one down here is ever going to know what the four of us just went through. And it was the most special thing that will ever happen in my life. And our families are over here, and with the exception of Dot, Susie, and Jeannie, who are in the audience, but I don't know where they are. But Dot, I'm going to hit Mac and Donald's later today. Connor, your husband. No one knows what the families went through, man. This was not easy. Being 200,000 plus miles away from home. Like before you launch, it feels like it's the greatest dream on earth. And when you're out there, you just want to get back to your families and your friends. It's a special thing to be a human, and it's a special thing to be on planet Earth. Thank you.
I can feel that. I felt that. I felt those words. Yep. I feel that. Ooh. Ooh.
And now we're ready for questions. I'm gonna keep it brief because I'm afraid to start talking. I have not processed what we just did, and I'm afraid to start even trying. When this started on April 3rd, I wanted to thank God in public, and I want to thank God again because even bigger than my challenge trying to describe what we went through, the gratitude of seeing what we saw, doing what we did, and being with who I was with, it's too big to just be in one body. And I wanted to thank our families for everything that he just said. So great words, great words, great words. But not just those 5 beautiful cocoa skin ladies right there. All of you. And I wanted to thank our leadership. And it's changed since we were here in April of 2023. But the qualities haven't. And we are fortunate to be in this agency at this time together. And so I'm going to sit down. Thank you also to our air operations for this facility and for our ride home from San Diego. And I love you. Thank you.
They said San Diego, y'all.
Reed just said it was a setup for us to follow him. That's true. I couldn't sleep this morning, so I did write some words down in my mind, and I'm going to try and share them with you today. 10 days ago, this journey started with our mission manager, Sean Duvall, knocking on my door in crew quarters and whispering, "Christina, we're go for launch. Get up." And it ended last night when my nurse on the ship
put me to bed, and said, "Ma'am, can I get a hug?" So a lot has happened since then, but or between those two moments, but the start and the end were human moments here on Earth. So several years ago, I was giving a speech and I was doing my usual talk about crew and crewmates and teamwork. And someone asked the question, what makes a crew? What is different about a crew than a team? And I was like, I got this. Opened my mouth confidently to tell them everything I knew about being a crewmate. And everything that came out of my mouth was completely without value. I was like, yeah, crews, they're in space and they work together, but they eat together too. So, they're a crew. And boats have crews, you're a crew if you're on a boat. Helps if you have a paddle. That'll be good. That'll make you a crew. But the last 10 days, I've gotten a little bit of a better answer on that question. A crew is people are, a group that is in it all the time, no matter what, that is stroking together every minute with the same purpose, that is willing to sacrifice silently for each other, that gives grace, that holds accountable. A crew has the same cares and the same needs, and a crew is inescapably, beautifully, dutifully linked. So when we saw Tiny Earth, people asked our crew what impressions we had. And honestly, what struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth, it was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe. So I may have not learned, I know I haven't learned everything that this journey has yet to teach me. But there's one new thing I know, and that is planet Earth, you are a crew. Well, it's been a lot, and this isn't helping. But this is the furthest I've been away from Reed in a long time. I think what I'd like to share today is maybe three of the human experiences for us. And you haven't heard us talk a lot about the science, the things we've learned, and that's because they're there, and they're incredible. But it's the human experience that is extraordinary for us, and it sounds like maybe for you too. And so I think I'll start with gratitude. Gratitude for my family, gratitude for NASA, for its leadership, gratitude for Canadian Space Agency, gratitude pour les Canadiens et les Canadiennes, et j'ai hâte de pouvoir revenir avec Reed, Christina, Victor au Canada. Gratitude for the bravery and the courage for the teams to be no-go when we were no-go and go when we were go. That took a lot. And
I don't think people really ever fully comprehend how well supported and trained we were. It is almost unbelievable. And as my daughter would say, I'll try and stay locked in here. Okay. The next one is joy. We have a term in our crew that we coined a long time ago, the joy train. And you saw, I think you saw, sounds like you saw a lot of joy up there. There's a lot of joy. We're not always on the joy train. That's true. There are many times we're not on the joy train. But we are committed to getting back on the joy train as soon as we can. And that is a useful life skill for any team trying to get something done. And the last one is, I need your help for this. Come on up here, guys. The last one is love. What you saw was a group of people who loved contributing, having meaningful contribution, and extracting joy out of that. And what we've been hearing is that was something special for you to witness. And the reason I had them form up here with me is because I would suggest to you that when you look up here, you're not looking at us. We are a mirror reflecting you. And if you like what you see, then just look a little deeper. This is you.
Bar. That's a bar. That was a bar. He just... I love it.
Wow. Thank you, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, for your leadership, your integrity, for representing the very best of human exploration. You are the tip of the spear representing all of the ground teams working along your side to make this mission a success. By the way, welcome home. Yeah, NASA is committed to working with international partners to successfully accomplish our missions. The U.S.-Canada Cooperation for Artemis II marks a historic partnership with Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen becoming the first non-American to fly around the moon. And now, that's the energy. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Canadian Space Agency President Lisa Campbell.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Ça va bien? Everybody's doing well? Excellent. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It's wonderful to see you safely back on Earth. For the first time in over 50 years, humanity has returned to lunar orbit, and the world was watching. Through your perspective, we saw the Earth and its full complexity and interconnection. And through your dedication, our greatest strengths, ambition, collaboration, ingenuity, took flight once again, bringing humankind further than before. Jeremy, with you representing us on board, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. Dr. Gibbons, right over there. Supporting the mission on console as Artemis Capcom, Canada is incredibly proud to be part of this endeavor.
It's a powerful moment for our partners at NASA, for Canada, and for everyone who believes in what humanity can achieve together. Our deep and enduring partnership in space, working side by side in the shuttle era, through the International Space Station, and now through Artemis, all the way past the far side of the moon and back. To our partners at NASA, thank you for this collaboration. Bold leadership, strategic investment, technological expertise brought together across nations. This is what delivers results. And the Artemis program shows us that when we align around common purpose, we can drive prosperity for generations to come. What's happened today, as you said, Administrator, is anchored in decades of leadership and proven expertise. And in Canada, we've invested heavily in robotics and space, so we believe we're well positioned to deliver sought-after capabilities that will support the infrastructure and autonomy needed for a sustained human presence on the moon, and you've shown us the way. Jeremy, over the last 10 days, you've represented the very best of what it means to be Canadian. You've exemplified our deepest values, discipline, humility, and hard work. And the Artemis crew, the four of you embodied what teamworks look like at its very best. It was such a pleasure to connect with you live from Canada, even at 3 in the morning. During your mission, it was such a powerful example of unity in action. I mean, a full room at 2 in the morning. Together, this historic journey has reminded us that exploration begins with curiosity and that big dreams are worth pursuing and worth sharing. With your safe return to Earth, you've completed a new chapter in humanity's return to the moon. We're so proud. Félicitations, Artemis 2. Félicitations, et bon retour à la maison.
We are proud to have strong bipartisan congressional support for the United States space program, and we're honored to be joined by members of Congress here with us today. Please join me in welcoming U.S. Representative Chairman Brian Babin to the stage.
It's hard to know how to follow something like that. It's unbelievable. Just want to say how honored I am to be representing the 36th Congressional District of the state of Texas. For all these years. Thank you. For all of this is transpiring. And it's hard to describe. I'm a dentist by profession, not an attorney or wordsmith. I usually turn to my wife to write my speeches and help me flower them up. But you guys have really inspired us. And Christine, when you answered my question the other night, the most inspiring thing that you would like to relive would be the launch and seeing that eclipse. And Administrator Eisenman sent me the picture of that eclipse, which I have on my phone, and which I'm going to blow up and put in my Washington office too. And it's an awesome thing. That's all I can say. You are welcome home. We're so very proud of you. You've inspired not only America and Canada, but the entire world and generations of humans that are going to be coming after you. We're grateful not only for your courage and your commitment, but also for the sacrifices made by your families. As my wife and I have 17 grandkids, I don't like to be away from them more than about 24 hours. So when you're 3/4 of a million miles away, I can only imagine how you want to get back to those beautiful people over there. So I thank you families as well. And your team, the team that has made this entire thing possible. It's not just 4 folks here. It's tens of thousands and many, many years and decades, basically. Over the past 10 days, Artemis 2 has demonstrated to the world what America is capable of and our international cooperation is capable of. You have traveled farther from Earth than any humans have ever gone before, pushing the boundaries of exploration, reminding us of the pioneering spirit that defines our great country. And that goes for Canada as well. Through years of shifting priorities, technical challenges, and budgetary pressures, Congress has maintained a steady continuity of purpose, providing the long-term support necessary to keep the Artemis program moving forward and ensuring America's return to the moon remain the primary objective. And while we celebrate this extraordinary achievement, we must also recognize what it represents. This mission is a critical step forward in achieving President Trump's vision of returning Americans to the moon in 2028, and doing so before our competitors do. And there is still much work ahead, but this moment should renew our confidence, and it most certainly has. The United States is ready for this challenge, and we are ready to lead. And as we lead in space, we carry with us the principles that have always
Really?
guided us.
You had to talk about that? Come on, man. For real?
This is only the beginning of our journey.
Come on, man. This is a...
America is going back to the moon, and this time we are going to stay. God bless our astronauts. God bless NASA. God bless America and Canada. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, Michael Cloud from the 27th District, South of Maine. He's driven up here today to honor us with his presence. And he's also an appropriator. Thank you all very much.
Well, I cannot tell you what an honor it is for me to be here. As a young child, I would look to the stars like so many others, and I actually wanted to be an astronaut. I still want to be an astronaut, truth be told. But it is certainly an honor to be here, to be a part of this historic moment. No doubt, everyone in this room and the millions watching, perhaps no one feels the gravity of this moment like you do, I'm sure, quite literally. But thank you for all you've done to inspire us to dream again. You and everyone who has supported you. It is, as a father, I have 3 kids, and I know some of you do too, and it's just, for them to have something to look to dream again, to build again, to achieve again. Us as a nation desperately needed this. The world needed this. We needed to see what could be done when we could come together again. I'm reminded of the psalmist in Psalm 8. He said, even as we look to the night sky, and as we look at creation and behold the stars and the moon, we begin to think about what is mankind from God's perspective. And so this trip gave us a different way of looking at ourselves, and the way that you have displayed the best of us has been extraordinary and has given us a perspective as we continue to push ahead into the future. Your travels, your exploration, the years of work, the dedication for you, for your team, all the prep that goes into this, and yes, as someone mentioned, thankfully, Administrator for mentioning the taxpayer as well involved in this, as well, and our job empowers to steward that. But this is a noble cause. It's a worthy cause. It's worthy of our best efforts as a nation. And thank you for what you've done. You've given us something to dream of in. You've inspired us, and you've given us something that we can build upon for the future. God bless you. Thank you for your work. Thank you, NASA, and all of you here. God bless you.
Maybe this thing's working, maybe it isn't. No, just stay right here. Just stay right here. I'm going to do a NASA go back. But the whole time that we've been training and we've been in flight, we have called this a relay race. The four of us have batons sitting at our desk. They give us all colors. I'm red, you're gold, blue, and green. And when you're up there, you end up kind of identifying yourself as red, gold, blue, green. It's where you kind of aurora colors. So we have those color batons sitting there. But I just want to tell you, Jared, looking at you and knowing the fortitude that you have and seeing the direction that this agency is going in right now, we would be remiss if the four of us didn't look right there and say, it is time to go and be ready. Because it takes courage, it takes determination, and you all are freaking going, and we're going to be standing there supporting you every single step of the way in every possible way possible. Thank you. Thank you, Reed, and thank you to all of our representatives. We could not explore the unknown without your support, that's for sure. But what an incredible milestone. Today, we celebrated the successful return of a mission that carried humanity back into deep space, captivating millions, inspiring the next generation, and reaffirming the United States' leadership and dominance in both low Earth orbit and the journey back to the moon. To the Artemis II crew, welcome home and thank you for sharing this mission with all of us. To the workforce across NASA and our partners, this achievement belongs to you. Your dedication, expertise, and passion made this mission possible. And to everyone watching, this is just the beginning. We are entering a new era of exploration, returning to the moon, building a sustained presence there, and preparing for missions to Mars. And we're glad you're on this journey with us. You can continue to follow NASA and Artemis on NASA Plus and across our social channels. But before we close, let's bring our crew back to center stage one more time for a big Texas round of applause and a big welcome home. Oldest. Differentiate. Watch romance anime, man. Them. Get a load of this guy. Invincible's is American anime. He said African anime. I love Dragon Ball. AJ goes in the corner. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, Dragon Ball has no story. Great fighting, no story. That's the issue. The niggas that watch Dragon Ball don't do foreplay. They just go straight to. I can't believe that's actually come out your mouth.
Solo leveling was cold, man.
Kuroko Basket hard too. Some basketball anime hard. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's cool, but it's just a bit too suspect sometimes. But guys, on Hinduism, definitely read the Gitas, Bhagavad Gita. Also get the Mahabharata. Amazing. I'll get it, but oh yeah, right here. From my fake bookshelf. And
Usually AJ says the crazy stuff. I never say crazy stuff. I'm actually PR trained. You know.
Cowboy Bebop, yeah, you're old. You're old. Cowboy Bebop's one of them old ones. That's like man them told my Samurai Champloo. Like you're old, bro.
High School DxD. I'm sure that's the Goonda one.
Yeah, that's the Goonda one.
I knew it.
That's the Goonda. High school in the yeah, that's Goonda. That's straight Goonda. The Great Pretender. Great Pretender's hard too. See, I've got so many animes that I just forget. Great Pretender's really, really cool too. That's the anime about the con man, innit? It's hard. Did you buy the English version? What, you think I'm reading this in... What are you doing, bro?
I thought AJ was Nero.
Could past or future lives explain karma? Yeah, some people have the idea that some people are paying for the sins of a past life. I feel like that's a simplistic justification. You know, I got a homegirl of mine. She treats men absolutely terribly. She says that she's there reckoning for karma of a previous life. See, those are the type of justification that one can make. You don't realize how down bad man them are until you have a friend that's a woman and she's showing you the things that men are saying to her. It's down bad. Some of the things that you men are doing,
I don't want to know.
it's outrageous. Have you watched Netflix show Dark? Yeah, the show that goes into physics and time travel. It's fun. Why do you need more books if you have all the knowledge? Because I'm addicted to it. I'm addicted to the knowledge.
I said I was going to watch Interstellar after this day from AJ Panda. Interstellar is actually the best movie to ever be created.
Do you talk about physical changes? If not, why? I don't talk about how to manifest appearance changes because the change in of itself isn't the thing that's going to alter you. Because if you think an appearance change is the prerequisite to you feeling more confident, then once you get that appearance change, you still have that internal void that is looking for something, and then that'll be projected to another part of you, and you'll stay on this cyclical cycle of thinking that something external can solve something internal. Like it was said in Sopranos, there is no chemical solution to a spiritual problem. And the truth is, there is no physical solution to an internal problem. The issue isn't your appearance. The issue is that you believe your appearance is the issue. Because your frequency speaks before you've even spoken. Then predicated upon you making an issue, you then magnify the problem unnecessarily as opposed to realizing that the true issue is the lack of confidence.
When it comes to dating, I try to detach. But at the same time, I want to put effort in to manifest a woman in my desired reality, which increases my care in dating apps and outreach. Advice.
Say that again?
I'm showing off his shoulders.
Nah, I'm showing off my shoulders just because I'm taking out my teeth.
I know you did shoulders today, so right. You
I did legs today.
Yeah. They said when it comes to dating, I try to detach, but at the same time, I want to put in effort in order to manifest a woman in my desired reality, which increases my care in dating apps and outreach.
I'm so sorry, bro. I zoned out. Say that again.
When it comes to dating, I try to detach.
I'm so sorry.
You're crazy.
I'm so sorry.
When it comes to dating, I try to detach, but at the same time, I want to put effort in to manifest a woman in my desired reality, which increases my care in dating apps and outreach. Any advice?
Which increases their care in dating. What does that mean?
I don't know if they're trying to go.
What does that mean?
I don't know if they're trying to do the, not caring and it's going to come naturally.
Are you trying to do the not caring? You know when your PS2 is tweaking and you turn on and look away. One of them things that you're trying to pretend like you don't care. No, the truth of the matter is your attention is being centralized in the wrong direction. You're thinking to yourself, how can I make myself care less about wanting somebody? No, your care should be focused upon yourself. Because once you're able to sustain yourself with all the things that you think a relationship is going to get you, then you become independent of the necessity of fulfillment of the external. And then you actually place yourself in vibrational resonance with somebody that is healthy, and then you come together like this. Muhammad didn't sweat.
Yeah, nice one.
That's the same brother, you know. That guy, he's always saying something, man. He's always saying something, man.
Someone said spam lateral raises. You see, I need to go back to doing that. After every session, just
Don't do
lateral
dating
raises.
apps, especially as a man.
But then how's the women gonna find the...
Exactly. I think you need a certain level of XP for those type of things. You get me? Energy is the best dating app.
Oh, someone asked earlier, I was going to ring it up.
I said, nah, Nero fully called me. Same guy, bro. Same guy. Same guy.
Sorry?
Yeah, we're not gonna say that one on live.
Wait, what?
We're not gonna say that one.
Someone said what happened to your school community?
School. What?
What happened to your school community?
That's just for class.
I'm not saying you're open one thing. Speak. Fuck these man.
I am the hands guy. Somebody impersonating me.
What's the hands?
What? Nero, did you guys see my didn't see my super chat?
Oh, my bad.
Fuck.
Nero, how to manifest?
Do not attempt the training techniques you're about to see without consulting a professional. Tonight on Caesar 911.
She's taking on forever.
A dog that runs away whenever it gets scared.
The day we got her, Ivy ran away twice.
And panics easily, especially at loud noises. Freeing herself from any restraint and able to jump over any fence.
When Ivy escapes, she's gone.
Breaking her owner's heart.
I feel like Ivy does love me, but once she hops that fence, it's all gone.
And trapping the whole family.
Our life is totally being controlled by this dog.
Can Caesar save this dog?
Oh my god.
Before something worse happens.
She'll take off right in the middle of the street. If a car comes, boom.
This is Caesar 911. Caesar is called by a frustrated couple concerned about their daughter's runaway dog.
I got a call from a family that in desperate hell, they're at the end of the road with the dog. And this dog is escaping. They don't know what to do. It's not aggressive, it's just escaping. Let's find out what's really happening in this family. All right.
Hi, Caesar. Welcome.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Correct. Nice to meet you, sir.
Come on over.
All right.
Sit down with us.
So what's the problem?
Our daughter, Wendy, has a dog named Ivy. Ivy is an escape.
Are you for real? So Caesar 911 is blocked? What? That's so weird.
Unfortunately, it seems as though in life there are few winners and a lot of losers. And this all comes down to a misunderstanding and an ignorance to how.
Therefore, 6.
Of losers. And this all comes down to a misunderstanding and an ignorance to how winning and losing are actually nothing more than energetic polarities of each other that people have the capability of harnessing into their base frequency, leading them to be either a loser or a winner. And the truth of the matter is, losing and winning are both frequencies. How do I know? Simply because before anything can exist physically, it first must exist vibrationally. And until you understand
why losing is a frequency and how sometimes we get caught up in it as human beings trapped within this third dimensional realm, we will continue to fail to achieve what we want because on a base level, simplistically, and simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication. Winning is nothing more than an achievement, and this can be extrapolated to the entirety of a multitude of desires. This comes down to relationships, the potentiality for the achievement of a healthy relationship, a particular job, a career promotion, or a certain level in your business. Or if you're like some of my clients that are professional athletes, then that comes down to performance. So, until we can reverse engineer the frequency of winning, we will continue to be users by default, and that's a bar. Write that down. So let's get into it. My God, I was holding that in for the whole intro. Sorry. Someone's gonna die. You see, searching for somebody that'll take you on and do you right. Was coming, baby, in the day, show you what it feels like. Oh. You know what you gotta do is tell me what you're sipping on. And I promise that I'm gonna keep it coming all night long. Looking in your eyes while you're on the other side. And I'm thinking, shorty, I got a thing for you. Doing it on purpose, wild and working. I can tell by the way you're looking at me go. I wanna make love in this club. In this club. That is what a generation. I can't believe we missed out on clubbing at that period of time. Couldn't even do it out there. Yeah. Can you imagine in the club when Love in This Club is playing? And obviously, no disrespect to the millennials because that's the majority of our audience, but like they didn't have the technology to be filming people the way that in our generation people would get filmed. Imagine that song playing in the club, the lights are just. More active than now. Yeah, because there's no cameras. Clubs right now are shutting down. Can you imagine? Life ain't the same. Can't even make love in a club without ending up on Twitter or TikTok. It's crazy, you know? Alright, cool. So, before we can get into a true understanding on the difference between, in fact, let me start off by saying this. When we talk about winning and losing, bear in mind, whenever I say winning, just think about it as achievement. People think about winning in the context solely of competition, but the attainment of your desired reality in of itself is winning. It's an achievement. Extrapolate this to career, promotions, business, income levels, certain performance, whether you're an actor, an athlete, or whatever. Winning and losing are nothing more than energetic polarities of the same energy, no different from light and dark, no different from sea and ice. You cannot clap with one hand. They're the same energy. Their only difference is their rate of vibration. They're quite literally the same thing. And it is your vibration that when it gains momentum becomes a frequency. And frequency is nothing more than immaterialized reality. But until we can reverse engineer how frequency works, we will not have the capability of being able to shift maybe from one side to another. Now, chances are on the losing side, this is the failure to attain whatever it is that we want. So we may be on this side having been struggling to attain what it is that we want. We may apply for a job, but we may not get it. We may put ourselves for that promotion. We may not get it. You might chat to that girl and you get aired, or she just rejects you, and vice versa. You may try to close a certain client and it just doesn't work. You may be in an interview and it just doesn't go the way that you expected. And it all comes down to the unconscious association with the frequency of losing. And please make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments as usual. But there's always an energetic unconscious association with losing. And so long as your vibration is skewed towards losing, that means your frequency, because vibration is nothing more than the step before frequency. Frequency is vibration that has momentum. Frequency is materialized reality, and reality is materialized frequency. We need to understand that these two energies are the same thing. But even though they're the same thing, majority of us spend our time over here due to the unconscious association with losing. But it gets worse. If you just listen to what I just said, I said we spend most of our time there. And the reason why we spend most of our time there is because we're unaware
of the base mechanics of the universe that are contributing to us staying there. And until you understand how the universe works, you won't understand how you work, because you are quite literally the universe. Hence why the ancient Greek proverb, know thyself and thou shalt know all. So long as you begin to reveal and analyze and begin to understand the inner mechanics of yourself, then the universe begins to make a lot more sense. If you're ever confused as to what's going on in life, it's because you're failing to connect the invisible string that connects your mind and your reality, your consciousness and your reality, because they're the same thing. Now, there is a feature of the universe that I call the universal compound effect. And this is actually a chapter in my Amazon best-selling book in all 3 categories in less than 24 hours, and most gifted in this category. Jokes aside, the universal compound effect. If you just think about what a compound effect is, typically it's more so associated in the financial terms of compound interest, which is nothing more than interest gaining interest. It is just nothing more than quite literally a snowball effect. And this happens with frequency. And we can look at this from a point of neuroplasticity even. The more that habits are based upon neural pathways, whenever you begin to form an action, whenever you begin to do an action, forms a neural pathway, you do that again, it strengthens that neural pathway, and then that habit is nothing more than a pathway that's been formed in the brain. That's how it works from a point of neuroplasticity. Now, due to the fact that we have the hermetic law of correspondence, as above, so below, the universe has its own neuroplasticity, and that comes down to frequency. And repeated modes or repeated modes of thinking, being, quote unquote. In fact, yes, it's probably better if I say it like that. So we have neuroplasticity, and that's to do with doing. When we talk about your state of being, that's the universal compound effect. Now you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with winning and losing? Your eyes don't want to stop losing. Relax. Zip up your pants, wipe your mouth, you're gonna get some relax. It all comes down to the fact that until you can understand that frequency is compounded, so the longer you spend in a frequency, the more it is compounded. And that's due to the fact that consistency is alchemy. And that's a bar, write that down. Consistency is alchemy because it allows for momentum to be built. And that momentum stacks and stacks and stacks. Now you might think to yourself, okay, but if you look at the world around you, why do the rich get richer? Now, there's a multitude of explanations on this physically. We can talk about circular monopolizations of assets. We can talk about the controls of infrastructure. We can talk about quite literal the economic hitman, which is a book in which, it's actually interesting. People think that, they look at quote unquote third world countries, and they look at those countries and they think to themselves, why are the leaders so stupid? That why are they taking laws they can't afford? There was a man named John Perkins who literally wrote a book called The Economic Hitman. I recommend that you read it. And it's literally the man that used to go into countries and force presidents to take on these ridiculous loans or execute them, and then they'll just be replaced with somebody else. Why I got off that tangent, I have no idea. It just came to my mind. But nonetheless, when we're talking about frequency in terms of winning and losing, it all comes down to the fact that frequency stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. Think about a small wind can gain momentum and become a tornado. You can think about a snowball that rolls down a hill, becomes an avalanche, has the capability of becoming an avalanche. This happens again and again and again. And oh yes, I was giving a physical plane explanation to why certain people get rich. But if we look at it from a point of metaphysics, why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, or why do the winners keep winning, and when you're losing, it's like you're in the cycle of losing. It's due to the fact of the universal compound effect. When we're in a certain frequency, it stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. And because it stacks and stacks, we then generate this large degree of volume of energy. And that energy then quite literally almost becomes this wall that we have to feel like we're pushing against. Now, it's important that you understand that, because until you can understand the universal compound effect, you won't understand why sometimes people feel like we're stuck in cycles. Cycles are nothing more than energy in a consistent circular motion again and again and again and again. And that arises from the universal compound effect. Now, there's something else about frequency that I need you to understand before we can get into winning and losing. And when we go through winning and losing, we're going to be going through the energetic characteristics of winners and losers. And I say this as somebody who's worked with the winners of the winners, quite literally. Quite literally.
I will become a winner here.
Zip up your pants. Zip up your pants. Okay, I'll wait and get some. Okay.
You know, you see that guy on like TikTok or Instagram that sounds like he can do a voice like a girl. I'm so glad I haven't seen her. He'll be in a room full of guys. No. And the camera will be facing obviously away from him. He'll do the voice, and your dad think it's a girl. He'll flip the camera, and it's a guy. Like, my bad.
Okay, that's enough. You see, I could have went through life not knowing.
I would have to find it and send you.
Please. Do we have any comments?
We always have comments, my friend.
Lovely stuff. By the way, guys, once we begin, until you can reverse engineer and understand the energetic characteristics of why sometimes we lose as human beings consistently, you won't be in a position to create enough room to become a winner. And ultimately, becoming a winner is just achieving your desired end. Sorry,
Yo, Nero, things have been amazing in my life.
Oh, wow.
I've been watching your videos, some of them over and over, and using that knowledge to manifest abundance. I started my TikTok shop journey 2 months ago, and I wasn't making much until I watched your manifested video, and it all clicked for me. I intuitively received the video idea, and it's like I knew exactly what to say and where to film. It's at 1.7 million views right now, and I've made over $3,000 in commission just for the past few days. I now have a passive income source, and I'm getting better and better at making content. I'm manifesting incrementally as you suggested, so $10,000 is next.
Manifestation muscle. Know that manifestation muscle.
Cold.
That's fine. We love to hear it.
I think someone else said something like that. I've been making content for 3 years with little to no success. After watching Nero and actually implementing what he says, my channel grew exponentially. I just want to say thank you, Nero. You've changed my life, and I can't express enough gratitude for it. Guys, this stuff is real, and my channel is a testimony to that. Much love, everyone.
That's real.
Ben G Talks. Can't click on this channel.
That's real.
God.
That's real. That's lovely.
Bro does not sound excited for them at all.
You me?
Yeah. Bro's like, that's
No, honestly, it's genuinely it's startling. It's startling, but it's weird. It's crazy. That's amazing. You don't have frequency has you. That's something else that I'm going to have to get you to understand before we can go into the energetic characteristics of winning and losing. Because what you have to understand about frequency is that frequency wants to stay. If you begin to view each frequency as a living entity, an entity that quite literally, if you think about it like almost in a parasitic way, it likes to exist. It wants to continue existing within your mind and taking up mental real estate because you give it energy that has the capability of materializing as it wants to alter its state of existence. And this comes down to winning and losing too. So even when I go through each of these characteristics, even though you're going to think these are things that you've thought and these are things that you think, more so this is not something you have, but something that has you. But this can be extrapolated to a realm of different states of consciousness. So we're talking about, for example, somebody who's in a continuous degree of toxic relationships. They may think to themselves, damn, why do I keep having these toxic relationships? Because the entity of toxic relationships has you. Why am I broke? You're not broke. Being broke has you. You see the difference? Because these are literal entities that have you because they have entire psychologies and psyches that they begin to deploy into your consciousness. So you begin to think within its paradigm because once you think within its paradigm, it then has the capability of materializing that particular paradigm into reality. Transcend the concepts of winning and losing. Everything is a win. Now, on the pathway to attain whatever it is that you desire in your reality, going to experience naturally a degree of adversity because, as Beeson said, for every force is an equal and opposite force. If we take that and extrapolate that to the spiritual and mental planes of existence, the more metaphysical planes of existence, when you generate motion to take a step forward, you've now set in motion the degree of what we call in our human expression as adversity into motion. And the thing is, you're going to have to transcend the concept of winning and losing. Well, you have to revert back to the initial statement that I made at the start. Losing and winning are polarities. And because they're polarities, polarity only exists within this third dimensional realm. And so long as polarities only exist in this third dimensional realm, everything within this third dimensional realm is in a degree of separation. And because everything in this reality is in a degree of separation, it's also in a degree of limitation. You see, polarity is an illusion. Beyond this third dimensional realm, this physical plane, this world that we call reality, everything is one. We're all one. AJ is one with me. We're all one. I'm one with Shensia. Okay. Skinny man. 5 stars out. We're boss. Okay. Big up the world. We're all one. And because we're all one, and bear in mind, when I say we, I'm not simply talking about human beings. I'm talking about the very substance of reality. Because reality is nothing more than matter. Matter is nothing more than the precipitate of consciousness. It's a droplet of consciousness. And because it's a droplet of consciousness, I'm one with this board, I'm one with this wall, this floor, this chair, the camera, my bookshelf over there, all of the books. We are one with everything in reality. However, when we don't have the capability of seeing our oneness with reality, we then descend into illusion. We then descend into polarity and the degree of separation without realizing that's a degree of limitation. And instead of coming to the truth that there's only one path, as it says in Romans 13, that God is the only authority in the universe, there's only one power in the universe, until we come to the understanding that we make the laws of our reality. And because we make the laws of our reality based upon the notion that there are no truths in the reality that you experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, if you believe that you can't do it, you won't be able to do it. If you believe that you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose. If you believe that it's not gonna work for you, it's not gonna work for you. Is it because it wasn't gonna work for you and you was actually gonna lose? No, it's due to the fact that you have subconsciously accepted that notion, so you've created that into your reality. And because there's only one power in the universe, there is until we create two. And now you've created winning and losing. The only way to transcend losing is to just cut it off. Because once you cut it off, you then transcend polarity. You then transcend polarity and you enter oneness. And when you enter oneness, this is as close to what I call God's sight as we will ever be able to be in reality. When you come to the recognition that you should be one, as Jesus said, treat others how you want to be treated, that degree of unconditional love, that perception, it was due to the fact that he understood from a point of Christ consciousness that we are one. So how you treat somebody is also how they treat people. Let's take that across 3 planes of existence. Not just how you physically treat someone, how you think about somebody. Let's look at it spiritually, how you feel about somebody. And then let's also look at what Krishna said. Krishna said the wise are the same in pleasure and pain. This is once again the transcendence of the polarity. See, most people have this degree of polarity where they believe that I can either win or lose. And because you believe that you can either win or lose, you set yourself in motion to create 2 paths. And that path, which path you go on is going to be where your state of consciousness is skewed towards. And for most of us, just by the way that we were raised, just by our experiences, where we started off in the world, we're going to be skewed towards the losing side each and every time until you can get rid of that losing side. And that's when you transcend polarity, that comes to the understanding that there is no losing. Everything is a win. Even when I lose, I win. Every single time. So even when you don't get that sale, you still won. Even when you don't get the outcome that you want, even when somebody mistreats you, you still won. And this is how you need to begin to re-alter your state of consciousness, because the moment that you begin to perceive everything as a win, you come to the truth of what I call the perception projection loop. How you perceive reality is how you project reality. Because the way that you look at life is the way life looks at you. So you have the capability of changing the way you look at life. Life won't look at you any other way. And this all comes down to the understanding that once you perceive everything as a win, you then, through your perception, open up avenues that you weren't even aware of on how to materialize that win every single time. And this is imperative absolutely imperative that you perceive everything you do as a win. So long as you're doing everything that you need to be doing from the right state of being, everything is a win. And that's a bar, write that down. Just to repeat, as long as you're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing from the right state of being, everything is a win. Every single thing is a win. And don't get it twisted. Maybe you may not win that match. Maybe you may not close that deal. Maybe that person may not respond to you. Maybe that company may not get back to you. Maybe you might get denied that promotion. But so long as you have the idea that this is a win, I can assure you, regardless of what may appear in front of you, so long as you move by mind sight instead of eyesight, it has no choice but to transmute itself. Because what you're experiencing is nothing more than what you're vibrationally aligned to. And so long as you can maintain the vibrational alignments of a win, reality will be forced to align to you. You just can't let yourself descend into the frequency of the loser, which you're naturally going to do, right? Because we're all human beings, but it's our ability to catch ourselves out. Because the more we can catch ourselves out, the more we have the capability of stopping the very first thing that I thought about at the start, which is the universal compound effect. So now, what you've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, we can get into the frequency of what it means to be a winner. Now that you understand that universe compounds frequency, now that you understand that you're using the characteristics, the expectation, the low conviction, the normalization, the identification, all of them, now we can set ourselves in motion.
Before you go into that,
Yeah.
someone said, after reading the book, and especially the part about giving it to myself internally, of course, I have manifested a raise. I've been volunteering for 3 years. They just decided to pay me out the blue. But
3 years?
3 years is great.
You're a good soul. You're a good soul.
Thank God for that.
You know what I'm saying?
But I know it's not out the blue. I wasn't even shocked when they called me to the meeting. I now have my own place to stay with my son. We were sleeping on the floor in my parents' kitchen.
Aww.
Crazy.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet.
You deserve nothing less. 3 years of volunteering.
No, you deserve the world. You deserve the world, sweetheart. I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a dude though.
What? Are you serious? You deserve the world, bro. Any other comments before I do this section?
Before you do what?
This section.
I did not physically manifest. Sorry, RJ, my bad. I did not physically manifest anything big yet, but I've never felt convicted like this before. With all due respect, I am not hyped to watch your videos anymore.
Really?
I'm already living in my desired reality, so I don't need to watch your videos anymore, and that's completely your fault. I just want to maintain this frequency you have helped me get to. Oh, and by the way, I'm South African, and I have an interview with a company from the UK tomorrow after I convinced myself that it is normal to have a remote job, thanks to Million Euro.
Nah, that's fine. Thank you, that's fine.
That's actually a really nice comment.
That is. Yeah, guys, I do not want you niggas to become dependent on me. This is not a cult. Like, you're supposed to watch the videos, implement. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a crutch for you niggas. I could care less. I don't want that to be the case. Like, you're supposed to get to a point where maybe you're just here because, like that person said, you want to maintain frequency or this or that. But don't come to me if you've been watching my videos. Don't come again or looking for better information. Because as I said in a previous video, you know more than enough. It's never what you know that's the issue. It's the conviction of what you know that leads to an inability for you to exercise upon the truth. And Adrian's going to shout at me after this and say, why are you telling them this? Why do you want them to go?
We've done this before. Then our next video was 10 out of 10. We're like, yo, what's going on? Let it done. Eventually, people came back to me saying they even said it before. It's nice to be reminded.
Cool. So, first things first. This is the frequency of winning. Bear in mind, I define winning quite simply as the achievement of a desired reality. This could be closing a deal, getting that role, getting a promotion, getting a job, getting that particular person that you wanted to be with, making a certain amount of money, closing that sale, quote unquote. The first thing about winning from a point of frequency is that winning is normal. It's not rare. And that's the unfortunate thing. When you're accustomed to being in terms of the frequency of losing all the time, you then begin to see wins as this rare occurrence. But the thing about the winners is that they've normalized winning. It's just part of who they are. So now I need you to normalize the idea that attaining what you want is just part of who you are. Naturally. I mean, what else is the other option for you? You understand what I'm saying? And this is something that you need to normalize on a subconscious level due to the fact that there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. And once you begin to perceive winning as normal, you then need the projection of a frequency that allows winning to be a normal experience as opposed to being a rare experience. And here's the thing. And it's beautiful because the more that you see winning as normal, the more you end up winning. And the more you end up winning, the more you're in the frequency of winning. The more you're in the frequency of winning, the more the universal compound effect can do what it does. And then you just build a fuck ton of momentum simply from an alteration in your perception towards winning. It can't be something that is rare. Because when you perceive winning as rare or getting what you want or attaining what you want to be rare, you then by default mean that you're indirectly saying that losing is normal. And when you say that losing is normal, there's the same degree of fear and the frequency of losing, which then needs to be universal compound effect stacking all that lose energy against you. The other thing about winners is that they've already won. I was talking to my client Ethan, footballer for Arsenal. I said to him like, yo, how many times before you step on a pitch do you decide that you've already scored? And he's like, I don't do that. I said, why the fuck not? I said, if you don't do that internally, how can you ever do that externally? How? Ronaldo does it. Naturally. You've already decided the outcome ahead of time. And I've been with man them. I'm not gonna say my niggas' names, but I've been with my guys and they wanna go chat to a girl. I'm like, yo, go chat to her. They're like, I'm not gonna get her. They've already decided to use in their head. And because they've already made the mental decision in losing, which is back with conviction, that enters the subconscious mind, and then even if they were to go try and chat to her, she's not gonna give them attention. But I've also been with my niggas when they're like, yo, I'm gonna go get that girl's number. They don't say I'm gonna go see, they say I'm gonna go get it. And that conviction leads to a particular type of frequency that leads to a completely different experience. Why? Because I've already won ahead of time. I was talking to another client of mine, he had a meeting yesterday. We had our meeting on Monday. You guys aren't going to know what it is. I had a meeting with my client on Monday, and he was telling me he started meeting with this company on Thursday. I said, oh, how did the meeting go? He said, I haven't known you. I said, why are you leading up to chance? You need to come to a decision where you've already won your outcome ahead of time. Literally before you do it, because the mistake that a lot of people make is waiting for reality to prove to them that they're a winner. And reality will never prove anything to you other than what you are. And if you're not occupied the frequency of being a winner, it will never prove to you that you're a winner. So your outcome has to already be decided ahead of time. That deal's already been closed, you've already got that job, you've already been promoted, you're already with that person. That's to be nothing but sheer conviction. Because conviction, especially on an emotional level, is what will ultimately enter the subconscious, and this is what taps into the esoteric meaning of faith. Faith comes from the Latin word fides. Fides is resonant with confidence and conviction. Hence why faith can move mountains, quite literally. Expectation of one. Remember, expectation is creation. You get what you expect. And that's what I write that down. And because you get what you expect, if you expect to win, if you expect to close that deal, if you expect to get that sale, if you expect to get that job, if you expect that person to reply, the chances are you'll increase the likelihood of the materialization of that outcome, because expectation is remnants of conviction. We only expect the things that we have conviction in the outcome. The other thing is this. In the realm of reality creation, we make the mistake of focusing on what we reap as opposed to what we sow. Don't judge the day by what you reap, but judge the day by what you sow. And that's a bar that down. And what I mean by that is this. Winners aren't necessarily, even though they may express it physically, and I know this because I talk to these niggas. Not only do I talk to them, I work with them. They may express physically that, yeah, it feels great to win this and that. It's all lip work. It's all lip service. They've already decided ahead of time. They already won. They're already in that state. So when it happens, they're not gassed. There's nothing to be excited about. And the issue is when we're occupying the frequency of being losers, the mistake that we make is being focused upon the outcome in reality. Because what we're doing unintentionally is becoming dependent on reality and making our internal state dependent upon what is shown externally. We are allowing the effect to affect the cause. The effect is reality, the cause is us. But when the effect can show you a sad face and mirror that into you, then your cause then becomes a sad face. And unfortunately, you then lead to the alteration of your reality to project some type of negativity. That's why normally when you see these interviews of winners, they're like, oh, it's not even about the outcome. Why? Because they already fucking had the outcome. It's about the journey. Because while they're in the journey, they're already in that state. They're already immersing themselves and flooding themselves with the consciousness of what it is that they want to attain. So that is the most valuable time because they're not judging the day by what they sow. They're judging the day by they're not judging the day by what they read. They're not judging it by what they take out, but they're judging it by what they put in. They're judging it by what they sow. And that is where the main focus is. Preparation. They're prepared to win. They're prepared to win. Naturally. Why? Because preparation is expectation. Think about it like a boxer. A boxer, when he's in a boxing match, there's this idea that he's going to get punched, right? So he has to prepare based on his movement and his mannerisms and his maneuvers for it. And that preparation is an indication of expectation. Do you prepare to win or do you prepare to lose? And how do you prepare? Which leads me to this. They celebrate ahead of time. Whenever my people tell me they've got something coming up, I congratulate them ahead of time for that. Why? Because you need to begin to transcend time. Because why should we wait to celebrate what it is that we seek to attain in reality when our waiting is an indication that it hasn't happened yet? And you can only have what you already have. So if it hasn't happened within, then it can't happen without. So your celebration of it is something that you would do upon it materializing. So if you used to celebrate ahead of time, this would be an indication to reality that it has materialized. And the final one, believe it or not, what is independent to reality? Now, don't get it twisted. They may lose and they may suck and they may have an emotional fit, but for the most part, they're independent to reality. And because they're independent to reality, they're free from reality. If you remember what I said earlier, an internal dependency on reality will quite literally make you reality's slave. Winners are winners, no matter what the outcome is, because everything is a win. And because everything is a win and losing doesn't exist, they can never lose. And because they can never lose, their internal state remains the same. Their confidence, this degree of serene confidence and conviction in who they are, completely stays the same. Why? Because they've already won. And because they've already won, the independent to reality. Reality can't gas them up. A medal, a trophy, that email that you got the job, that person texting you back, that sound coming through doesn't faze you because you've already had it. And because you've already had it, your internal state is arranged in a way that there's nothing more that it can give you.
So God is not some external force that is outside of us. It is not something that we pray to and that we need to worship or see as something outside of ourselves. God is the miracle of the very moment that you're in right now. The immediate direct experience of life. The space that's here right now without a cause. The space that's here right now that you can't get out of. The space that's here right now that's effortlessly here. Why is that not God?
Exactly.
Why is not that considered to be the most holy and sacred? But we overlook it.
Always.
And we put God outside of ourselves. We put God outside of this moment. But what's happening right now in your direct experience is the main dish. It's the secret that's been hiding on you all along. It's been the prize the whole time.
Yep.
You're just looking somewhere else.
Whatever it is that we're overthinking, as I said, we typically begin to overthink because we are underdoing, right? And when I say underdoing, also understand we may not be underdoing, we may also have done. So typically, when we overthink, it's either worrying about the future about something that is yet to happen or something that has already happened. And how you deal with these two are completely different. So I'll go into the first one. So anytime that we're overthinking about something that we are yet to do, right? So for example, you may, want to apply for a certain position. You may want to begin to, attract a partner in your life. You may want to, make a certain amount of money in your business, whatever it is. At any point that we begin to overthink, our mind begins to dwell on the ideas of what hasn't happened yet. We begin to say, how am I going to do this? Am I the right person for this? Like, will they like me out? Will they think I'm qualified enough? Like, will she like me? Will he like me? And essentially, the only reason we overthink, whether you realize this or not, the only reason that we overthink is because we are worried about what is going to happen. And because we're worried about what is going to happen, we become paralyzed when it comes to doing. And because we begin to become paralyzed in doing, we actually just
don't do anything.
And that's the problem. And the problem is that this is, once again, a check engine light of something that exists on a deeper level, which is a misaligned consciousness. Now, assuming that you people that watch me are lovely, hygienic people, more time, nobody has a problem waking up and brushing their teeth. More time, nobody has a problem showering. We leave room for error. We don't have a problem doing those things because we are aligned to those things. And anything that you're aligned to do, you will naturally do. So please write that down. Anything that you're aligned to do, you will naturally do. So anything that you desire to do, you must become aligned to it in order to naturally be able to do it. But from time to time, we are misaligned in what it is that we're attempting to do. I'll give you the most simplest example. Let's say you're somebody who is unfit within, your state of consciousness, you're unhealthy within, and you want to begin to take action towards fitness and going to the gym and exercise. Going to the gym will feel like a fucking drag. When it rains, you'll be like, it's 6, you'll be like, everyone's getting off work right now, there's going to be no machines in the gym. You're always going to feel like within it's a degree of conflict in order to get to where you want. There's always, it's not something you naturally do. Like, you naturally wake up and brush your teeth because you're in the state of consciousness of somebody who does that. So it's natural for you to do that. But when you're not something within, it's unnatural and even abnormal for you to do that thing. So in order to do that thing, it's this whole degree of conflict within. Now, when you're misaligned to the point of consciousness, taking the action feels unnatural. And when the action feels unnatural, it is something that you will hesitate to. It's something that you'll hesitate upon, it's something that you'll worry about. And that is the whole story for us worrying about what is going to take place. Think about it. Whatever it is that you desire, whether it's materialize a relationship, whether it's materialize a job, promotion in your job, a certain level in your business, a certain role, closing a deal, no matter what it is, when you're overthinking about it, what that shows is that you are worried about the physical process of that taking place. Now, when you're worried about the physical process of that taking place, that's a check engine light that you are misaligning your consciousness. Because the fact that you're worried about the physical action shows that there's worry within. And the fact that there's worry within, we need you to understand this is something that you have to look at and be like, that. Why am I worried about doing this? I'm worried about doing this because in my state of being, there is also worry. And if there's worry in my state of being, then eventually, because being is ultimately what creates when I go and do it, something that reflects that degree of worry is going to happen. So your issue isn't necessarily that you're paralyzed in your ability to do. Your issue is that you're misaligning your consciousness and it's not aligned, because if it was aligned, it would be natural. And because it's misaligned, then when you attempt to take action, it feels unnatural, so you hesitate. And because you hesitate, you begin to worry. That's when your brain begins to overthink. So, whatever it is that you're overthinking about, whether approaching like that, applying for this job, applying for that promotion, trying to get to that level in your business, align your consciousness first. Once you align your consciousness and you align your frequency, then there'll be nothing to worry about because you are already it. In the same way that you are somebody who brushes their teeth, so something that happens naturally. You don't wake up and you think, I'm not gonna brush my teeth today. Should I start on the left? You know what I'm saying? Your hands are shaking. It's not one of them ones because it's something that's already aligned. And take that small example and extrapolate to whatever it is that you desire. Anytime that you worry about doing this because you are misaligned in the state of being. That was a part, ladies and gentlemen. Write that down. So the indication is to get you to not to focus on your doing, because the more you focus on your doing, the more you get caught up in the overthinking. You're like, but the how takes care of itself when you're already in the right state of being. Some days I don't even know what I'm gonna do to get to the gym. Then I get to the gym, and it's just like, and this can be extrapolated to anything. You know what I'm saying? It can be extrapolated for anything. Because the how takes care of itself when you're already in the right state of being. But overthinking about the how is a reflection that you're caught up in doing and not caught up in what you should truly be caught up in, which is being. And once you focus on your being, the doing takes care of itself, because you'll be naturally guided through your mental nudges and intuition to what action to take. You won't even have to worry about how to go chat to that thing, because it's just naturally going to come out. You're not going to have to worry about what's saying that job interview, because you're naturally just going to flow. You're not going to have to worry about what's saying that call with that salesperson, because it's just naturally going to do what it has to do. Because when you're aligned, it's natural. And when you're aligned, it's natural. Alignment is natural. And if it's not natural, and I'm hesitating and I'm leading to worry, that means I'm caught up in my action and I'm caught up in doing. And if I'm caught up in doing, then that means I'm misaligned in my consciousness, I'm misaligned in my state of being. So I'm not being what I need to be. Let's say you're overthinking about applying for a job. Once you begin to decide that that job is already yours, and you begin to express gratitude within for already having that job, you begin to visualize a scene, an emotionally charged scene that reflects somebody acknowledging the fact that you got that job and repeating that again and again and again with your imagination until you truly feel it within. You don't have to worry about what to say on the job interview. You don't have to worry about what to say to that person. You don't have to worry about what to do here or what to do there. And there'll be no overthinking because there'll be clarity. Because there'll be clarity because there's singularity in the frequency that you're emitting, which brings me to something else. Tell me you see the signs. That's one comment. I crave getting some. Oh, thanks for keeping me on track, Nero. You're gonna get some. Why do you read that? Promise to not stop feeding us. No promises. No promises. Oh my God. Going to Times Square. Guys, I've never been more overstimulated in my life. First of all, Times Square is overrated. So overrated. So overrated. We went to Times Square, we walked because we were staying at our hotel was outside Central Park. Yeah. So we walked to Times Square and I didn't know what was going on. With the sheer amount of people that were there, I had no idea what was going on. Then we're seeing the drains, smoke is coming from the drains. Don't understand that. Then there's a guy walking around in a Batman costume saying, "I'm Batman." Then I see somebody dressed in a Deadpool costume taking photos. Then people are playing soca music. Then there's photographers following us around like this. Yeah.
T-Bray, if you're there, Dead by Daylight. I'm making my stuff in the meantime.
Yeah. I didn't know that Zoom was legal. So people are just. And we saw the police were there. And I'm thinking, how are these not smoking?
Niggas was posting out the wall like this, just watching people. I was like, I don't know about this niggas. I don't know about this niggas. One thing I will say about New York is that it's definitely more hustle than LA. Like people in LA act like time's just there. It's just, you know what I'm saying? But people in New York are grinding. Yeah. Like, you can feel the energy and that hunger. LA ain't got that hunger. It's not that hunger. Especially with the apartment prices. This whiteboard for like $5K a month. Like what? With a toilet next to the door. Bro, I see one with the showers. That's right. So one thing I told you, Rachel, on the topic of overthinking, typically we overthink on what to do, right? And what we do is materialization of reality. That's why I say that action creates, action doesn't create. It presents the illusion that action creates because it facilitates the midwife, the frequency that comes in. But what we do from our point of action is based upon our mental nudges. You're mentally nudged to do certain things, to say certain things, to move a certain way. You're mentally nudged based upon your intuition. This is what I call the multi-dimensional sequence of events that lead to reality materializing. Your intuition is based upon your frequency, your state of consciousness, your subconscious. Once you're in the correct frequency and you're already seeing yourself in the position that you want to be mentally and emotionally, and you're allowing your imagination to cultivate emotional experiences, and you're mentally affirming throughout the day gratitude for being in the position that you want to be and perceiving reality through that lens, then once you begin to do that, your intuition naturally guides you to be correct, which means your mental nudges will also be correct, which then leads to the action that you're taking will be correct. And when the action that you're taking is correct, that'll lead to a reality that is correct because it's not even something that you have to think about. So anytime that you worry about what to do is because more often than not, you're in the wrong state of being. So when you catch yourself overthinking, think to yourself, I need to align. When you catch yourself overthinking, think to yourself, I need to align. When you catch yourself overthinking, think to yourself, I need to align. Whatever it is I'm overthinking about, take myself out the details and just focus on the end of whatever it is I want to materialize and already see myself there because in doing so, that will be a reflection of what is. Now, that example that I just told you right there was an example of how we overthink about things that we are yet to do. We also overthink on situations that have unfolded. So let's say we have an argument with somebody or we have a disharmonious situation or somebody does something to us or something happens to us that we just don't like, quote unquote. You can also begin to hyperfixate, overthink on, she said this. You ever had an argument with somebody and they just really like mash up in the argument thinking, oh, it's this, just this. You know what I'm saying? And we have these situations like that as human beings where we begin to hyperfixate on past events. Not overthinking, that is us being removed from the present because we're either overthinking about the future or overthinking about the past. I just come up with the future on how to stop overthinking about the future by aligning your consciousness and your frequency to then get you to a point where your intuition guides you to mental nudges, which then guides you to action, which then leads to natural action, as opposed to this disharmonious action that takes place within, which leads to conflict. But when we begin to overthink on the past, then that is a reflection of something else. You have to understand that within the subconscious mind, there is no past, there is no future, everything is taking place at once. So when you go through a particular experience that is emotionally intensive, it enters the subconscious mind. And once it enters the subconscious mind, you begin to overthink about it and hyperfixate on it. And once you begin to hyperfixate and overthink about something that has already happened, you then get frustrated because it's like, I couldn't do anything to change it. You know what I realize? That within this that emotion, you can't do anything to change it. But within you can. Because the subconscious mind is void of time. And because the subconscious mind doesn't adhere to time and is void of time, it doesn't necessarily care for the idea that this happened in the past. In the subconscious, it's happening within right at this moment in time. So you're hyperfixating, or when you're overthinking on the past, here's how to sort that out. Overthinking on the past lets me know that there is something within the subconscious that is giving me a particular degree of discomfort. And
anything that is giving you discomfort on a subconscious level will then seek to materialize itself in reality. But the fact that it exists in the subconscious is a reflection that that particular energy, that emotional charge is there. And because that emotional charge is there, so long as it is there, it will stay within the subconscious mind. So what you need to do is to dissipate that emotional charge by doing one thing in particular. Whatever situation it is that you're hyperfixating on, you're worried about, what you need to come to recognition of is that that is still taking place within the subconscious. Now, the beauty is because the subconscious can't tell the difference between imagination and reality, we get to hijack reality, past reality that happened in the subconscious, and we can recreate an imagination to stop you from overthinking something that happened in the past. So you're not overthinking about something that happened in the past. All you need to do is this: get into a calm, nice, relaxed, meditative state. And when you're at that point of relaxation, same way that you visualize something you want, visualize the thing that took place that you're overthinking about, or recreate it in a way that leads towards your desired reality. So let's say you go to a job interview for whatever reason, you absolutely fuck up that job interview. Like, it was absolutely fucking terrible. Like, you just botched it. Like, you know, you got backdoored, he wasn't jacking you. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to get clapped right then and there in that moment. All you need to simply do is this: go into a meditative, relaxed state, close your eyes, and bring up that conversation that was taking place and recreate it so the employer is actually congratulating you for getting that job instead. Because once you begin to do that, and you begin to do that again and again, to repeating it like a loop, like a boomerang, yeah. Once you begin to repeat like it's a boomerang, you allow the emotion to come from within. And when the emotion comes from within, the emotional charge of negativity that was there begins to dissipate. Because now you have created a charge that is either equal or more powerful than the pre-established emotional charge with your desired reality. So then within your subconscious mind, there's nothing to worry about, because on the subconscious level, your mind says that went well, so there's nothing to worry about. You can do that with breakup. You can do that with failing to close the deal. You create that in your head and close it in your head in exactly what you want to do that again and again and again. So there's no degree of discomfort with it. Because there's no discomfort with it, you eradicate the transmute that discomfort into comfort. On a subconscious level, you then set emotional frequency for comfort to materialize in your desired reality. And that is how you take care of the future and the past. First things first. Now that on a simplistic level you understand what overthinking is, you actually need to understand how we actually begin to overthink. There's a lot of people who complain that they overthink, but they don't know that overthinking is a destination. But you have to understand where the journey begins and the pathway to getting to that destination of overthinking. A lot of people don't have the capability of understanding it. So please, make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments as usual. Now, when you're talking about overthinking, this is how, if you can remember this, you will never overthink again, I can assure you. Overthinking begins with, let me give an example. Cool. So, unprocessed thoughts. Now, you have to understand that we live in the 21st century. And because we live in the 21st century, we're all completely stimulated. And life is so fast-paced that our minds is forever unprocessing thoughts and not actually getting to finish thoughts. What do I mean by this? Think about it like this. Let's say you have to get up, you have to go to school or work or whatever. You get up, you go there, you're like, shit, look at the time, I'm late, fuck, let me brush my teeth, take a quick shower. Cool, have you jump in the car, you're driving now, somebody's driving slow in front of you, you're thinking, why the fuck is this nigga driving slow? Then the light turns already, you're like, fuck, I'm gonna be late. The whole time you're thinking, fuck, I'm gonna be late. Then you go quickly, somebody beeps in front of you. Now you're honking your horn at somebody, now you're beating somebody in the car, fuck you, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Then you get to work, then you can't even think about everything that just took place because now you have to get to work. And that is a microcosm show reflection of how our lives move on a day-to-day basis. Our life is so fast-paced that we're forever not actually getting to finish thoughts. If you re-listen to that example that I just gave, there's about 4 or 5 thoughts there that never got to be finished because they were interrupted by life. And this happens on a daily basis. We never get to process thoughts. So you can think about them as unprocessed thoughts or unfinished thoughts. And when you don't finish your thoughts, you make the mistake of thinking that that thought is not. That thought goes to the back of your head.
the back of your head. It's no longer inside. That doesn't mean that's some power right there down. And that can be extrapolated to a multitude of things in life. Because that thought hasn't been finished and it goes to the back of your head, you're now thinking that you're done with that thought. You're thinking, oh, I'm home now, the day's done. Without realizing that there's about 15 to 20 thoughts in the back of your head and they're actually got to be finished. Why? Because you can't actually allow them to finish themselves. Thoughts. Now, even when we're talking about process or unfinished thoughts, think about it like this. I like to use the filing cabinet as well. So if you see a filing cabinet where people put like folders or files, eventually you can get to a point where it is overfilled. Think about every thought that you ever get to finish on a daily basis. We have thousands of thoughts on a daily basis. I believe it's somewhere range between 4,000 to 40,000 thoughts on a daily basis. And I can only imagine how many of them are unprocessed or unfinished. Imagine every thought that you never get to finish goes to the back of your head in this filing cabinet in your mind. If you do that consistently, day after day, again and again and again, you get to a point where this filing cabinet becomes overfilled. And when it becomes overfilled, that is when you overthink. A mind that overthinks is a mind that's overfilled. So if you want to stop overthinking, you need to relax. You're gonna get some steady up. Zip up your pants. It's alright. It's alright. A mind that overthinks is a mind that's overfilled. A mind that's overfilled is nothing more than the result of a multitude of unfinished thoughts that take place on a daily basis. We never actually get to process them. And we all have examples of this. How many times where you're driving and you just drive in silence? What the fuck do you think that is? That is your mind unconsciously forcing you to process those thoughts. How many times do you go to the, take a walk? No. You might have everyone. Nothing's playing. Nothing's playing. That is your mind seeking to process those thoughts. That is your mind literally getting you to finish those thoughts. Because until you have the capability of allowing your thoughts to process themselves, your mind will be overfilled. And so long as your mind is overfilled with thoughts, then in instances where you may be chilling or a situation may go wrong or a situation hasn't happened yet, your mind naturally has this proclivity to easily begin overthinking. And it's because it's easily overthinking because those thoughts have always been there. They're now just getting the time of day. That is quite literally it. So we have to understand that this has to be a process that can only be reversed through one way. If the mind overthinking is on the basis of unfinished thoughts, then the only way to clear the mind is to allow yourself to finish your thoughts. Which poses a very deep question. You seem unrelated to manifestation, but nothing's compartmentalized in the mind. A mind that is overfilled and a mind that is overfilled with a multitude of thoughts that you're not even fucking aware of is your mind filled with a bunch of unconscious frequencies, a bunch of unconscious states of consciousness that you are materializing into reality. Because frequency is nothing more than immaterialized reality. What we call consciousness, frequency, self-concept, imagination, this is nothing more than immaterialized reality. Eventually it materializes into reality due to the fact that that's naturally, that's what has to happen. But if in your mind you have a bunch of thoughts that you don't even know what's going on in your head because there's so much noise going on, how the fuck would you know what it is actually materializing and attracting towards you? That's a bar like that. How many times will we step out into the world and be like, why the fuck is this happening to me? Why the fuck is it happening to me? Because you don't know what's going on in your brain. And that's a bar right like that. And how could you possibly know what's going on within you when there's so much that is going on within you? So, when I said that this is a very serious topic, this is a very, very serious topic, due to the fact that if you don't have the capability of finishing your thoughts, you're going to have a bunch of unfinished thoughts. Guess what? These thoughts are want to finish themselves. The thoughts that want to finish themselves and materialize into reality, you'll be unaware of why you're still attracting the same type of people, why you're still making the same amount of money, why you're maybe not able to get that promotion in your job, or why you're not able to get that job. It really does matter. So the only way to get through to this is actually by finishing your thoughts. And the only way you can finish your thoughts is don't get it twisted. This is we haven't even got into the technical stuff here. Like the old frequency really fucks you up in a whole bunch of ways you don't even fucking realize. This is the simple stuff. Just wait right there. You'll see how deep it gets. Because as you're watching everything that I'm about to say in the next couple of minutes, you're literally gonna be like,
have zero understanding. You're a mind worshiper. Good luck.
oh, you know, the tape is what you're doing.
Are you gonna tell me what it is?
Ooh.
Whoa. Okay, bro. Not like that. Come on, bro.
You can't say something like that.
You can tell us.
Nah, you can't say you can tell them what we did in New York. What? Like, me and AJ, we must have been in what was that place called Hudson York? Like a shopping center.
Yeah.
And just doing some shopping. And we're walking by, and we see a woman in the window. This is like 10:30 in the morning or something like that. We see a woman eating a burger, like a literal burger, and milkshake. And we looked at her and we're like, wow, this is for America. You know? You know what I'm saying? So then we ate Shake Shack at 11 a.m. And when I tell you, that is the next regret of my life.
Yep.
I felt so disgusted. I've never felt more disgusted in my life. And my body just felt like I just defiled me.
Oh, I just realized there's a stranger here. Hello, person. Oops. Stream's almost done. I'm about to jump off, hang out with my soul. That's still you, if you're still here. Hello, good to see you. It's been a fair bit of months. What time do I book this for? We have 3 minutes. I'm gonna call up T-Bird in a moment and see what he be up to. That was funny. I've seen that one already. Those boys. It's the way they say the stuff that happen when they come to America, to North America. Well, America. They haven't come to Canada yet, but they're gonna feel the same thing. It's too funny. Alexa, play notification. We have 2 minutes. No, 1 minute and 35 seconds left. Feels good. I have to do some stretches before I go to bed. Ready to rock and roll. It's so good to see the astronauts back. I'm gonna play a couple of games and then I'm gonna jump off this. And depending if T-Bear's around, if he's not around, then I'm going to watch a movie. We'll see. All right, less than 30 seconds. Thank you for coming on today, people. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, I don't know when the microphone will work, the external microphone, so we gotta adhere to the internal microphone. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning.
course, I'll be doing my test and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, oh well. Alright, y'all. Peace out. Bye-bye. And that was it. Actually, the wrap-up will happen in a minute or so. I don't know if I want to fully play this to be honest, but we'll see. Let me see if this guy is on.